What is up, everybody? It's Sunday. It's 11:14 a.m. I'm artisanmc, and you have just embarked on the hero's journey. So, before we get all that going, like, share, subscribe, support the stream if you feel so inclined. I am looking for 10 contributors today. The banner scrolling across the bottom of the screen is for you, not me. So, if you want your comments read, make your Cash App ring during the stream. That usually helps things. Shout out to those early birds that came in here. Malika, the early bird in the building, was good, Malika. Appreciate you coming through. Shout out to the trust coming through, showing them hips. What's good with your trust? Shout out to Aquateki calling out the geekelite symbol. Yes, sir. This is the day. Shout out to No One saying salute to the power of many. Appreciate you, No One. Also for supporting the stream like Aquateki. Appreciate you brothers coming through. This is how any YouTuber does and maintains his channel, is by your support. If it does not have no support, you will not have it. It's very fucking simple. Who else got in here? Aquateki came through. He said, bam! He came through on the Nightcrawler tip. What's good, Dead Set? See, Noir Truth came through. Was good, Noir. So good afternoon, brethren. Appreciate you coming through, Noir. Shout out to the Jack 77. He says salute. The Bizarro symbol. Appreciate you, the Jack. So shout out to Aquateki for supporting the stream. And I will give you, good sir, 3B salute. Appreciate you.
Power of one, the power of two, the power of many. The power of one, the power of two, the power of many.
Appreciate you, Aquateki, for supporting the stream. Next one goes out to the No One. And whoops. Of course, now I spill my fucking drink. I spilled my orange juice. I spilled my Jamaican breakfast. Some of it. Rum and orange juice. Because why the hell not? Shout out to No One saying, Maestro, please. Appreciate you, No One. I will give you that 3B. And also shout out to No One for doubling up on the stream. He said, for the power of many in A minor. Appreciate you, No One. The package man, I will give you the power of many. Appreciate you.
Power of one, the power of two, the power of many. The power of one, the power of two, the power of many.
So, told you guys before, I like being original. Original is always my thing. Always. I usually find that more entertaining. Original idea, original concept, original take on a common thing. But I will ask you guys in the chat. You should be able to go back and look at this and verify it for yourself, because everything is on YouTube. But before I made that cut with that ridiculous fucking scene in Acolyte, how many people were using a cut like that? Go to your favorite YouTubers and take a look. Go to them and take a look. That's why I did it. because nobody else was using it. But the day after, I saw a lot of people using it. This is why I bitch so much, or I try to and not to a lot of times, about supporting for the stream. Because people take and people don't give credit. So you would think that you could look for it from your peoples. It just gets worse when they're the ones doing it too. So beyond that, let's get on with the show. I'm gonna keep this short because I got some house cleaning to do. Feel really good about myself about doing this tiling job yesterday. Came out looking awesome, like I always do. So I'm gonna ride that wave and clean my house and get it smelling so fresh and so clean. To make no doubt about that, Aquatech. We got another episode coming on Wednesday. I'm looking forward to this just for the comedy. Just for the comedy. It's like Trump being president the first time. Comedians just had free material. That's all it did. Comedians had free material because he did goofy shit. No question. But it's always good for people who make jokes about that shit. I see everybody's numbers around the geek space that talks about this shit every day going up. Going up. Just from shitting on this show, which is easy to fucking shit on. They feed you enough for you to shit on the show. They do. They feed you more than enough to shit on this show. So it's not even hard. It's not even hard. It's like lightweight. But supporting people that want to hear that shit is there. Apparently, if you're the right person. For den, tile, or wood. It was noir. It was tile. And it was for a shower pan. Had to redo the grout and such. I had to redo it twice, which I don't like because people don't know what the hell they're asking for and how much work goes into what they're asking for. But that's the problem with being a Sigma. If you don't want to be in charge and don't fight to be in charge of shit, you often suffer through the leadership of idiots that have no concept of what you do or how to do what you do, which is why it's incumbent upon all of you, if you were ever offered a position of leadership and you don't really want it, but you were probably the best person for it, you should take it. And it's not for you. It's so some dumbass doesn't get in that position and have to sit over people like you who do know what the hell they're doing. That is frustrating. So I had to do it twice. And the second time it came out looking better because then the second time they actually got me the shit I told them I needed beforehand. Yeah, they had to run out and spend that money and get that. Good. Yeah, what's up, Aria? The chocolate witch is in here. I ain't seen her in a minute. What's good with you? I thought I was on a no-fly list. No chat, no panel list. Seen Aria in a while. Good to see you. Hope the kids is doing okay. It's graduation time. Yeah, it's the end of the month. So somebody should have graduated already, right, Aria? I think you're Scorpio. Yeah, Dad said, ain't nobody as dope as me. I'm so fresh and so clean. So I'll line out these couple of little topics for you, and then I'll drop a link so y'all can come up and we can chat about this shit a little bit. I'll try to keep my little commentary to the brief, just to switch it up a little bit. So this Acolyte, episode 4. It took me to today to realize that I hadn't put my video. I hadn't actually did a review because I was falling asleep through it. Excuse me, and I didn't have time to edit it because everybody's been freaking out at work over shit. So I have to get that done today or to this evening after House of the Dragon or something like that. So I'm not gonna waste my time doing it now. But I will get it out there and put it up so you can see that on the day that I watched that shit, which was the day it came out, it was boring. Boring. Part of not putting it out was because what's the point of me putting it out when you could just hear what I said on somebody else's channel later on? Verbatim. Unless you're on Patreon. Then you can see what the hell it is that I said right as it's happening. Or right when it happened. That's where they pull it from. So, the episode was mostly boring. Why was it mostly boring? It's a fucking fetch quest. A flat lever. And what do you mean with a flat lever? It means somebody jerks you off for 15 minutes, and then at the end, when you should have some release, they walked away and let go. Like, what the fuck? And for you women out there, to give you a better visual, it's like a dude went down on you, and he was really doing the Texas tornado on you. You got almost there. You did all the gripping and stuff like, oh, I'm about to. And he just like, yep, I'm done. What? Yeah, like that. That's what this episode was. And it wasn't good up until that point. That's the funny part about it. You just wanted it to be over with. And then it was over with in a very unsatisfying way. Arya said, yes, she graduated. So yeah, no thanks. Congratulations, Arya. One gone. 2 to go. Right? So, for the most part, there were a couple of decent scenes in there that gave you the indication that this show could go somewhere else if it had a better writer or writer period. But it totally faltered on everything else. The biggest question you heard people talking about was, who is really the master? And I said, show enough. Not Quirum, not Mother Coral, Master Vanestra, who still sounds like a fucking cold medicine to me. Or a douche, a feminine douche. At this point, it doesn't really matter who the master is. I have my ideas of who I think it is. I think it's Master Vanestra, personally. It could be Kyrim, whatever. They spelled his name stupid and they pronounce it wrong, as far as I'm knowing. Yeah, Headflix, the Shogun of Harlem. Yeah, exactly. Who's the master? Show enough. That's right. Gives a fuck who's the master and acolyte. They ain't supposed to be a Sith, right? So what difference does it make? For me, I don't like having long conversations about dumb shit. I personally don't. It's boring. Now I can keep digging into this show's ass, but enough people are in there as we speak. All the behind the scenes stuff, yeah, so what? One of the most atrocious things I saw, which is just the most embarrassing things that I've seen this week, was Amanda Stenberg's video talking shit about the people who were bringing up the old clip of her and having something to say about it. And I'm like, I'm watching this video of her gyrating her cooch in the camera and everything. I'm like, Me and Dad said talked about it like a week ago. Like, yeah, she kind of cute. Yeah, she kind of cute, but fuck her. That shit was cringe. And I don't even like using that word. It just sounds ridiculous to me. It sounds like some shit some chick would say anyway. But that's how I was looking at it. Like, girl, what the fuck is you doing? Oh, Maggie's live in 30 minutes. Well, that's a good time for it, ain't it? Like, I don't I don't get it. I don't get it. And it's the video, the music video that she made herself, which it fucking looks like it, has some of the most unintelligible lyrics I've ever fucking heard. And mind you, I can listen to heavy metal. All that shit where it's mostly just screaming by a white boy. Rammstein and shit. Come on, man. What is this bitch talking about? Some pampered ass talking about she oppressed. Like, man, if you don't shut the hell up, the only thing oppressing you is your stupidity. I'm watching that shit and watch her dancing around. It's like, you can't dance. You dance like a black chick that was raised around white girls. And the only thing you know is to gyrate your cooch. Your non-binary cooch, apparently. This shit looked ridiculous to me. I was like, I can't look at her. I can't take her serious. I cannot take her serious. Why? Because she always got a stupid look on her face. It's like, Rue, yeah, you grew up, but what the fuck? I rue the day you put that damn video out. Because that was just embarrassing. Now, it doesn't mean if you got a transcript of what the hell she's supposedly saying in the song that you can't even understand. But if you read it, there's some stuff in there that you could shake your head at as a black person, like, yeah, that might have been kind of on point. But the most of that shit is no. Like, why'd you even do this? You want people to watch this show, don't you? This is what I don't understand about the people who are in charge of Disney right now. Why do you let people in your employ that you pay, that you were trying to market shows off of, go out in the public and say some stupid, some of the dumbest things that can ever fall out of somebody's mouth that does nothing but read other people's words and pretend to be other people for a living? Why do you let them talk in front of the camera for long periods of time, not about the project you're trying to push? That makes no sense to me. I mean, is there nobody at Disney that knows how to tell these people to shut the fuck up? You're killing the brand? Look, man, I work, right, for a company. We have policies in place about simple things like sitting in your vehicle and having a nap. Simple things. Why? It makes the brand look bad. Even if you own your lunch. No. Get out of the company shit in your company attire and then go sleep. But don't do that wearing a company shit. Mm-mm. No, you fuck up their brand. They take that shit serious. These motherfuckers could be out there promoting your stuff at Disney. They can promote your stuff at Disney and get out there and say some of the most outlandish things, disrespect your paying customers, and then you wonder why your show is failing. And then want to blame the same people that they just spit on. It's all their fault. They're racist. Racist? No, I just don't like people spitting in my face. I don't like, baboon sitting up there throwing fecal matter at me. No. So I'm not going to hang around the exhibit to see what else these little performing monkeys do. No, I'm going. Y'all have a good one. I don't know why they don't do that. Even the president has handlers. Even the president. And I'm not talking about people that just change his diapers. I'm talking about people who keep, hey, don't say that. Can't say that on camera, Mr. President. But these chicks don't. Yeah, Aquataki Mushmouth was more intelligible than that. I hate this modern music shit where they put all that high sounds and they like they saying something deep. They're not saying a damn thing. I'm watching this video and thinking, she thinks she Childish Gambino, right? Or Donald Glover, as most people would know who he is. You know, somebody who can dance, act, write, direct, rap. That's who she thought she was. Huh? She thought she was a real artist. Huh? It's funny how guys to be considered artists always have to do something really creative that they can do. Dancing, writing, directing, performing, or whatever, right? Females to be considered artists, all they got to do is show most of their body and gyrate around. Well, I thought that's what every female could do anyway. Where's the art in that? Now, I saw a video on Instagram the other day where a bunch of chicks were in a yoga gym class and doing Kegel exercises to squeeze liquid out of a bottle. That was pretty artistic, I guess. I'm sitting there baffled by, like, I don't think there's enough suction in there for that kind of shit. But I was impressed. They found a bunch of chicks who know how to do Kegel exercises. I guess that could be considered art. The fact that it was in a class paying somebody to teach them how to do that shit was entertaining in and of itself. So this acolyte is like that, except it comes out the other end. It's a big queef. It's a queef. This last episode was a queef. Signed off by a bunch of people who claim to know Star Wars and mock and call the other people, you know, the fan base who actually knows Star Wars and bitch at them saying, hey, this is not Star Wars. Call them everything under the sun besides a fan and saying we'll do better. So this show is just good for material. That's all it's good for at this point. I still believe this show could be completely erased from existence if you had one show and by a couple of lines of dialogue could wipe this whole show away. Because like I said, none of these people live past this bubble in time that we got. None of them. So I don't give a shit. For me, I know what the original stories was or were. And they started episode 1. They end after The Mandalorian season 2. All that stuff in between there, I can accept. The rest of it, I cannot. But you bought it. You do what the hell you want with it. You want to run it into the ground? Run it into the fucking ground. But do not look to me to fucking dig it up. Do not look to me as the reason why it hit the ground. Hit the ground because you don't know how to fly. You have had no lessons. You have not been trained to do this. And you have no love for this. So no, it's going to fall. It's going to hit the ground. and we will not be building a monument around it. Hopefully, we will be paving it over and building something new on top of it, because that is the way of things. Things have to go away. Some things have to die, and some things have to go away. Congratulations. You're the ones that are going to bring it to an end. I hope you're proud of yourself. The Aqua Tech say Disney lore is falling down on. No, Disney lore is just there to protect Disney's ass. And letting every one of these females, somebody else on another channel brought this shit up, which was good that they brought up. And they was naming off every one of these loud, outspoken females that came through Disney that has fucking tanked every franchise they let them be out in front of. Manla Stenberg, Rachel Zellweger, Brie Larson, and that goofy, lanky, oh my God, what is her name? From Dial of Destiny. Every one of them. This is just the first one that's black. I don't even count the Moses Ingram, Reva. Why? Nobody know who the fuck she was anyway. 20-something years old? I don't know shit. I ain't even got kids. Yeah, bulldoze the paradise and put a parking lot. Might as well. They doing a damn good job of it anyway. My thinking is just stop bullshitting and just get it the rest of the way done. Stop bullshitting. We got it. Us as the fan base of Star Wars, we get it. You don't like us. You don't like the men who like this stuff, who've liked it their whole lives and supported it and poured their hard-earned money into supporting this franchise forever. You don't like George. You don't like none of this stuff that guys like, but you just want to be where all these guys are to destroy it in their face. Fantastic. Fantastic. What will you do for your encore? I'm really curious. What's next? You fucked up everything else. That means everything that you've spent billions of dollars to buy and acquire, you won't even be able to make billions of dollars off of it. That sounds like a winning fucking strategy to me. Not. I was bullshitting. Trying to bring some levity to the situation. Shout out to Sportaholic. He said we can dodge enemy strikes and force push with ease. Yet we find ourselves baffled that Wookiees like trees. You rhyme. You was a poet. You got more bars than that chick did in her video. So shout out to Sportaholic. I appreciate you. I will give you that 3B salute. Appreciate you, Sportaholic. I do appreciate the support. The stream does not run on hopes and dreams. It runs on green, just like every other thing. What up, Aaron P? AP in the building. He says salute to the artisanmc and the geekelite in the chat. Yes, thank you. Somebody who shouted out the host first. Thought it was a social club. So I'll let y'all talk about the Acolyte. I did my review of it. I did my reaction to it. I did my watch of it. All the same shit most of these other people have talked about. And I walked away from it. I left it because that is something that a pool of shit, in a kiddie pool of shit that I just jump into on that one hot day on Wednesday. I jump in, swim through it, and jump the fuck out and wash off. I'm not digging into that cesspool over and over again. It's too shallow for me to be dipping a ladle into, okay? It is. But apparently I do YouTube wrong. That's why I'm not making a lot of money off of that shit. I just don't feel like talking about it that goddamn much. I don't have that much time to devote to ridiculous circular conversations. It's not that much of an interest to me. So I'm a sniper. One shot, one kill. Bam. Episode 4 down. I'm gone. On to the next target. Anyway. Next topic that I want to bring up was The Boys. If you've seen The Boys season 4 or season 4, episode 4, my view on The Boys right now is I'm not doing episodic reviews of that shit for Patreon. I'm not. In 4 episodes, I'm not really liking The Boys right now either. And I'm really disappointed. I was really looking forward to this season. This shit is gone, to me, off the rails somewhere. And there's a lot of stuff introduced in this that I am not enjoying right now. It put me to sleep. It did. Thursday night, I watched 3 episodes of The Boys. Getting to number 4, I went to fucking sleep early. I'm an insomniac night owl. I do not go to sleep early. I have to be exhausted to go to sleep early. That fucking show put me to sleep. That's a problem. What do I see as the problem? Well, for one, it seems like it has gone to the gratuitous lengths, not just the silly lengths of blood and gore. It just went to gratuitous lengths because story-wise, it's not even a reason why the shit is happening that way. The other thing that is bothering me about the show is they're making Homelander seem like he has multiple personality disorder, which I'm not liking. One version of yourself I can get. 4, fuck you. I'm not interested in that. That's no. No, that doesn't even make any sense. 3, whoever doing their makeup now is shit because they got these people looking old as fuck. I don't know if it's a 4K camera or what, but it's making these people look harsh. Number 4, Frenchie fucking gay now. I'm like, since when? What? I mean, I have to go back and look in the comic to see when the hell was Frenchie gay? Frenchie ain't never been gay. I mean, he's French, but he ain't gay. When did that shit happen? And if he gay, why gotta be some light-skinned black dude? Who's the poof? Like, come on, man. What is this stereotypical bullshit? I'm like, who has gotten to this show? And number 5, the part that's bothering me. I see more white dude penis in this than Game of Thrones season 1. And it's for no reason at all. Other than they just want to show it. And it's making me look at Seth Rogen like, bruh, look, you can like whatever the fuck you like. Don't keep throwing that shit in my face. With this CG white boy schlong. What is that, your fantasy? Man, then go get it. You in Hollywood? I was like, I couldn't, not to say you ever would, but I wouldn't watch this with a kid. I wouldn't put this in front of a kid to watch. I'm not sure if I'd put it in front of a preteen to watch. Because it's not like we see titties all over the place. No. It's enough females in here, but you ain't seeing titties all over the place. No. It's always some dick humor. Aquatechy, that was my question. Because the only thing, I was talking about it with HVAC Steven, right? The only thing I keep hearing about this show, I'm not hearing about how good it is. I'm not hearing about what's happening in the show. No. The only thing I keep hearing about this show is what the director had to say. How he didn't like that people really were into Homelander. I'm like, why the fuck do you have a problem with that? It's just a character. And then I have to hear how your political leanings come in where you want to make Homelander like Donald Trump. For what? This has one thing has nothing to fuck to do with the other. This comic is over 10 years old. They ain't even making this shit no more. So my question is this a new director? This cannot be the same director that worked on last season. Can't be. And like every other show nowadays, We got to have the body positivity black chick out in front. This is becoming a trope in and of itself. Smartest person in the world, always some wild hair black chick. Who wrote that shit? And how is this any different from Moon Girl? Yeah, Akoteki TDS. Shout out to Geeks and Gamers for that, because that's their phrase. To Jeremy, that's Jeremy's phrase. Trump derangement syndrome. Yes. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I don't. I can tell you in 4 episodes, I'm not impressed. I can tell you I'm not looking forward to anything. That I'm watching to see where the hell does this shit go. Split up Frenchie and Kumiko, which I thought was a good relationship, which was a good part of the show. Split them the fuck up. She telling him to go get dick and stuff like that. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, I had somebody. Kimiko, you ain't had nobody. What the fuck are you talking about? Crazy ass. Oh my God, dude. I don't know what the fuck is going on with the show right now. I really don't. But it has hit a hard fucking left and didn't warn the people in the back. So we all against the window. Like, the fuck? Bro, I don't know. That shit is fucking me up. It's fucking me up right now because I was looking forward to The Boys. This was one of the things I was looking forward to wash my mouth out of this acolyte shit. Now it looks like it's gotten to The Boys too because it's under Amazon. Like they're gonna kill that show so they can try to prop up the other piece of shit show, which is Rings of Power. And I was telling HVAC Steven when we were talking about it, this got to be the last season, dude. It's got to be the last season. And what did he tell me? No, they said that number 5 is the last one. I said, I bet it is. I bet the fuck it is. Because we see another show that got killed the same way. Mandalorian season 3. What happened? Left on a good note after season 2. Like, yeah, this shit is back. Star Wars can be good now. Looking forward to the 3rd season. 3rd season came, you're like, what the hell is this shit? What is this? Mm-hmm. Same shit with The Boys. They got there too. What up, studio? Peace to studio in the chat. Like, share, subscribe, support stream if you feel so inclined. So, in this last 2 minutes, the last one is House of the Dragon season 1. Or excuse me, season 2, episode 1. I really enjoyed. Everything was getting set up, getting back familiar with the characters. I do not have that problem where I don't remember the names of these goddamn characters. I was happy to see them again because I read comic books. So I'm used to having a long time span between the time you said a character's name one time and the time you see him again, because it's just like checking in with old friends. And that's how I see stories. I'm dipping into their world again. I have, like my shirt implies, I have planes walked into your world. And I know the cast of characters that's here. And I'm interested to see what the hell they doing. So it was nothing for me to get back to Game of Thrones, or excuse me, House of the Dragon, and see what was going on with the characters again. Where they at, what they doing. I enjoyed seeing Aegon being a drunk dumbass on the throne, looking like he's gonna be Joffrey too, or proto Joffrey. I like seeing Aemon rolling around there like ain't nothing happened and he ain't tripping that he just killed his fucking cousin. Nephew killed his nephew with his own dragon. Like, nope, everything happened like it was supposed to. It wasn't an accident at all. Bruh, really? I like Damon spoiling for a fight. Yes. Yes. Do it, Damon. Do it. I didn't like Blood and Cheese, though. Them some dumbass motherfuckers. Look, I haven't even reviewed House of the Dragon yet because I've been too busy, but I'm really disappointed in Damon and hiring these two dumb fucks to go do a mission like that. I really am. I'm like, you couldn't hire anybody better. These are two of the dumbest motherfuckers. But what do you get? You get a scene that can be one of the most shocking for the week, that didn't leave you, hanging, wasn't a flat lever, wasn't boring in that sense, left you with like shock, like, oh my God, they did that. But this is the Game of Thrones universe. Okay. Yeah, George R.R. wrote this? Yeah, okay. Yeah, well, par for the course, motherfucker. They killed a whole kid that you saw earlier in the episode being annoying. They killed a whole kid. Now, they didn't do it the boys' way where they show you them killing the kid and blood flying all over the fucking place. Like that was necessary. No. But you did hear the squelch. You did understand what was happening. And if you know anything about the first Alien movie in cinema, some things are better if you never see it. You can just hear it and it plays a lot better to you than having to have all this gore and, shit flying all over the place. That was a more brutal scene and you never saw anything. All you did was heard stuff. Your imagination takes the rest of that. Bravo. That's what I'm tuning in for. So those are the three topics I'm talking about, outside of the fact that we lost one of the great actors, one of my favorite actors. What up, Donnie Mac? You are not one of my favorite actors, but you are one of my favorite subs. Appreciate you showing up. Yeah, blood and cheese and rats. Donnie Mac, no, that was fucked up. Them were some of the two dumbest motherfuckers, dude. Dumbasses. Oh my God. But we lost one of my favorite actors, who is the father to also another one of my favorite actors. And I was talking about this with Black Bang, which was Donald Sutherland. Donald Sutherland has been in more of my favorite movies than I can even count. Now, mind you, he hasn't been the lead in all of them either. Some of them, like I was playing in the intro, Dirty Dozen, he's just playing a bit part. Kelly's Heroes, he playing a part. But you look at everybody who's in that scene, they're all famous actors. All of them. The one clip I didn't find was him in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, which is one of my favorite movies. Jack Nicholson. It's like the 70s or something. Read that book in school. Yes, because I read, motherfucker. Love that movie. Love the book. He's always played offbeat, weird ass fucking characters, right? But it always worked for him, right? It always worked for him. He always sold it. He could play humor. He could play serious. He could play military. He could do comedy. He's a good fucking actor. He had that presence and that resonance that you actually believe him in whatever role he's in. Wait a minute. Let me show y'all something real quick. Let me show you something real quick. I got to get back. Let's get back. Stop it. There we go. Now here's a scene. Okay, here's two separate scenes. This one is about 3 minutes. And I'll play these two and then I will oh fuck, Donnie Mac. I forgot he was in A Time to Kill. I forgot all about him being in A Time to Kill. Because Kiefer's in A Time to Kill, which is another one of my favorite actors. Kiefer Sutherland is a great actor. Me and Black Bang was talking about Young Guns 2. Doc Spurlock, right? This one, little known scene. Now, what to watch in this scene? Watch how his character changes. The emotion in the character changes. Just watch. So I'll say this up front: fair use, fair motherfucking use. Now, this is from Backdraft, and he's playing a pyromaniac that is in a mental institution. And that's not Billy Baldwin. I'm forgetting this dude's name. It's one of the Baldwin brothers. I'm forgetting which one it is. It's the one who was trying to be the sex symbol. Right? And he's going to this pyromaniac to get information on who's setting these damn fires. If you understand mental illness, you understand these motherfuckers just understand shit differently. They just process shit differently. So it's a long scene. I guess I got to stop at different points here. I'll cut it out later. I'll probably have to cut it out later. Stephen, thank you, Malika. Stephen Baldwin. I forget their names sometimes. I'm getting that age. But here we go. Listen to this shit.
Magazine with your picture on the cover. It's a collectible.
Who's doing this, Ronald?
Wrong question. Who isn't? It isn't a spark, is it? Because there isn't enough damage and you wouldn't have any fun. It isn't an insurance pro because there isn't any profit.
Well, who does that leave
What's
us
his tool? How does he do it? How does he talk to the fire? Come on.
Yeah.
So you see at this point, what's up, Ilongo? You see at this point, he's on his Hannibal Lecter in this movie. And this is Backdraft. This is Kurt Russell, Stephen Baldwin. I forgot the female's name, Donna Sutherland. Fucking bunch of good actors in this. And I believe it's a Ron Howard movie, right? For all of y'all who say that Solo was terrible. Yeah, I took down the watermark. I didn't make a new one yet. I took it down. So it is what it is. I'll just cut it out later. So if you watch on the replay, you won't see this shit and you figure out you missed some shit. You should have showed up. But you see, he's just calmly talking to this dude. He's on his Hannibal Lecter shit. He is the one knowledgeable. And he's actually grilling this fire investigator about what he knows about these fires that have been happening, because he's watching, he is understanding what it is. He's figured it out. He's trying to get him to figure it out. Kind of like I do with people. I give you enough information to kickstart your fucking brain. I'm not telling you all the goddamn answers. I want you to do some research and learn some things. So that's what he's doing to this dude right now.
Outlets.
No, that's beneath you, Brian.
Trick to chloride.
Very good. Very good. You still haven't put it together? I have.
And who, Ronald?
You want to know who? I want to know if this kid really wanted to be just like his dad.
So what he's doing, if you can see, is that he burned himself. Fire got on his ass and burned him. So he's kind of nutty. But what he's giving him is a quid pro quo. You want some information from me? I want some information from you. Now, the person I forgot that was in this movie is Robert De Niro. Robert De Niro plays the fire inspector who actually caught this fucking dude. Right? And they call him, Shadow? Because the fire that this dude got caught setting, it got on Robert De Niro's character back and scalded and melted his fucking back. Like Ronald told him, left your shadow on the wall. Burned his ass. Burned both of them. So he's kind of fucked up. Kind of fucked up character. Thanks, Hitflix. I knew it was Ron Howard. I'm just saying. I asked somebody that question about Solo, a Star Wars story. It's like, how bad was that movie? Oh, it was a terrible movie or whatever. I said, how many bad movies has Ron Howard made? Huh? Ron Howard directed that movie. Sure, it wasn't the original version of it, but he came in to try to salvage it to make it watchable. So how many bad movies has Ron Howard made? Because he's supposed to be one of our great American directors, right? Okay, then. It could have been salvaged with a better script. Give a shit about the actor. Yeah, I can take it. We in the minority on that one. I thought Solo was a good jumping off point, and that's how I look at some of these things. Good jumping off point, but you just have to write something better for the second one round. Excuse me. Anyway, let's finish this up. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. So he's gonna leave. He's gonna leave on his ass, and he finally agreed to answer this question. Here we go. Now, let's see. You can watch his the character.
I wanted
turn.
to be him, okay? I wanted to be him more than anything.
And you loved him.
Now you see how he's looking at him, right? This is supposed to be a character that's actually now entranced in this character, this other character. And you'll watch his turn when he talks about, did you see it? Did the beast show itself to you? Did it look at you? And watch the character turn.
And you watched him dance with the animal. You saw your dad burn.
And fuck you, Ronald! Who the hell's doing this, huh?
Did it look at you? Did the fire look at you? It did. Oh. Our worlds aren't that far apart after all, are they? So, whoever did this.
So now you see he giving up the ghost. Now he like aroused. Like, oh, we understand each other. We're not that far apart now. He feels like he's found like a kindred spirit. He understands. Okay, so now I'm gonna give you all the answers you want.
Really knows the animal well, don't they? You know him real well, but they won't let him loose. They won't let him have any fun, so they don't love him. Now, who doesn't love fire? And there's a round trip to chloride all day long.
Oh my God.
That wasn't such a long walk after all, was it?
Which is right. Now, I thought that reveal was kind of stupid. Like the character that Stephen Baldwin was playing should have been able to figure that shit the fuck out himself, but they were dumbasses. So it is what it is. But that's just like one of the roles that he has played that has just been iconic. And there's a bunch of them like that. He wasn't the mainstay in that movie. That movie wasn't about him. That was Stephen Baldwin's movie and Kurt Russell's movie. That wasn't his goddamn movie. But he turned up in that movie and had a role that you automatically, grabbed onto. Now, I didn't say that other one in here. Another one that is contemporarily interesting, especially after having gone through the pandemic, is the role he played in Outbreak. If you don't remember, Outbreak came out in the 90s, and it was a movie about a virus getting spread airborne in California first from a dude being bitten by a monkey. and spreading that shit to where it would sweep the whole world in 48 hours. It's one of those movies that you don't see too often because Hollywood made it and it hit too close to home. It's one of those movies that I look at and consider that it was probably a test case to see where the populace was on understanding shit like this. So I will play this clip for you just so you understand. And this is another movie with a bunch of really, really great actors in it. This scene does not have all the actors in it, but it is a good thing I'll share. Let's do that. Let's do that. And then I will drop this link in chat. So if you want to come up and talk about any of these things, you're more than welcome to. And here we go with this one. Fair use. Now, he didn't do much talking in that scene, but it was an interesting scene to show. If you've never seen the movie Outbreak, Dustin Hoffman, Cuba Gooding Jr., Morgan Freeman, Donald Sutherland, bunch of other cast of characters that you would enjoy, you should go and watch that movie. Especially after the pandemic, you should actually watch that movie. It might be kind of interesting to you guys. You might understand why certain people, when that was going on, didn't want to believe the government. Seemed too much like it was scripted. Just saying. The other movie that falls in line with that is The Siege with Denzel Washington. Should probably check that one out too. Just saying. And those weren't made during I think they might have been made during Republican presidencies. It's funny how Hollywood always gets that shit right, you know, when they want to. All right, so link is in the chat if you want to come up and talk about any of this stuff. The Acolyte, The Boys, House of the Dragon. Otherwise, I will keep talking about it myself. Or I'll close this shit out at whatever. Around 30 minutes. So, shout out to Aquatechie for supporting the stream. Did I do that already? I think I did. I didn't get Aquatechies. No, I did get Aquatechies, didn't I? And Sportaholics. Anyway, I'll play it again because it's been a minute. And give you some transition.
Power of one, the power of two, the power of many. The power of one, the power of two, the power of many.
So, one of the things, holy shit. I did props already? Yeah. My bad. I did. Triple H got accused of what? Oh, damn, Triple H. I knew they was going to get your name in there sooner or later. Shout out to Arya. Appreciate you, Arya. Arya coming through swinging her ovaries. Appreciate you for supporting the stream, sister. I will give you power of many. Thank you.
The power of one, the power of two, the power of many. The power of one, the power of two, the power of many.
Yeah, too many voices in the same section. What did I just see? Acolyte must be crazier than I thought. Hitflix, yeah, but that's the only way you can make this shit entertaining. The only way to make this Acolyte show entertaining is to take and use parts of the most ridiculous parts of it for your own purposes. That's the only way to make it entertaining. I saw that scene and it was cringe scene that everybody saw. Everybody saw that scene. I watched everybody all week talk about that scene. Nobody did shit with it. I figured out something to do with it. I turned it into something more entertaining, more in keeping with what we were seeing. Bunch of chicks grinding on each other. Because everybody was out there calling it an orgy. Fine, it is. I just turned it into something that would be useful for me. Because otherwise, like I said, I'm not going to sit there and talk about it all week. I don't have time to do that. YouTube is not the only thing that I do. Fortunate or unfortunately. So I used it for what purpose it would be the most entertaining. And when I watched that, I laughed. Because that's what the scene made me do. Other than cringe when I was watching it, it made me laugh when I did that. And that was fun for me. That's how the shit works. What up, JT? JT in this bitch. Nobody coming up? Good. I have a short stream. I will actually keep this one down to 2 hours then. Awesome. Awesome sauce. Yeah, thread needles left and right. Yeah, the only thing they're missing is what their lightsabers would look like. And I'm assuming it would look like a double dong. Just saying. So, what else do I want to get into today? On a personal note, not really personal to me, but it's interesting to me nonetheless, is I was having a conversation with my friend yesterday, and this is the one who just had her relationship blow up in her face. And her really not understanding that shit. And her main thing for broaching this conversation was about giving up sex. Right. Now, for context, and a disclaimer, and this is not comic book TV show geek shit, but this is the hero's journey, not just geek speak. My friend is 40, she might be 46, 48 years old. So she's approaching 50. What I did yesterday was emotional labor by Dr. Tiasan standards. It was emotional labor. Because I'm having this conversation with somebody I've known for about 6 or 7 years. And we're having this conversation and I'm listening to this shit. And I am a good friend to a lot of people who may not be as good a friend to me. It just is what it is. But like Tupac said, you ain't never had a friend like me. You never have. Because I will give people the information I think they need to hear at the time they need to hear it. And what I was giving her yesterday was the truth. Not cushy feelings, but I think she understood that by coming to me with that shit. Yeah, I am an unpaid therapist at times, Aquateki, but after I got my degree, I stopped doing that shit. For the most part, I stopped doing it. I will pick it on a case-by-case basis if I want to get into it with people and invest my time to it. And like I told her, that kind of put her off about it, about having a conversation with me, because it's mostly over fucking text, was that I'm here because I choose to be. Because make no mistake about it, I don't have to listen to this shit. I don't. It is of no benefit to me to listen to this. But I'm not taking it on emotionally. I'm not. But I don't like seeing my friends, male or female, in a bad way, trying to make some sense out of what's going on and then running down a blind alley, banging their head into the wall in the wrong direction. No. If I can sit you right and sit you on a path that leads away from that shit, I'd rather do that, because I'm not your girlfriends. Your girlfriends will let you go off and do some crazy shit and never say anything. Just pat you on the back and say, you go, girl. I'm not your goddamn girlfriend. I'm going to ask you, what, you trying to be a hoe now or what? For real. Oh, so you just decided you're just going to keep sucking dick forever, right? Okay. So how many loads in your stomach through your mouth are you going to have to take before you figure out what's going on with men other than that? And that's what this conversation centered around, not around her having sex, because I thought that was actually stupid. It was a stupid fucking point to make. I'm not having sex anymore. Honestly, at this age, you almost off the table as a sexual option. You will be competing with the you are fresher fish. It sucks to be back out in the game like that at this age, but there are probably reasons for it. I investigate the reasons. I'm not sitting there talking shit about the dude, because I'm also not the gay friend. So beyond that, I hold my friends to some accountability for what they are doing. What did you put out there that made this shit not what it was? And when I hear a woman saying it came out of nowhere, I didn't understand, bullshit. Especially not with no man. It don't come out of nowhere for no man. He done told you many a times what it was. You either don't understand or you weren't listening. Either way, that shit is detrimental. And that's why he would turn around to you one day. It's like, yeah, you need to leave at the end of the month. Because that ain't an out of nowhere move. Especially not after 4 or 5 years. You ain't been listening for a while. Now, she watches this show, so I'm not getting into all of her business like that, but I'm using it as an object lesson. That's why y'all don't even know who the fuck this person is. She don't know any of y'all. So me talking about it is not for anybody who thinks, oh, he putting her business out there. It's not her fucking business. She shared it with me. She knows what I do. She knows what I talk about. She watches this channel at times. I'm not saying anything here that I haven't already said to her as. It's not disparaging. It's an object lesson. The same kinds of object lessons that I would give to my children, because that helps drive home the point of the things that people are talking about. You can talk all fucking day. You can talk all fucking day. You can give people things to read all the time. But until you can show them this train of thought failing or working, they will not believe you. So here we go. Rum and orange juice. Her situation broached to me about not wanting to have sex anymore. I told her it was actually stupid. Why did I tell her it was actually stupid? Because in some ways, sex is therapeutic. Her reasoning for wanting to get rid of sex because, it's no love in it. It's all transactional, the rest of that stuff. And it's like, first flaw. Sex ain't got a goddamn thing to do with love. Sex is not love. Now, mind you, I just told you how old she is. She's about as old as me. She's a little younger, but she's about as old as me. So she's well into her 40s. And she still believes that sex is about love. Sex is not about love. Sex is a fucking act. You can convey love through how you have sex. But sex in itself is not love. Now, you may have believed that shit when you were a teenager. That, oh, I love you, I'm going to have sex with you. It's not what that shit means. Sex in and of itself is a biological urge. You basically almost have no control over that shit. Almost don't. Because whether you like somebody or not, you will fucking around and have sex with them. You want to know something weird about Artisan? There's a time in my life I wanted to fuck Rosie O'Donnell, and I don't know why. I'd have no clue why. It's like it's after a League of Their Own or something. I'm like, what? Why the fuck? She is not attractive to me at all. Like, ooh. But why? I still ain't figured that shit out. I just accepted it as one of those things like the Loch Ness Monster, Bigfoot. It's just some things in this world you will never fucking know. You won't have the answer to it. You gotta have to accept that shit. Just one of them weird things. So, yeah, Aquatechy, Rosie O'Donnell, nigga. It's funny as shit, right? If it wasn't my life, it wouldn't be funny. That's how I look at this shit. If it wasn't my life, it wouldn't even be funny. That's a real thing. Not attractive to me at all. Didn't care. Little Spike, like, yeah, I do that. Like, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? You the reason we get into these problems, man. Good night. I don't know about your taste, homie. I had a serious conversation with myself about that shit. Like, what the what? No. Didn't matter. Anyway. The conversation about that went through sex, not having sex, or whatever. And basically, to me, it was a lot of around the rosy type of shit, to use a pun. It's walking around issues trying to land on the next thing. The main thing is that if you tell me about a man yelling and you don't keep saying, you don't understand men, you don't understand this, I did this, I don't understand this, what does a man really want? Geekelite, Black Manosphere. You can put it in the chat yourself. What do we hear all the time that men want? What do we hear that men want? Put it in the chat. This is educational for other people, so it ain't just me saying this shit. Think about your slipstream riders. Cooperation is one. Look, Malika, no. Must be a black man. Cooperation. Somebody with the conversation. Thank you. Aquatechy say respect. That's the major one. And Aquatechy came back for the twofer, the 1-2 punch. Respect and peace. Yes. Respect and peace. You know what I told her? I told her the Manosphere standard. As lined out by us. Fit, feminine, and friendly. Fit, feminine, friendly, and submissive. And put the asterisk on it, man. Does not mean slavery. Just means no fucking arguing. You know what I got back? Not submission. Which kind of gives me the indication of the problem. See, I know this person, we're friends, but I know this person intimately. And I know she has a fiery fucking temper. I know she has a fiery attitude. And some things can be peaceful. Some things can be a goddamn argument. Yeah, Malika, exactly. Shout out to Kevin Samuels. I was just waiting to see who knew where it came from. I know this about her because I told you guys before, I know my friends. I just don't know them as a surface level fucking person. I know them about their fucking personality because that's how I learn people and get to know people. Beyond the surface. Because I watch, I pay attention, I listen, I learn. It's not that they under scrutiny, but I am taking a lot of mental notes. And knowing what I know about her, she does not submit, or she can be really cold. And what she told me that the man said back to her was that she seemed cold. Like, no shit. Why? What is the other thing from one of the pillars of the black manosphere says that all black folks need all the time? I will tell you that shout out to the angry man, not clout chasing, but that most people need therapy. They do. He was the one that was saying that shit the earliest. Why does everybody need therapy? Because a lot of these goddamn people is running around jumping into a relationship with a bunch of undiagnosed, untreated problems, issues, things that they bring into relationships that do not make you a whole person, that can make you kind of cold. Eddie Murphy made a joke about it before about women with skeletons in their closets and why they don't talk too much. Because they worried a bone gonna fly out. So many skeletons. Yes, that's a true statement. Now I'm sitting there telling this person this and understanding her past history. I know her history. I know when she came to her sexual identity and what that was based on. I tell you this, it wasn't based on nothing nice. Mm-mm. It wasn't a traditional path. Let's say that. Now, your imagination will fill in a bunch of stuff, but understand she was a young girl. And this is not something uncommon amongst women and men. That kind of routine in sexuality can warp some things. And in 40 something years, that's why I'm hearing this person talk about, I'm just not having sex. What do you think of celibacy? What the fuck you mean? What do I think of celibacy? I think it works if you've never had it before. But if you had sex before, celibacy is, put it this way, it's easier for a man to be celibate, I think, than maybe a woman to. And it's easier for a man to if he has had bad experiences. Women being celibate, look, as I told her, a pair of open legs will attract a dick. Plain and simple. So you can sit on it if you want to. But in some ways, it's just going to drive you crazy. Same way, I say this and not directing it at anybody, that some women go crazy from not having children. Yeah, JT, involuntary. She's calling it voluntary, but it's actually involuntary. Because the problem is she's now afraid. This is my saying. I didn't tell her this part. She is now afraid to have a relationship. I put all the seeds out there for that. I touched everything around that outside of telling her you're afraid to get into another relationship. Now, She gave me the standard modern woman trope, which I fucking hate hearing. I fucking hate hearing. I'm just not going to deal with anybody. I'm just going to work on myself. Like, oh, get the fuck out of here. Y'all are not. You're not builders. You're not architects. You're not craftsmen or craftspeople, whatever fucking way you want to say it. A woman telling you she's working on herself ain't working on shit. You know why? If the main questions you keep asking me is, I don't understand men for this. I don't understand why men do this. I don't understand men for that. Why the fuck are you looking inside your feminine self to find an answer to that? If you're even feminine. You don't know. You've never been a fucking man. So just working on yourself and touching your own feelings ain't getting you no closer to a fucking answer. So what I suggested to her is do this. Instead of sitting there talking about you working on yourself, which just means that you're going to keep trying to figure out a way to make yourself unblameable in the situation, unresponsible in the situation, and everything has to go on to the man for fucking up your life and situation and everything else. Why don't you start reading some books written by men about what men go through in the world today? Why don't you start listening to some podcasts or some live streams of men talking about what they go through with women? Why don't you start doing that? And look past all the profanity, tune out the yelling, and listen to what they're actually fucking saying. That will get you closer to understanding what's going on with men, especially since she was hooked up with a black man. It might help you understand that shit. Because if all your questions are about men, looking in yourself ain't going to find you the fucking answer. Because number one, she never had a decent man in her life, father figure wise. Never had one. It's always been just women. The ones that were around were not good. Hence where the therapy comes in now. So looking inside yourself ain't going to get you a fucking answer. You're going to look at that broken clock and wait for the correct time. No. That working on myself is a cop-out. It's a way for them to sit on the sideline and pout and bitch and moan that it was all the other person's fault and never take accountability for what they have to do. Because working on yourself means if your ass is fat, you get your ass in the gym. That's working on yourself. If your head ain't right, you get your ass to some therapy or find a therapist. You talk out your problems, preferably with somebody of the opposite sex and older than you. That's my thing. And then you work out your problems. That's working on yourself because they are going to hold you accountable. Working on yourself is not just, I'm going to just go over here and just be me, do me, and be selfish. The fuck out of here. You ain't working on shit. You going to drink and do your little shit and be mad and miserable and depressed. If a man was doing that after a breakup, what would you say was wrong with him? I would think you would tell him he ain't dealing with the problem. He's not. Now, the other advice I gave her came straight from Angry Man, Angry Man Standard, right? I don't think it's an Angry Man Standard, though. He said it before about how you deal with a breakup, right? Get your ass to the gym. Start working out. Start reading. Start doing some other shit rather than dwelling in your own insecurities. And get a therapist. I suggested to her, get a male therapist older than you. That way you can have these conversations without somebody trying to fuck you. And you can find somebody local, or you can go to betterhelp.com and find somebody online. Seems to work wonders for people who use it. And then work out your problems there. Tell them, talk to them like you talk to me. And then you get the most out of that shit. But sitting your ass over in the corner working on yourself ain't getting you no closer to finding shit. You're not going to find the answer in you, because the answer you're looking for, you will not get to. How are you going to understand men better than you don't understand men? Probably should fucking talk to men. Don't be talking to none of these rest of these goofy bitches out here, because they don't know. And yeah, everybody is a user. She's trying to call this man a user. I'm like, what did she say? She called him a user and not real. I took offense to that shit. I was like, bullshit. That shit was real enough for 5 fucking years. Don't change your tune because yesterday it was all over. It was real as fuck for 5 years. And if we had came to you at any point within that 5 years and told you your relationship wasn't real, you would have cussed us the fuck out. Because it was real as fuck to you. Bullshit. It was real. It actually happened. Just because it didn't go the way you wanted it to, don't make it any less valid. Bullshit. Drop that. No. How is this man a user when he's the one putting you out? That means you're staying in his place with his child. How's he a user? For sex? I told her, man don't got to use you to get sex. He don't need a relationship to have sex. That's how much you know sex ain't about fucking love. He don't need a relationship to have sex. No man has to sell no woman no dream about we're going to be together, we're going to have this, that, and the other, sweetie. Yeah, I'm going to take care of you and all the rest of that to get pussy. Not in this day and age. Not this day and age. What was the video I seen the other day? Young 20-year-old chick breaking up with a dude because he wouldn't let her have threesomes and foursomes and get her holes filled out like an application? Are you shitting me? We don't need relationships for that shit. We don't. Because there's such a thing as prostitution. No relationship, straight transaction, no using. You're just borrowing it for a time limit. But this is the stuff that comes out of women's mouths. This ain't the first time I heard this shit. I heard it from my other friend the other day about when does life get easier. And I told you about her before. This is the chick that with the pretty privileges has finally gone away. She in her 40s. Pretty privilege has finally dropped off. And now you're just working every day at somewhat of a shit job. And you got bills and you ain't got nobody there to help you with that shit. There are no benefits anymore. Your child is grown. You're not getting no subsidies no more. You get to pay full price for everything. When does life get easier? I sent her back a simple reply. When you die. Because now you're done living. And I gave her, shout out to Charles Faulkner Jr., I gave her what Charles has said many times on this media, right? On these channels. Don't ask for a lighter load. Don't pray for a lighter load. Pray for a stronger back. Plain and simple. That's the fuck I told her. Why? Because she had it on easy mode for decades. This is not me being mean to her. It's me telling her the fucking truth. I've known her ass since she was fucking, 20-something? 30? She about to hit 50 now. I've known her enough years to know how she was living and how she was getting by, how everything was Gucci. Well, the rest of those little cheap mode benefits is falling off. Now it's about your ass. And you can't sell that no more. Not that she ever was, but it's not as marketable as it was before because there's a younger, better version now. You never locked down nothing that could be firm for you because you had other options. Okay. And they've run out now. Fuck you expect me to tell you? It's their fault? I misunderstand who the fuck I am. I'm an equal opportunity asshole. Mm-mm. The originator of equal rights and lefts. Get what you get. She doesn't want to be accountable for the fuck up and cause of the breakup. She needs to grow up and get a fucking clue. I agree with that, Malika. She does need a clue. And she is accountable. The only two people that are accountable in a breakup is the both of you. It's your relationship. I don't like people spiraling into this pattern and understand how my brain works. I recognize fucking patterns. I got pattern recognition software up the ass. I don't like people falling into the same pattern where they fall into these same common fucking logic traps of, oh, it was all them. I did everything. No, you didn't. If you did everything, he wouldn't have to ask you to leave. So let's just get that out the way now. You wasn't perfect. Which she said, oh, I'm not perfect. Yeah, but you know what? Women use that shit all the time. And what I'm perfect means is I'm not perfect. But that doesn't mean, the second part to that is, does not mean you should not be getting better. And you should not be working on what you're supposed to be getting better at. Because if you can admit that you're not perfect, meaning that I don't have a good jump shot or some shit like that. Yeah. They might take you on the team and say, you know what? He ain't got a good jump shot, but he good at all the rest of this shit. Okay, good. I'm on the team. But you know what your ass still got to do? You're going to have to get better at your jump shot though, motherfucker. Yeah, you on the team, but no, you got to work on that. You don't get to just slide by with not doing that shit because I'm not perfect. Accept me for what I am. Bullshit. Yeah, I might accept you at the beginning for who you are, but as time goes on, you need to be working on that shit and you need to be getting better. There is not a woman walking around out here that wants to date a man who ain't making the money she wants him to make right now, and he can still be making that same money 4 years down the road. Her ass will be gone. You better be improving. You better be stepping up some kind of way. Because life is not about stagnation. Stagnation is death. Everything should be on an increase in some form or fashion. But what they get tripped up in is that they think he accepted me here. I can just keep doing this and then drop down. No, the fuck you can't. Chris Rock made a joke about this very well. And he made this joke after he had been divorced and understanding the shit. Like when you have sex with your man, no, you're not admitting to just having this one thing this one time. No, you agreeing to have this shit, this one thing all the time. That's what women always try to escape in these relationships that are really short. They try to escape expectations. You can have no expectations of a person when they walk in the door. You just sitting down to have a coffee, a conversation, be pleasant. Maybe we'll share naughty bits at some point. Yeah, you can have no expectations there because you don't fucking know them and y'all ain't got nothing invested in each other. But when you get to the point that you're in a relationship, you are the regular mainstay for that person, and you get to a point where you living in the same domicile together, you have expectations now. And they don't drop lower, they go higher. Because the expectations of a man never go lower from that point. You can meet chicks that have high expectations before you even get in the door. Video I watched this morning, I sent to Black Bay. that I was having a fucking chuckle on was this chick sitting on a dating show talking to two dudes talking about, oh, it's a huge investment. You should pay for my babysitter. Pay for your babysitter on a date? First date, it costs a lot. I got to get babysitters for my two kids or whatever. Like, and the dude is asking, so the dude should pay for that? She's like, yes. Get the fuck out of here. What? I don't even know you. And them ain't my fucking kids. Why am I paying for a babysitter? Oh, hell no. No, y'all got some bad wiring going on around here. I don't know what electrician is out here wiring y'all up this way, but you need to call them back and let them fix that shit. That's ridiculous. But this is what she's coming out of her fucking mouth. She believes this shit. You can look her in her eyes and see she really believes this shit. Holy cow, how does this happen? Where do they make these motherfuckers? Society. Because if the roles were reversed and you asked that same woman, okay, he's coming to have a date with you, will you pay for his babysitter since he's taking you out to eat and shit like that? Ah, hell no, I ain't paying for no man. That's his responsibility. Oh, ain't it? Really now? Funny that you should say that. The lack of accountability is ridiculous. And that is their kryptonite. Just women in general nowadays. And I say in general because I know two decent ones in here. All right. Ari in here taking care of her kids. Trust is out there doing what she's doing. Right? Look. This friend is hitting that. If her man had to put her out of her thing, he ain't using her for shit. And sex wasn't the reason he was letting her stay there. He really wanted to have something with her because he spent 4 years fucking doing it. You name a man that spends 4 years doing anything that ain't invested other than fucking high school or college. I'd say just other than high school, because high school, you just want to get out of that shit. But college, you actually have to be invested in what it is you're trying to fucking do. 4 years, 365 days times 4. Wet weather, sunny weather, shit days, good days. He was still there doing that shit. Then he wanted to be fucking with you. He ain't doing it just for pussy. So something else was amiss. I don't know what it was. It just came out of nowhere. No, it wasn't. No, it didn't. Even I know it ain't came out of fucking nowhere. Y'all know how I know that shit? You want to know how I know that shit? Because when things are going good in a relationship, women don't reach out to other men. I know how long ago she contacted me. That's how I know things wasn't going all right. That's how. If things just swimming along and they happy as shit, they never reach out to no other dude. They be glommed onto that nigga's nuts like it got the water of life in it. And it does. But the moment your ass start trying to contact me, I knew something was up. Which is why I asked that question right up front. How are things going with your man? And are you trying to fuck around on him? Because I ain't for that. I don't do that kind of shit no more. Point blank, period. Oh, hell no. No, we good. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right, motherfucker. Tell me what you think you want me to know. But understand, I study human moves. And I know how you move and ain't telling me everything is okay. But it'll come out sooner or later. I'm patient. Like I said, I'm the sniper in this bitch. I'm in the cut watching you. Mm-hmm. Okay. Tell me whatever. That's what I think it was, Aquateki. That's what I think it was. It was something that he was telling her that she was not doing. Because make no mistake about it, I told y'all about this a couple weeks ago. This motherfucker was comfortable with this dude believing that I was trying to hit on her. Oh, the fuck I wasn't. Why would I? I don't go backwards. There's no point. But we can clear this shit up right now. Put that nigga on the phone. I can tell him flat out for myself. Nigga, I'm 5 hours away and I don't want that shit. So we can clear this shit up. Don't be putting that dirt on my fucking name. But she was comfortable leaving it there with his ass for a minute. Something else was going on. I know personally, if I invested 4 years in a chick, and mind you, I've been married for 14 years. If I invested 4 years in a chick, that is my woman. If I leave her after 4 years, she fucked up somewhere. Plain and simple. She has fucked up somewhere. Now, what I didn't tell this person is that my last ex, I broke it off with because she wasn't respectful. Now, we have tried multiple times to have a relationship and have something solid and serious. And this last time I was hoping was going to be the one that fucking worked and we could have got married eventually and shit like that, for real. But same shit. Her past trauma from growing up, some shit I wasn't there for or didn't do to her ass, she will not get therapy for. She won't go and talk to somebody about it. Could be cultural. Could be. But she's been in this American culture longer than she came from the other one. So that's bullshit. She just don't want to. Because it comes down to accountability and she will have to change. Not for me, for her. Like BGS says, you can't rip somebody's paradigm away from them and not give them anything to replace it with. Well, if you rip away the paradigm of victimhood and replace it with accountability, do they want that? Fuck no. It's easier to keep blaming men. It's still the men's fault. No, it's always men out there. It's the problem of every dude that she ever opened her legs for and fell into that shit, squirted, and said, you know what, this ain't really the thing for me. It's all their fault. It ain't her behavior. It ain't her cussing people out. It ain't her talking to people like they fucking children. It ain't none of that. No. All men like that, right? All men enjoy that shit. Mm-mm. Yeah, see, even the Maple Leaf, even in Canada, they know that shit. Man broke it off. Yeah, you fucked up. Yeah, you obviously fucked up because what else has been said in this space before? Black men has the lowest dating standards, period. We more egalitarian than most other fucking dudes. She a Latina. I know what a Latino man would be giving her. I know. Americanized or south of the border. I know what he'd be giving her ass. Work, nigga. Work. You'd have to do a whole bunch of shit. I tell y'all this. Do you understand that there are, and most of y'all might not know this. I don't know if you do. If you do, you can chime in the chat. But do you understand in Latino culture, there are women, this is modern day now, that are responsible for taking off a man's shoes when he gets home, washing his feet, making him his meals, feeding him, doing all of this shit for him. He don't have to do shit when he get home. You can just sit down in the chair and get this shit done. And no, he ain't no Fortune 500 fucking dude. No. He can be your laborer that you see on the side of the fucking road, working a cement truck. hauling a wheelbarrow. Yeah, that nigga. Can you believe that shit? I know women who have done that. At least two. At least two of my exes. This is modern times. These motherfuckers are the same age as me. That is the culture. Now you tell me a Latino woman that's with a brother and ain't got to do none of that shit was doing everything. And predominantly date brothers. She don't date Latino dudes anymore. Why not? Because you don't want to play by their rules, which means you would be doing fucking everything. And they would expect shit from you. Like, watch your fucking mouth. Don't be talking to me crazy. Yeah, the Goku meme, women versus accountability. It's the only thing they're fighting against. That ain't men. Men are a stand-in for accountability because that's what men bring to the table. Authority and accountability. Why accountability? Because it ain't too many things in the man's world you get to get by with without being fucking accountable. You can't do your job, fuck up at doing your job, and have your male boss come listen to you give him a fucking excuse of why it's not done correctly, especially if you know how to do it correctly. He's not going to hear that shit. We have no time for it. We do not live in the gray area of the world. Things are either done or they're not done. It's either done correctly or it's done wrong, motherfucker. We don't have time to futz over, well, you know, I wasn't feeling it today and I stubbed my toe. You remember when I bumped my toe? Okay, my toe was hurting this day. And because my toe was hurting, my sciatica was acting up and it really hurt for me to be down here on my knees. Man, I don't give a fuck. Get your checks and get the hell out of here. I don't want to hear all this shit. Met a Brazilian who was like that. Exactly. Dad said no. Dude, I know tale of a grown-ass Latino woman, 60 years old, was married for like 20-some years, had never even showered with her husband because he didn't do that shit. And crying about all the affection she was missing out on because they were not affectionate like that. You don't get to have a lot of that lip. But she did have his dinner ready every night at 7 o'clock. The woman I met after my wife, who got divorced around the same time that I did, that's what she did for her husband. Her and her daughters. You know where he got that from? His mama. Because that's what his mama would do. This ain't old shit. If these people the same age as me, this is still in the last 50 fucking years. No, nigga, people get by on doing a lot less and being accountable for a lot less and still getting to puff their chest out like they did every goddamn thing. No, you didn't. And that's obvious. Because if you did everything, you'd still be with that motherfucker. Because no man got a chick that's doing everything, at least in my belief. No man who has a chick that's doing everything for him, if he would even want that shit, but she is doing everything for him, no way in hell he would leave her. And leave her in the sense that he wouldn't want her to be his woman no more, not make her his wife. Because in 4 years, you should have been somebody's wife already. And if you ain't made wife status, elevated to wife status in 4 years, you don't qualify to be a wife. And time is wasting. Just how I see things. Because for me, your main chick is not the top of that fucking pyramid. Wife is the top of that pyramid. And if you can't get that, you don't rise to that level. We've talked about that in the manosphere a bunch of times as well. So something wasn't going right. The other thing that I got was a man yelling. And what I told her was, men are passionate. And men speak at a loud volume because that's how our passions come out. We don't get to have crying fits and shit. We don't get the world to come wrapping its arms around us and hugging us and telling us it's okay to be this way. No, you don't. So a man releasing his passions results in a higher volume. We have deeper voices and all that shit. That's just what comes with the territory. But what you need to do if you're hearing a man, trust me, I have hugs for you. I take that full chest hugs. You got nice racks. Shit's probably soft. What you have to understand when you hear a man yelling usually means he's really passionate about what he's talking about, and you ain't heard him when he was talking calmly. What you cannot do though is try to micromanage his getting out his emotions by, well, I'm not going to talk to you until you stop yelling. That's going to really piss his ass off, because now you're trying to tell him he cannot, listen to the wording here, y'all. You cannot tell him he cannot express the way he wants to express. Well, you heard that shit before. You usually hear from women. Going to fuck off. Let me just have my emotion. Let me just get it out the way I want to get it out. Sound familiar? The same shit they want. And I told her that. I said, well, you have to understand that, but what's the difference between doing these things and just letting him get it out the way he wants to get it out, and not trying to micromanage it, but understand that's the same shit men do for y'all. You can be hysterical and yelling and all the rest of that shit, and you're supposed to be sitting there just like, I hear you. I hear what you're saying, but yeah, I got you. We're supposed to hear all that shit. We just tune it out. So you feel comfortable getting all that shit off your chest. So you can feel, oh, he really loves me. He let me get all that out. It's a sewer pipe. You understand that, right? That's all it was. He just let you emotionally vomit on him and felt nothing about it. Just wiped his face and kept listening. You hear him raising his voice and you want to control his tone. No, you don't. Let him get that shit out. It is no different than you and a bunch of your homeboys sitting around and two of your homeboys get into a fight because they've been saying slick shit to each other and one had enough of that shit. What you gonna do? You jump in and stop it, or you sit there and say, let them get that shit out? Why? Because this is the natural process. Once they tire themselves out, then they can get back to fucking talking. Now, since women do not get into fist fights with men, and men don't necessarily want to be in fist fights with women, you're going to have to listen to the yelling because you don't want to deal with the hands. So you're going to have to hear the loud talk and desensitize yourself to it. Now, this is the part that I told her, that if you had a strong father in your life, you would understand this shit. You would. You would. Because understand, when a man is yelling, you have failed to listen already. He don't start off yelling. He got to 10 because he went through 1 through 9 first, and you wasn't paying attention. And that is the respect part that makes men the most pissed off, when you don't fucking listen. That's what submission is fucking listening. They always jump to this slavery and being a footstool and all the rest of this dumb shit that ain't nobody asking them to do. No man wants some totally beat down ass fucking women that won't say boo to him. But we also don't want some woman who is not engaged with us and will not invest in us the same way we are investing in them, by being cold and shut off and having no investment in anything. I don't argue with them. I don't say anything. Well, that's a problem too, because you got to say something. I don't want a doormat. I can buy one of those. It's not what your ass is here for. But if you want to give some respectful pushback or be an actual sounding board, that helps the relationship. Because it ain't just being a yes woman. That shit is boring as fuck, dude. There's a perfect example of this in The Boys. Season 4, episode, what was it, 3 or 4? Where Homelander is sitting in their 7th tower pissed off. Why? Because deep in all the rest of these people in this room are being fucking yes men, sycophants, and he hate that shit. Nobody will challenge him. It's partly his fault, but nobody will challenge him. So what does he do? He tells Deep to go suck A-Train's dick right there in front of everybody. And Deep gets his ass up to go over there and do that shit. He's disgusted. It was episode 1. Thank you, Andre. Homelander's disgusted. Why? Because he recognizes who's standing there around him. Nobody who will tell him the fucking truth. Fucking good is that? I'll do what the fuck you want. I gotta get out of here. Right? That's why he was pissed off. Yeah, and A-Train got up too, like, shut up. You bitching up just the way he is. Only difference is one of you know he gonna have his mouth full. Yeah, Andre. Yeah, we especially love getting tone police after getting gaslit. Oh yeah, that's a winning strategy for the failure of anything. You can see this with men with kids, right? Men will talk to kids first about shit that they shouldn't be doing, or shit that's pissing them off that they want you to stop doing. Because I can tell you this, no man likes being repeatedly irritated. That's not how it works in the world. We had to stop that shit. This is the reason for Kevin, shout out to Kevin Samuels, for knowing that there wasn't a man in the house when a woman got a fucking smoke detector beeping and going off. Because the battery is dead. You know why? Because men don't like repetitive irritation. So a man would stop that shit. He would have changed the battery already. That shit couldn't have gone on a day before he's like, oh no, that shit gotta stop. We put an end to things, especially repetitive irritations. We don't do those. So we will talk to you first, but we want it to come to an end. If it does not come to an end, maybe we'll talk to you again, or maybe we're going to get a little louder about how much we don't like this repetitive shit happening. If it continues, you don't get the right to be upset about the yelling, because obviously you wasn't listening when we were talking softly. So maybe the volume needs to be raised so you understand how serious this shit is. That's what she wasn't getting. Oh, he was yelling. What is that? The simp code word, trigger word that jumped out. Dun, dun, dun. He was yelling at you. He is a terrible man for that. Get the fuck out of here. That ain't me. My question was, what were you not listening to that he was saying? What was he yelling about? Can't tell me? That means you weren't fucking listening. Now I know why he was yelling. That's usually it. If he got to yell about anything, you weren't listening to what he said the first time. And he knew you weren't. And that's what's pissing him off to get to the point that he's up and yelling about it. Because he cannot fathom why the fuck you're still doing this if we've already talked about this numerous times. Girlfriend I was talking about, that was one of the reasons I broke up with her. Same shit. Don't want to get help for your problems. You keep doing the shit I told you I don't like, which is trying to blame me for shit that I ain't even done. I am not going to be the receptacle for your bullshit childhood. I didn't raise you. And I'd be goddamned if I'm going to do all this work on myself to let you come along and blame me for shit that I had no responsibility for. No. If your parents is dead, it's your fucking responsibility. Take your ass to a goddamn therapist and talk about it. Because that ain't my job. My only job over here is be having a good time and fucking your brains out. That's my only job over here. I'm not here for the therapy session because you ain't paying me for that. She didn't want to do that shit, but wanted to try to disrespect me, my intelligence, and my efforts in getting educated. She wanted to tell me that shit ain't nothing. Well, fuck you, it is something, but that's okay. I'm sure you'll be all right in your life. I'm sure you will find somebody else to fucking suck on. I'm sure. Because like I said, a pair of open legs will always attract a dick. So you go on. It just won't be me. And I won't feel like I'm missing shit. Yeah. She won't be by herself because she will be one of these serial monogamists that constantly keeps monkey branching from relationship to relationship. Because that's the only time they feel like they left stuck, when they didn't have a firm grasp on the next limb before the other one broke. They're usually more comfortable in the position of leaving. They only get shook up when they get left. That's when they, oh, what the fuck? I didn't expect that. That was a little ahead of schedule. Did you blowing out for trust? Look, man, I've gotten older and I've gotten smarter and I've gotten less patient. And that's the way the shit goes. You don't gain more patience as you get older. You gain less. Why? Because you've seen certain things too many goddamn times. Too many times. And because you've seen it so many times, and it's an irritation, you want that shit over with. So you'll end it quickly. No, I'm not doing that. I remember in my 30s when I stopped going places with my wife that I didn't want to go. It was a problem. Why? Because I wasn't showing up and hitting my marks like she had scripted and wanted me to. Now she had to roll into them places by herself and suffer the questions of, what's going on? Y'all okay? He said he was going to be here. He said no. And I can't tell a grown man what to do. Goddamn right. And he don't really like y'all. He was just coming for me. Yeah, better uses of my time. So, like, share, subscribe, support the stream. So, Sports stream if you feel so inclined. So this friend is going through it. And make no mistake, I talked to her for about 2 hours. What up, AB? Talked to her for about 2 hours about this shit, going back and forth. And she did the common gaslight thing where she tried to lead the conversation after you seemed like you invested in it. And I called her on that shit because that's bullshit to me. If you've put this shit out here, you want somebody to talk to you about it, they start hitting you with some facts that you don't want to hear. And then you go, oh, I got to go. I'm sorry I bothered you, whatever. No, the fuck you ain't. So don't be saying that disingenuous shit. You ain't sorry you bothered me. You sorry that I'm hitting you with this accountability bombs. Suck it the fuck up. Because I'm not here for my fucking health. I'm not here for you to drop some negative off about somebody else and then skirt on with your day. Fuck you. No. I'm listening because I consider you a friend of mine. And I want to see you moving in the right direction, not the wrong one. So let's make sure we get this shit straight before anything else. What up, Dad?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. I'm drinking my drink.
Your man talk here on my walk home from visiting my kids.
Oh, you've been dealing with it today too, huh?
Well, to one of the points that you were making. My son did something that undisciplined boys would inevitably do.
Talk shit. I'm
sitting in the chair, we playing, and then he hauls off and then gut punches me as hard as he can. And so my daughter knows. She just turned 10. She knows something's coming. And I got them bitches sitting in the corner waiting for me to do something. So I said, my son's name is Gabriel. I said, Gabriel, come here. He would not come because he knew he was in trouble.
He knew he was supposed to be getting it.
And so before he even got to me, he said, I'm sorry, Daddy. And I was like, okay, still, you got to bring your ass over here. Now, I couldn't do anything but talk to him at the time because usually he'd have got plucked in the forehead.
Like, yeah, he would have got that shit.
You're going to get some pain. But my daughter asked me, she says, Daddy, why did he do that? I said, because he doesn't have a man around.
Yeah,
that's precisely why he did it. He's undisciplined.
Mm-hmm.
And so to bring this back to the women, which is what we've been talking about, well, what you've been talking about, is that women are the same way. Mm-hmm. If they don't get gut checked every now and then, they're just gonna keep on doing this shit.
Yeah, it's just child. I don't even want to say it's child psychology. It's child behavior. It's what children do. Children test boundaries. And I forget his first name, but it's a psychologist named Vygotsky. And the what is it called? Proximal development or something like that. And basically the theory goes that children always test boundaries, right? To see where they're at. Once they test that boundary, if you let them go over it, they will look for the next boundary. Mm-hmm. But you have to accept that they've passed this boundary and let them know you've passed this point already. Mm-hmm. So they're going to keep pushing to look for those boundaries. And if the boundary is what he's testing in this situation, because he tried to shit while you at this once a week meeting shit with these bitches sitting over his shoulder, he's trying to see what dad can and cannot do.
Yep.
And that's why he hauled off and hit you in the fucking stomach, because he knows what that gets. If he knows what it gets and your daughter knows what it gets and he still did that shit anyway, he's testing the barriers like, oh, dad can't smack me up right now. Mm-hmm. That's what he's doing. He's testing the boundaries of that environment, because that's what men do.
Yep.
You have to do that. Like if you put out in the jungle by yourself, what you gonna do? Build a hut and stay in the hut the whole time and never venture out 10 feet from it? No, nigga, you're gonna be out there like, how far can I go before something out here try to kill me?
Yes.
What the fuck? Okay, I got this area. There's a river. I can't jump in the river because it's crocodiles and shit. Let me just, okay, so 15 feet, not 20. Okay, we good. You always gonna do that. That's human nature. Kids do that more than anybody. They will do shit to see if they're going to get their ass beat for it. And if they get their ass beat for it, they'll stop. boy, or they meet some opposition. If they don't meet any opposition, then you upgrade it to the next level.
Yep.
Well, I will try something bigger to see who stops me. You can see that shit happening in the culture in the neighborhoods every day of the week. A bunch of fucking kids that have never been checked by any male.
Yep.
These women out here acting a goddamn fool. These boys out here acting a damn fool. Nobody has ever been checked by male authority, ever. And that's why they keep doing bigger and bigger shit. What up,
That's
AB?
Man,
Yeah, that's. Oh, go ahead, AB.
Go ahead.
I mean,
My
that's.
dad-
I mean, because let me just go ahead and get it out.
Let me go dead set and then AB. Go.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
We're
yeah,
good.
it's like when I was, when I talk about these things, usually, I'm looking at how these things overlap into other areas, because these things just like when I was on my arts panel, and it was me, Uru, and I don't know if I forgot who was there, but we were talking about one subject, and we bring it into the next, and I was like, yes, all of this shit overlaps. This nothing really that dissimilar between raising kids and managing a woman, other than the fact that a woman is supposed to be more mature and managing herself.
Yeah, not nowadays. Damn sure ain't. You don't like to make those parallels, but look, for me, behavior is behavior.
You're right.
And if the behavior is the behavior of a child, it's the behavior of a child. If it's coming out of a child or a 50-year-old, it's all the same. That behavior is childish because it shows me you have not mentally matured to the point to understand not to do that kind of shit.
Yeah.
Go ahead, AB. You up here?
Man, my dad was on his deathbed, and I would be afraid to touch him wrong, and afraid that was just gonna
Rise up.
beat the shit out, rise up, and just be. He was on his deathbed, man, and like you said, he doesn't have a male figure around because that thought never came to my head to try to punch my father in the stomach. How old is he now?
My son?
Yeah.
He's 5.
Oh, hell no.
Look. Me and my son would play, and my white son Ford, my buddy Josiah's the big freak. We'd play. We'd be punching each other, right? Because I grew up like that around boys. We'd punch each other. It'd be cool. Now my son playing around because we had been playing this way, so it's accepted that this is how we've been playing. Sitting on the couch at the house one day, just chilling, just bullshitting with each other, whatever. He did haul off and punch me right in the nuts, wearing sweatpants. He got the full brunt of it.
Yeah.
Now I didn't kick his ass that day because I was hurt, but I told him, I'm gonna wait till you have a kid, motherfucker, and I'm gonna beat them fucking little nuts up. They gonna be finished. You got one on hold, boy. You got one on standby coming for you. It's gonna happen when you least expect it, but it's gonna happen. He still got that one coming. He know. The only reason he got a pass because we was already playing that way. That's the only reason he got a pass. But I knew what it was. In that moment, he felt like, fuck this old nigga, I'm about to sneak him one. That's all it was.
Yep.
That's all it was. He just wanted to feel like he got a one up on me. Okay, little nigga. Okay, I got you. You got one coming though. That motherfucker will not be cold. It will be heated and warmed up for you as soon as I see you slip it. And he already had a kid, so it's like, ain't no point in damaging anything now. The legacy has been fulfilled. You can get all of that. So,
I hate that.
But boys testing, you'll test. Look, I try to let that shit out in ways where at least in some kind of controlled sense so they can get that shit out, because I understand it's a natural process that needs to happen, right? Especially with boys and their fathers. It's going to need to happen. You just want it in a healthy way, not in some kind of way where you think you're about to come in here and kick my ass. That's what's not going to be.
Right.
Can't have that. I don't want that respect eroded that kind of way, because you'll feel some kind of way about me and I will feel some kind of way about you. And I told my son before that if that shit ever went that way, I will beat you like I didn't know you. Because in my mind, that's exactly what it will be. It will be another fucking dude that I'm trying to live and go home with. Look, let's not push it that way. But we've never had that situation, which is good. But Yeah, your son in that environment where he knows it's kind of controlled and you are being hamstrung by how you can react to them. That's a straight up test and a flex in a way. That's all that shit is. And they are doing more damage by having you in that situation where you cannot curtail something like that, because you stretch that out 5 years down the road. What you got?
You got an unwary teenage boy.
Mr. Sitch, you got to talk to him. You got to take him back in your house. Oh, fuck y'all. No, put him in your house. You let him get to this point.
I want to touch on something else too. But go ahead, AB, before I go.
I just saw a TikTok of this chick talking about I'm tired because police picked her son up after he ran away for like the fourth or fifth time, and you know what I'm thinking the whole time, like, okay, where's the father? But she didn't even want to pay the ticket for her son running away and stuff.
That's what we always end up saying is like, where's the father? But look, I'm all for learning new information, implementing new information, and going forward with the new information, right? If we know that these kids have been raised for at least 40 years in this kind of environment where no man has had any say-so over this child, stop looking for the goddamn father. Drop that frame of logic right now. Stop asking where the goddamn father is. If the mother has had to pay for his ass several times, there ain't no fucking father around.
Nope.
Yeah.
She the one wearing the mustache playing daddy, right? So what is the mama's problem? Stop looking for somebody else to blame. It's on them. That's their responsibility. Look, you want to treat men like sperm donors? Okay. Are we looking for the sperm donor to find out what's wrong with this kid? Or are we looking at the mother and saying, why are you bailing him out? Why is he having to run away from your home 4 times? What's going on in your house that makes him want to run away? Why is it not a safe and nurturing environment with your feminine ass being there, right?
Good point.
Look, I'm all for putting the blame where it belongs. I will never yell at somebody else for something somebody else did to piss me off. No, I will yell at your ass. You could have a problem with it all you want to, but you the one who did it. You the one gonna get the blame for it. I don't need to yell at somebody over here for what you did over there.
I'm going to posit this on something that we were talking about earlier, and that's I'm going to put some women up on some game, which the women here already know. So, but women
on the replay.
Yeah, here's the deal. Women, when they're raising children, do this really great motherly thing, which is redirection. And my first wife, which is one of the reasons why I lament, actually, us breaking up, because I give her high praise, is she had the ability to redirect me when I got passionate or angry. And I can point to, like, I had a punching bag in my garage when I was living in Texas. And I'm hella mad because somebody done pissed me off at work, and I came home, it's her day off, and I'm raising hell. And she's like, okay, gotcha. And she, she's doing that calm thing she does. She got her hand on my wrist. Next thing you know, I'm out in the garage and she putting my gloves on.
Feminine shit.
And and it was just like, she done walked out and I'm already hitting the bag. That was the kind of woman that she was. She just redirected it. She knew it wasn't aimed at her. So she didn't have to sit there and take shit. She was like, look, nigga, you need to get your ass in that garage.
Yeah. So, it's been one of them days. Yeah. It's been one of them days. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, women have been doing that for eons because they understood their men. They understand this dude got to get this aggression out, because if it don't, it's going to turn, if he doesn't, it's going to turn inward, or he's going to take this shit out on me and the kids, and we can't have that shit.
No, that is not the healthy expression of it.
Right.
That's why I get women who get upset about a man yelling. It's like, you're really a child, because yelling is the easiest thing you can deal with. It don't have to mean shit. You yell at people in traffic. You can see somebody losing their shit out in public. Yelling is the easiest thing to deal with. You don't want to deal with anything past yelling.
No,
you really don't. So if yelling is all you got to hear, then fuck it. You can hear that shit. You can tune it out. It can be like loud music that you don't like.
Yeah.
Like, it totally desensitized to it. I don't even hear the shit. They said words. They were saying words. I didn't hear it. No, dude. But that is where at least with this friend, what I was getting at with her is you need to learn about men from men. Since you ain't had no father there, you're going to have to read some goddamn books or listen to some podcasts nowadays. I don't care what the fuck you do, but you need to learn about men from men and get past the, oh, he was yelling and he was cussing and every chick was a bitch. So what? Every chick you don't know is a bitch. What do women call chicks that they don't like? Bitches. What are we talking about? Are we grown-ups? Or is the English language, a stumbling block for all of us? I don't give a damn about what somebody say. Look, if there's a point to be made, let them make the point. I can overlook the passion. And what I did was I sent her Angry Man's video. That one he just did about that balloon popping thing. I sent her that video. And what did I tell her? Watch this video. Pay attention to the host. Pay attention to the host and the points he made. Disregard the loud talk, disregard any profanity, but pay attention to the host. That's where the gems are. Soon as she started watching that shit, I started getting a message a minute. Every 2 minutes about these goddamn chicks on here. I don't give a fuck about them goofy bitches.
Right.
Are you doing what I told you to? This is probably the problem right here. This is probably the problem you had with your man right here. I gave you simple directions. You on everything else but the fucking directions I gave you. Is this what he was talking about? Because I can see that's an issue right there. Plain and simple. Then she shut up and then start watching the video and start paying attention to what AM had to say about what he was looking at. I didn't send you the video to watch the motherfuckers popping a balloon. Listen to the host. He's the same age as you. We in the same age group. Listen to the knowledge, but you're worried about all the window dressing and not paying attention to the goddamn message. That's part of the problem. That's why I point this shit out, because it's easy to define if you let them talk for like 2 seconds. You suggest something, they give you a counter, that could be probably the issue. You're not listening to what the fuck was actually said to you. That's the submission part, listening. It ain't that damn hard. But
yes, on the larger overarching issue, and that's, I was thinking about this phrase when you were doing your monologue, and society has basically abandoned the individual, and thereby abandoned unions between individuals. Because when I'm looking at this relationship thing and all of its issues, there is no societal reinforcement of those relationships anymore. It's just gone. There's an element, there's an inhuman element to all of this now that I'm just like, we're through. Unless society starts nurturing the individual unions, we are toast. It ain't gonna happen.
No, it's not gonna happen. One of the points I was making with her is about that society has moved in a way where it does not support relationships. So you have to understand that you're actually doing something counter to your culture right now, in and of itself. And since they're not making people who know how to deal in relationships, it's a problem, because people know how to get into relationships. They know how to get into relationships. And I told her it's usually sex. They know how to get out of relationships. It's usually related to sex, infidelity, or whatever the fuck you have. Right? Oh, I need to do this and I'll just get out and I'll be scot-free, right? The problem is that middle part. They don't know how to stay in relationships. They don't know how to maintain a fucking relationship. And maintaining a relationship is no different than you going to get your fucking hair and nails done every 2 weeks. Cutting your fucking grass. It's regular maintenance. It's work. It's not an easy cake ride. It's not. You're supposed to actually do some shit. Or it's going to fall apart. It's just what it is. So that's what they don't teach. They teach you the front in the beginning. Yeah, you can have all this sex and this will lead into a relationship, or you can do all these things and get out of it. Go run away, girl. He ain't no good for you. They don't know shit about this middle part, because that's not the part they've ever lived. They saw their elders getting into relationships, and they saw their elders' relationships fail. They don't know what the fuck the middle was. That means we listening to a bunch of goddamn children.
Yep. And here's the overlap. Just like if you want to be successful at anything, especially when you're working out, you need to build routines. And there are routines in relationships. Me and Art talk about this. I mean, Art Newster, when we're on the phone, he's talking about his wife. He's like, oh, yo, man, I need to go and we call it water in the garden. That's what he calls taking care of his wife. It's like, yeah, brother, go and water the garden.
Yeah, I call it relationship dues. Because I relate to things like a union. You got to pay your relationship dues. You got to pay your dues. Yep. Your relationship dues might be doing something you don't feel like fucking doing for the other person. That may be just what it is, but that's paying your relationship dues. You paying that shit because you want to maintain this relationship. The point at which you stop doing that shit is the point at which you ain't having no relationship no more.
Yep.
You do got a roommate who can move the fuck out. You ain't gonna clean the dishes? You don't want to clean the bathroom? You got to get the fuck out of here because we're gonna have a clean bathroom and clean the kitchen. I'm sorry, it's not what we do here.
Yeah, that's what the dude losing his job is about. It's her insecurity over him not being able to pay his relationship dues. That's all that shit is about. It's real simple. So I get it. A woman is with a dude and she's like, I don't know, let's say like they're 6 months in and then he starts failing and she wants to leave. Okay. She ain't got time to waste. If that's what her goal is, okay, go and be with somebody else. Dude, don't be boo-hooing over here because pick your ass up and then go and do something else and then get another woman, or if you so choose, win that woman back. But I'm not going to put the onus on a woman who leaves a relationship because the dude couldn't perform, because our duty in a relationship is performance. Yeah.
It's performance based. It's always performance based. My good homeboy I had at the time when I first started going through my divorce prologue, before I was getting into that, he asked me about. He broke it down for me really plainly, and told me that it was your fault. You made this shit happen. I'm like, nigga, what the fuck you talking about? And I had lost my job for a while, and I had got depressed about that shit. I didn't know who the fuck I was without doing that damn job. I really didn't. So because I had a wife and a family at the time, it was not time for me to be sitting up there fucking depressed. And I was depressed for a while. But because of that, she started thinking about I was not performing for the family.
Yep.
I wasn't performing for the family. I wasn't living up to my part of the bargain. And it crystallized at one point where we were separated and stuff like that. We're having this conversation. And she asked me, do you not want to take care of me anymore? I'm like, where the fuck is that coming from? Nobody had taught me this shit. I wasn't in the manosphere, none of this shit. Nobody had taught me this shit because there wasn't no father at home with my mother. Nobody had taught me this shit. I don't know what the fuck she was talking about necessarily. I just thought it sounded like a stupid ass fucking question. Like, yes, I want to take care of you. It's just, man, it's in a rough spot right fucking now. I don't know how to get out of it. Didn't matter. So when she started looking for other people who could take care of her, am I surprised by that shit? No. This was a broke chick that had a family all of a sudden, and then in 1 minute, all of it is kind of blown up. And now the weight is shifted onto her. She wasn't ready to be dealing with that kind of weight. And I told her that shit before it ever happened. You need to be at a level so if something happens, we can maintain this. If you're not, it's going to fall apart. She didn't want to listen to that shit. It happened. She couldn't handle all that shit and then start resenting my ass for it. But I fell into my own depression, which caused more of a fucking problem. So my homeboy telling that shit to me, yeah, it sucked. I didn't like it. I was pissed off at him for saying it, but it was the truth. And that's what the truth is. The shit you don't want to hear at the time you don't want to hear it. And it don't give a fuck about your feelings. That was the goddamn truth. And I accepted it for that. It's just what the hell it was. Yeah. I put the situation, the family got put in a situation because of shit that was going on with work and stuff like that. It was the economy, everything else, but I did fall into my own depression. That fucked up the family situation too. That added to it. It don't make everything that she did right, but it does give you an indication of why she moved in the way she did.
Exactly.
Because that motherfucker is going to survive like a cockroach. She going to survive some kind of way. Somebody going to be paying, nigga. It's just what it is. Just what it is.
I often told when I before I even married my second wife, we had some long talks where she was sitting there bawling. I was like, look, you need to be aware there's going to be some unintentional hurts here. You know, this is marriage. This ain't no bullshit. This is marriage. We are having children. And, you know, me having come out of a 15-year marriage, I already knew. It's like, this might happen. This might happen. I'm going to be pissed off one day, but it's not going to be at you. Economy could go crazy. Are you going to stick around? I'm going to get sick. I'm 19 years older than you. I ended up in surgery. What she had to do? She had to hold it down. Fortunately, I had insurance and everything else, so it was easy for her. But when she had to be out of work for 4 months because, you know, my son had breached early, she didn't have to worry about anything. That was the payoff.
See, that's the difference between the men and women. Men will usually stick there through it because my trade, I was a carpenter at this time. And about the time this shit happened, it was 2008.
Wow.
Housing crisis.
Yep.
Where people that I known had been working for 30 goddamn years didn't have jobs and didn't know what to do and was searching around in California, nigga. Everything was running on me. All the bills in my name. All the place that we had, I put cash money down on it, motherfucker. All that shit was running through me. I had told her that shit ahead of time. Like, look, we got to prepare because this shit, understanding when the weight is on you like that, where all the weight is on you and you carry it, you understanding that, man, if my knee go out, all this shit toppling.
Yep. You are Atlas.
All this shit to topple. Look, you got to get up to this level quicker so we can balance this shit out a little bit. So when you hear women talking about that, oh, we got to be equally yoked.
Shit.
Shut the fuck up. You don't want to carry that weight like that. No. You don't. You're doing it now and don't want to. Shut up. But equally yoked, that's what it means. You need to be making about the same amount so the family can function on either one of y'all losing your shit. If it's all functioning on me carrying all this weight and something like the economy pulled a rug out from under my ass, the fuck is gonna happen? It's gonna be a struggle and you're gonna have to deal with it. Now, this ain't the Great Depression, but you're gonna have to deal with it. Your version of it. What did she do? She started looking for a way out.
Women are the consummate survivors. They will survive.
They will survive. They will survive. What up, Dre?
What's good, everybody? Good afternoon. Yeah, I wanted to speak on what you were talking about.
I can barely hear you, brother.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. You're a little low, but let me see if I can turn them up.
Might have to put my
Switch out ours. I'll catch you later.
All right, AB.
Yeah, I might have to switch my earbud, but if you can't hear me, I'll switch it out. If you can,
I can hear you. I just turned you up.
Yeah, what we were talking about earlier with the whole men don't want to have to explain the same stuff like multiple times. Like that's always an issue that I had with IBM. It's just like trying to explain the same shit, and it's just because like the thing is, you want to just cut it off at the source, right? You don't want to continue having the same issue, right? And then when you deal with like the gaslighting and all that bullshit, like the fucking, the arguing, the crying, and all that shit, and then my issue was just at the end of it, it was just like you were right, and I was like, yeah, I know I was right. That's why I said it. So couldn't we have just avoided the shit from the jump?
Yep. Look, I have a person in my life right now who you can look at and witness. I don't know if they living for this shit or what, but they just living to try to prove me wrong on something. They behavior, their mannerisms, how they go about shit. If I said it's this way, they want to prove that can't be the way it is. They don't know as much as me. They ain't did the jobs that I've done. None of that shit. They just do not want to have to accept that I know what the fuck it is that I'm talking about. And they go forward in life doing that shit. I'm like, that is the stupidest fucking way to live. Look, I'm right about the shit I'm right about. It just is what it is. You don't have to like it, but it is what the fuck it is. Just look. Take the meat, spit out the bone.
I'm not sure if it was Angry Man or CJ. It was one of the two that was saying that basically initially they view you as Superman, and then they spend years trying to find a chink in your armor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the nature of it. It was there's a phrase. It's like about being popular. How you're mocked, imitated, and then discarded. That's pretty much like the process. And that's how you know when you're at that other point. They praise you in the beginning because, oh, you're so different, you're so smart, and all the rest of that shit. They want to be there, right? They get with you, they try to emulate you as much as possible, right? To gain some of that. When they think they've gained it all, then they want to discredit you. Then they want to ignore you and marginalize you because they think they got it all, because they cannot exist in this place with all this newfound information they got from you with you still being there. You can't. Because people will always gravitate to the real. And the only way to know the real is if the real is available. If the real is not available, then the fake becomes the real.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they do. They do this shit over and over again. Right? So, like you're talking about Andre, the woman I'm talking about, she has an issue with male authority and men knowing what the fuck they're talking about. She hasn't been raised under that. That's why it bothers her. It's so much of a difference in an affront to her. So she can't have a dude that she actually looks up to and idolizes because now she hates that shit that she does. So now she has to try to tear it down in some kind of way. It's really fucked up. This is somebody else who needs therapy a lot, regular, weekly. It is. But the help that she would get, she probably would never get even if she had a therapist because she'll only listen and talk to women.
Mm.
That's the trade-off.
When I need to know about plumbing, I'm going to talk to a plumber. Okay.
Exactly. I can do a lot of shit, but if it gets to something electrical that is by me, I will tell you, nope, call an electrician. Or I will talk to an electrician and have them do it because I ain't touching the shit. Why? Because I accept people for having the knowledge that they have because I don't know goddamn everything. I don't have time in my life to learn absolutely everything. I don't. I can be proficient at some things, but I ain't a master at every goddamn thing. Mm-hmm. But what I will do is be able to pull on the masters who have that knowledge to help me. That's where the humility comes in. Like, shit, I don't know. But this motherfucker right here, he does. Let's talk to him. That's how you get better. That's how you learn shit.
That's how society got built and maintained. Those dudes, you take that lowest dude who don't know how to do anything. But the one thing that dude knows how to do is make sure every bolt on that bridge is torqued down, because he don't want to be the dude who they come to and say, why didn't you torque this bolt down when the bridge came down?
Mm-hmm.
Man, when it comes to us building, and you know this, artist, because you're a builder, when it comes to us building and then being responsible for the people who have to live or operate within the shit that we build, we take that shit super seriously.
My biggest affront to people in doing this trade and just doing work around me is people who will do that shit and not care about the people who have to be there. Mm-hmm. I bring this shit up many a time in our conference meetings. Like, look, these people are paying to live here. Would you want to live in that shit? Mm-hmm. You can't treat them like this is fucking tenement housing or some shit like that. No, these people are paying fucking money. Give them the good work that you would want to live in, or move your mama into this shit. Mm-hmm. Shout out to the Grinch God. What's good? Grinch Muad'Dib came through here and dropped something in the chat. Appreciate that.
That is
giving you the power of many. Appreciate you, Grinch.
Power of one. The power of two. The power of many. The power of one. The power of two. The power of many.
I love that.
Gotta like something about this goddamn show.
The power of Mandy. Why they scissoring?
Yep. Andre
Yeah,
King.
but it's the same thing when it comes to like I've driven trucks, I've managed truckers, I worked safety. I've done that.
Mhm.
I've run that gambit. And you know, people look at guys who drive, they look at them, they're like, oh man, it's just something easy to do. They ain't seen the serious dudes out there.
Get the fuck
And-
out of here.
Yeah. And the funny, and this is the reason, like, if you remember in Colorado that it was a Latino guy who drove down the mountain and then plowed through all of those people. This was a few years ago. Remember that story?
Mhm.
And people were wondering why he got 100-year sentence for that shit. It's because when it comes to that particular field and how the U.S. Department of Transportation, knowing the danger of that entire industry, you got some motherfucking strict regulations. That's the reason why you got scales. That's the reason why you got, pre-trips, and you got to document this shit. Because if the cop stops a guy and you ain't got no pre-trip paperwork or none of that shit, your ass is getting put out of service. You say you ain't moving this motherfucking truck until we see some paperwork.
Well, it's like that with every building that's built. I believe the contractor has like 10 to 20 years that he's liable for that building.
Mm-hmm.
Your shit fall down after it's built, nigga, they will be up your ass
Yes,
with
they
a
will.
microscope and a pair of pliers.
Be lucky if you don't end up in jail.
You will be lucky if you don't end up in jail because you did something wrong, and they will be investigating that shit and pulling it apart to find out, did you use substandard nails? Did you use substandard concrete? What was this? How did you build it? Was this, dude? They will get back to the motherfucker that didn't hit the nail correctly.
That's news to me. I was
Who short nailed it when it was supposed to be there? Inspectors and everybody.
That's news to me because I was really interested in that because on my last site, like I seen dudes they were breaking pipes like while doing while doing like the graveling, etc. Some excavation and shit. I seen dudes breaking pipes, but they're just like, fuck it, we'll just bury it. And I'm like, that's crazy.
With building and construction, it can take a while. With new construction, it can happen quicker. With older buildings, it takes a while.
Mm-hmm.
But when it does finally come through, where look, they found that you did all this substandard work and shit like that, you will get hit. You will get hit. You will lose not only your company, you may possibly lose your freedom because they will be coming. Like you see all these class action lawsuits about bad water and all the rest of that shit. Yeah, most people see a class action lawsuit as a feeding frenzy, but that's why it's there, because you fucked up this goddamn long. You did this for this long and fucked over this many people. Fine, let the sharks have them.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what it took, because it took that damn long. Look, I'm in California right now, right? We having fires up here again. Because it's fire season.
Yep.
Yeah, because it's fire season. Nigga. You think anybody want to hear that Pacific Gas and Electric, PG&E out here was responsible for that shit? You think PG&E want to hear that shit?
Hell no.
No, nigga. No, it took the governor signing some shit to get people off of their ass to shield them from to keep paying out what they was paying out. No, they damn sure don't want to find out none of this shit started from something that they didn't do, that they mismanaged, didn't take care of, none of that shit while they raking in all that money. Oh, hell no. Them motherfuckers will go under. They will. So we got a lot of fires we're dealing with right now, and nobody's saying too much about how they started. But it's awful smoky outside, and it does smell like something burning. Somebody got a hell of a barbecue going on around these parts.
Yeah. My apologies. It's not my fault, but for the last few years, like most of the smoke that's been coming over to the U.S., it's been from over where I live right now.
Not as far as now. You got a lot of forest area, and I heard that some of your stuff was going on up there too, because that's one of the places that David Goggins does his smoke jumping up the Canada area.
I live in Alberta, and like there's a lot of forest fires here. Like
Yeah.
even like the last couple years, like the majority of like I seen a lot on social media there was a lot of people like, yeah, thank you Canada for this bullshit.
Blame Canada. Look, it happens. You just need to tell your Canadian brother stop running around out there in the woods with the fucking matches. I mean, calm down. I mean, we got assholes out here that will light up, a brush fire fucking around just trying to be funny. Look, it's something in the water, okay? It's something in the goddamn water. Because some of this shit don't make no goddamn sense. Because I was last weekend for Father's Day, I went out to the coast. I went up to Jenner, California, which is like hour and a half, 2 hours north of me. Went to the beach and stuff up there. And when I was coming back through Napa Valley wine country and stuff like that, it just starts smelling like, what the fuck is that? What is burning? And it's just a haze. Just an orange haze all over. The fuck is going on? It looked like you drove into an apocalypse. And sure enough, a bunch of fires going on in this same area that had burnt the fuck up in years prior. Like, dude, the trees ain't even grew back all the way yet. What the fuck is y'all doing up here?
I was up in that area in 2004, late 2004. There was a massive forest fire up in Northern California. I drove right through. I was like, this shit looks like Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
This is Mount Doom.
Yeah, Mount Doom and this bitch.
Yeah.
Like somebody coming through here with the One Ring, I think. It was like,
I called my brother. I was like, man, you got to see this shit.
Yeah, no. The scuttle on this one is that the fire that was going on up there last weekend was because some dude said it. Somebody was running around setting these motherfuckers. I'm like, you got some dumbass fucking people, dude. Some people that ain't had no discipline and have a daddy kicking their ass doing dumb shit.
Well, like over here, like they're calling like the major like forest fires like caused by like natural sources, basically like lightning, hitting the trees, starting a fire and shit, which does happen.
Was there a storm? Was there a thunderstorm or lightning storm?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it is, but
there could be natural sources from some shit, but like up here, we ain't had no rain like that. We ain't had no thunderstorm. There ain't no natural source. Natural in the sense that fire does burn.
We had that problem in Texas. In fact, what they started doing in Texas when I was living there, and this is because people driving down the street and just tossing their cigarettes out the window, their butts. And it was like, it ain't gonna catch anything on fire. I was like, it's dry. We're in the middle of a drought.
Shit.
And it's just like, you lying. And you can see like the little burn marks in the fires that didn't spread. So what did Texas have to do? They began and just started digging up all the grass that was closest to the road, so that when the motherfuckers flicked their cigarettes out, it wouldn't catch anything on fire. Yeah.
And that's what, at least up here in California, that's what they neglect on doing a lot of times. They neglect on doing that road work because Caltrans they get paid a lot of money to, have 5 people watching one person in the whole working. But they don't get out to doing shit like that too often. Otherwise, you would see it as being a regular event. You would always see them people out there doing it. You don't.
I don't know if they do the same
fire. Then they get out there like, okay, they got us. We got to clean this shit up. Let's go.
But that's where your
go ahead.
That's where your government regulations come in. That's the reason why I'm not so. When Republicans talk about cut all the red tape and stop all this regulation, I'm like, which regulation are you trying to prevent?
Exactly.
We need.
Yeah, exactly. Which one are you trying to prevent? I am for no government regulation.
Right.
They need to be regulated in some areas to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to be fucking doing.
Because that OSHA dude may be crazy, but I'd rather have him than not have him.
Rather have his ass freaking out about, no, you gotta do this because you're gonna have a forest fire.
Yep.
Okay, listen to that crazy motherfucker and cut down this shit. Don't just push him aside like, oh, he's a quack. That's gonna cost us $100,000. We'll spend $100,000. What's a forest fire gonna cost you? Flying the planes and the helicopters trying to put this shit out and burning houses and losing lives and shit. What is that gonna cost you? A couple millions? Spend that $100,000 and cut this shit down, please.
That's what I'm saying. It's like,
Appreciate you, Beastly. Beastly said, watch episode 3 of The Acolyte and use the viewing of X-Men 97 to cleanse my palate. It was a taste of good creativity. It was. And you're right. Episode 3 of Acolyte was shit. The most entertaining thing I could find was to turn it into a meme, which I will give you right now. So appreciate you, Beastly. I will give you the power of many.
Power of one. The power of two. The power of many. The power of one. The power of two. The power of many.
It's the most entertaining thing I can find for that show.
I will never get tired of that.
Because, like chicks.
It's the irony of it. It's like, okay, power of many, and y'all are scissoring and twerking. Okay, good. Y'all keep it right there and just let men keep on
All
running.
in the room doing it together. Look, y'all in the room doing it together. I almost recut that motherfucker and put Amanda Stenberg's goofy ass fucking video on it.
I want to see that video because you said, I say, okay, she doing goofy shit, which is predictable of her and her ilk.
Yeah.
Let's see what it looked like.
Here, let me pull it up for you because you ain't seen it, so I'll show it for dead set.
There's a clip. I don't know if y'all seen this, but somebody was they were playing a clip of like these chicks were doing like pelvic exercises, and they were pulling up liquids with their pelvis.
Yeah, I was talking about that. Yep, I was talking about that. Where is the one of just her? Everybody doing a reaction to this shit. Everybody is reacting to this shit. Am I the only one that ain't did a reaction to this motherfucker? Because I'm mad I watched it. I just want her video.
Coochie twerk. I don't want it.
Yeah. It looked terrible. That's why I said she looked like a black girl who learned how to dance from white chicks. Like, what the fuck?
I don't know. Them white chicks be throwing it nowadays, boy.
Nowadays, yes. I told you. There we go. Let's see the official video. I get so fucking tired of everybody fake videos. I just want to see the video without your fucking face all over it. How is everybody not catching the copyright? Like, is it just me? Just special people? Is it just the special people catch one? Because
I caught so many.
I'm just trying to find one with nobody else's fucking face on it, and I can't apparently. Like, what the fuck?
I can just look it up myself. It's not a big deal.
You can, but
that's what I learned when I was doing that review. How trying not to catch a copyright, because it's just like, man, every time I try to upload the damn thing, 18 different copyrights cannot show.
Yeah, you just gonna catch a copyright. This fuck it. Look, I catch one just for my intro. I just say fuck it.
Like just last night, like I tried to do a little game and streaming, on my other channel, and YouTube was fucking like age restricting, even though like I already had it set up like 18 plus only. So I don't know why I was having this issue.
Because it's you. Oh god.
That's what I was thinking. I'm just like I've never had this issue in the past, so I don't know why it's happening now. It's not even like I was swearing, or I mean I swear, but it's not like I was doing more than I was doing before. So I don't understand why it's happening now.
You sounded passive because you called it swearing and not cursing. That sounds really passive. Okay, let's give Dead Set a little bit of fair use. I don't know whose channel this is. I'm not playing the song because he's talking right now.
Oh yeah, she's a pretty girl.
No, dude, I don't have X. I'm talking about this fucking goofy. Okay.
Oh.
Spinning. bastardized and appropriated. Let's start a book or something with creators. Truth to power, keep an eye out for you silly racists. And now they use it to describe anything they talking about. It was all about the people recognizing bigotry, the power of community, not fodder for your clickbait. Speaking of which, journalism looking at you. Did you forget it's your job to provide the truth? Spreading the vice of
Okay.
Okay. I never want to see that again. She just ruined it. She just kept showing her face. She is not a dancer.
Oh, wait. Here it is. Get the mental bleach out. There you go.
Oh, hell no.
Why? That was the part I was going to clip into that power. Her sitting up there. I was like, that looks terrible, dude. Why am I looking at I'm not a gynecologist. Why am I looking all up her hoo-ha? Bro, there's many chicks I might want to be looking between their legs right now. That ain't one of them. I'm sorry. It's just not one of them. It's not like it's a sight I haven't seen. It's not like it's a sight I wouldn't like, but I'm not interested.
I'm assuming you guys been keeping up with this, but like there's been a lot of memes going around. And like one of them is like even in a galaxy far, far away, you still have black single moms. And on top of that, like in reference to like the acolyte, and they're talking about like they're calling them like lesbian space witches.
That's been since episode 1 of this shit. That's what they are. That's pretty much what she has made this show. And what was the recent thing that the director or the showrunner is coming out that she didn't like that toast because she's trying to, backpedal from this. Oh, it's not a queer show. Yes, the fuck it is.
It is.
That's all you've promoted it as. Now it's not working. Now you want to try to about face. I told you, motherfuckers in the rainbow community. I told you she was using your ass, right? I said that shit. Everybody else was bitching about it. Like, no, these motherfuckers just trying to protect themselves with your asses. Like throwing LGBT people all over the front of this shit was going to keep this show from being, lambasted for how terrible it is. They can't even stand to watch this shit now.
LGBT or black people, they always, I'm like, come on now, goddamn.
That's the two things they use for protection nowadays. If you got to jump out there saying that shit first, this show is really trash and you looking for some protection. And that's the only protection you could look forward to trying to get. They're attacking us because we LGBT. No, you're not. They hadn't even seen this shit yet.
But that's what I don't understand, because most writers know that at a base level, if you want to have any type of tension in a story, then that tension will come from either sort of like esoterically, the tension that exists between men and women, or there will be male and female aspects to that thing that will make sure that that tension keeps, has some momentum. This show doesn't have any of that. It's and what tension that it has in there when it comes from those diametrically opposed sides is it's so artificial that I can't even get into the story. It's just like, okay, she cute, boring, fall asleep, wake up, oh, she's still cute, boring, fall asleep, it's done. I was like, what did I just watch? Oh, maybe I'll go and watch it later.
Well, Artisan, from like the first review that Dead said, from the first review that Artisan did about the Acolyte, like he said, like they told the whole story in the first episode. So like, what is
it? Mystery solved. Give me my Scooby snack.
Yeah. There was nothing there.
Yeah, it was a mystery for about 5 minutes. Who's doing this? Well, you just showed me her other sister, so you fucked it up. This is who's doing it. Twin sister, obviously. Like,
yeah, and so if they'd have played their cards right, episode 3 could have been like something further down the road and not so damn quick, because we already know. Okay, so she's pissed off because they got separated. So that's the story. Like that's what you're trying to tell me.
But that's the thing, though. Between those two characters who are central to that story, there is, again, that's where most of the tension is artificial. How is she opposed to her sister, really? Because as far as I'm concerned, those characters are just like each other, opposite the fact that one's a killer and the other is not. That's not enough.
One wanted to be a Jedi, and the other one wanted to stay a witch. Like, what the
So
fuck?
they say.
I mean, what? I'm going to start hating my brother because he supports the Redskins, and I don't. That don't
Yeah, because you and your brother.
Then I'm gonna have to kill my own goddamn family just to prove.
Yeah, because you and your brother are supposed to be lovers, man. You're supposed to be together forever and everything. Like,
yeah, that don't make any sense. It's just bad
that's
writing.
not normal for people. Damn, sure ain't normal for twins.
No. And I know twins because I am a twin. It's like, dude, that's not how. I mean,
the first thing twins want is some individuality.
Yes,
because they twins.
Okay, I love you, but look, I'm gonna paint my hair pink. Why pink? Because you probably wouldn't do that shit
until we get old, and then we glad we got twins. We got that.
Yeah,
twin.
exactly.
Yep.
And especially if you're talking about twins too, it's like you're not gonna, even if the twin is on some bullshit, you're not gonna disown your twin like that and be working with the other side.
Well, you wouldn't automatically go to wanting to kill him.
No, we won't go there. We'll start fighting.
I'll kill you.
Yeah.
I'm like,
twins
what?
are like
Damn,
brothers.
that's extreme.
Yeah, boy, that was a bit far. Just because I don't want to be here, man, calm down. You'll be the only kid here. You got a bunch of lesbian mamas. You'll be all right, right? You'll be cool. I mean, at least two of them are your mamas. The rest of them might just be looking for snacks, but you'll be all right.
I mean, shit, they are the power of two.
Yeah, exactly. You are exalted amongst all of them, right? You just ascended. You can be one of them now. What does that mean? I guess you got to find your mate.
That's the thing, though. They have outside of Dune. I have not seen a really good coven of women in most stories, because Dune, they make that shit work, and they've got such good material to draw on when it comes to creating something like a female Jedi sect.
Mm-hmm.
But what are they doing? Well, I understand it's modern day nonsense, postmodernism,
and that's the thing, because you could say that Dune was written by a male, so he just made a woman's coven the way he wanted to. Well, this show is supposedly written by a woman, and this coven ain't no better.
Nope,
at all. So either y'all don't understand what the coven is, how it works, or y'all women is just dysfunctional in groups like that together.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm waiting to see if they get to this next episode and say that the coven killed themselves. Somebody passed around the Jim Jones juice and they all took it or something like that. I don't know what the fuck happened.
Mm-hmm.
I can't say I'm overly interested to find out, but I'm very curious. I'm like, let me just see. I'm curious, like how that cat shits on one leg. So I stared with one leg up, like, how do you usually do that?
Wait a minute, I need to go ahead and rephrase that, because the Amazons for Wonder Woman, that is sort of a decent set of chicks.
A decent set of chicks, but they ain't based around no witchcraft and shit like that. I mean, they based around, what is it, Roman mythology?
Exactly.
They got their powers from some Roman god, some dude that they know of. Wonder Woman will still fight Ares and shit like that, but they have a place. They have a purpose. They try to help.
Yeah, exactly.
They ain't fuck all these men. It's just gonna be us all over here, girls.
Yeah.
Like scissor queens. Okay, whatever.
It's like, no, we need those dudes. So let's bring someone over, get impregnated, and send them off on their way.
Yeah, I brought this up before. I did a video on this, I think, about not Thermopylae, but Paradise Island, and where the Amazons kept coming from.
Mm-hmm.
And how Themyscira, thank you. And how they was having these babies by these men. And throwing away the boy children, dropping them off a cliff or something like that. They only kept the girls. Like, now, what do you got in this Acolyte show? You got these chicks doing a whole ceremony over a pit.
You can't make this
anybody miss that? Like, what's the pit for? Like, what y'all doing with that pit? This ain't the 300. What the fuck is going on here? I don't know. Some different shit happening over there, but I don't know. I dislike initially. It's not about being lesbian, because I've said it many a times. I'm a huge lesbian. I don't give a shit what you into. It's your business.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah, I'm a lesbian too.
It's not your business. It's not my business until you bring it in front of my face and push it out there. Like, this is what I like to get into. Like, all right, motherfucker, do it and leave me out of it. Like, I don't give a shit, right? But this shit is more about the anti-manness of it, anti-maleness of it, which makes it so offensive. Like, I saw a picture on Instagram the other day of my buddy Sleep, right? Godfather to my kids, Sleep. He was in town. I didn't know it. And he was trying to get me to call him back, and I was running my errands and shit. And then I saw a picture on Instagram. He had hooked up with our other friend, our mutual friend, Liz, and they was shooting pool out in Sacramento. I was like, oh shit. Nigga, if you would have said that, I would have shifted some shit around. You just want to talk. No, you here. Like, oh, motherfucker. Now, Liz is a lesbian. It don't matter. No, her girlfriend, Debbie cool. They little kids they got, they cool as fuck. Liz cool as hell. I don't give a fuck that she eat Debbie pussy. What do I care? Do it. I wouldn't, but knock yourself out, right? That shit don't matter to me. This is somebody I've gone to junior high school with. We dated at one point. And when she told me, she came out to me that she is a lesbian, we was talking about the type of chick she like, God damn it. We like the same type of chicks. We could have been hitting these bitches. We could have been getting all of them. What the fuck wrong with you? She said that shit earlier. God
a lesbian wingman? Shit.
Come on, bro.
My only thing is don't get in my way when it comes to picking up chicks. Because if you stand in my way, you will.
Look, she a Latina. She had a bunch of fine ass Latina cousins, nigga. I wasn't fucking with her cousins because they was her fucking cousins. Nigga, if I would have known that shit earlier, I'd been on them bitches like they own second set of skin. Nigga. Look, you need to hook me up with your cuz. I'm serious. Look, we like the same type of women. That's what it turns out to be. We like the same type of fucking chicks. Like, we could have been killing it. We could have been killing this shit. We could have been killing the game. Oh my God! Why did you wait so long? God damn it.
I've said this before in the space. Like I have had like lesbian friends, and yeah, you know, and people were looking at me fucked up. I'm like, how am I fucked up? Like we're into the same thing.
Lesbian friends, lesbian family, bisexual family, homosexual family. This shit is not new to me. None of this shit is new to me. It don't shock me or no shit like that. I think I told y'all about this before, dating one of my Latina exes, and she wanted me to meet her guy friend who was gay, and we met up in the Castro at this club in the Castro. Now this is a little fairy black dude, and besides all of that, he a bottom, right? But he got a lot of attitude and shit like that. He only like dating white dudes. But that motherfucker can cook good as hell. I'm sorry. I'd have been gay to have that motherfucker cooking. That little nigga can cook.
You sounded like Hollywood Shuffle.
Yeah. Like, I don't know, man. That motherfucker, I'm serious. That motherfucker can cook. He can cook his ass off, any kind of shit. But besides that, they wanted to bring me out to this bar in the Castro. We went out there, and we in the bar, and we sitting at a table, and there's people dancing around, dudes dancing around in their underwear, shit like that, and I'm in there unfazed.
Mm-hmm.
Because they out there like they were shocking me. What did you think you were doing? Oh, I just want to see, you cool. You ain't it. Nigga, what did you think this was going to be? Where do you think I'm from? I live here. I'm not a transplant. I was born and raised in this area. This shit is not new to me. You ain't shocking nobody. I don't give a fuck about that dude over there dancing in his tighty whities. I ain't into that shit. I walked in here with a bitch who I will leave here with and be fucking her. I don't care. If that's what you want to do, knock yourself out. I just think he look ridiculous and needs to learn how to dance.
Yeah, it's just
it's
like,
you. Do you.
Like I wouldn't walk into a gay bar, but friends have taken me to gay bars, and I always knew, okay, this is their domain. So what the fuck? Yeah. I'm here as a guest here, but this ain't the place where I stomp. So look, man, I'm gonna get my drink.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm gonna get my drinks and then I'm gonna go because I'm here, just to hang out with you cats.
Yeah, I don't. Women love that doing that shit. Women love that shit. Oh, it's just safe. You call it whatever the fuck you want to. Mm-hmm. But if you bring your boyfriend to a gay bar, because you think it's safe. It ain't safe for him necessarily
Hell no.
Mm-hmm.
because he on the menu. And now you brought him to your competition.
Mm-hmm.
He might be trying to make him gay. That used to be a thing back in the day. And people
Yeah.
don't say that shit no more because they call it gay bashing. But I'm watching the
Turn
act
the
like
motherfucker
right
out.
now. What are they doing other than trying to convert these little girls to be gay?
Mm-hmm.
What did I see in that last episode? That OSHA kind of feeling Jackie, and Jackie kind of feeling her. Oh, they're gonna be getting horny again, huh? Whatever the fuck.
Oh my gosh.
This is like indoctrination by another name. Like, come on, man. What the fuck? Are we
Because it's chicks, it's not indoctrination.
bullshit? It's all
Yeah.
indoctrination. I don't give a fuck who's standing in front of it, female or male. No, it's the softer side of it because it's females. No, it's still the same shit.
It's the same shit.
Yeah. Thank you, Beasley. Like same shit. I haven't seen it before.
Those girls will suffer the same trauma from other women as they will suffer from men.
I told y'all that story before, I think.
Mhm.
My play Latina sister who was in LA, and she was having a bad time. Already had a kid, but she was having a bad time with dudes and thought she was going to be lesbian for a while. Got her goddamn heart broke and didn't understand why. I was like, relationships are relationships. That's what I understand about it. Same sex or opposite sex. They're just relationships with people. And people can be fucked up. People can cheat on you, male or female. Why did you think it'd be easier? You don't get along with your mama. What makes you think you're just going to get along in a romantic relationship with a chick any better? Get the fuck out of here.
Well, artisan is in my case, like my daughter's mom. She used to be a lesbian when I met her.
You used to be past tense, huh?
Yeah, she was actually dating a chick at the time when I met her.
She was bi, man. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know why? Because she had a child.
Yeah.
She had a child. Look, at a certain point, I saw this shit as these women were doing this as an escape, and like I was talking about earlier, to escape accountability.
Yep.
And they thought it would be easier because they were resigned to the fact that there was no men to their standard, and the men that were there wouldn't want them. So they resigned to, I'll just mess with the chick because it'll be easier. It ain't easier. They have more failed relationships than heterosexual couples.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, artisan, you're exactly right on that because the thing is like most of these chicks when they say that, like what I'm used to is when I hear that is basically you fucked a lot of dudes and it never worked out for you, so you tried to go down that path.
Yeah, you just didn't get what you wanted, because this is one of the reasons I don't buy a lot of modern day lesbians. Why? It's not the same stigma on it as it was back in the 80s or anything like that. And two, they always have kids.
Yep.
So you ain't, to me, if you were really that repulsed by guys, you would have never had a child. You'd have never been pregnant.
Mm-mm.
Never. Which is why these are the ones that always end up cheating too, or now claiming that they bisexual because they always need another excuse. They don't like the I wouldn't say the polarity. That's the wrong term for it. They don't like the duality of having to make one choice or the other. They like to play in the gray area, where I can have all the options and I can do whatever I feel like, whenever I feel like. Like Madeline Stenberg, no dancing ass up there talking about she non-binary, but she's shaking her pussy at who? Males or females? Because I'm sorry, that there's only two things on this planet. You cannot like it all you want to. There's only two sexes on the planet.
Yep.
Unless you want to say the third one is hermaphrodites.
Which doesn't even work because hermaphrodites aren't even fertile.
So that's just the way it fucking is. You don't like them rules, build yourself a rocket ship and go somewhere else. But if you can't do that, these are the rules that we playing by down here. Because no life is populated on this planet without a male and a female. That's the binary of life.
Yep.
You're 1 or a 0, motherfucker. Get with it.
Yep, that's it. I had to remind people in my review, humans are a sexually dimorphic species. Period. None of this in between shit. The scientists out there the American what's it called? The American Psychiatric Association.
APA.
APA, they turned around a lot of this shit.
They do, but that's because they got a lot more women in there now. The field is mostly 90% women. That's why. And a lot of these people get on these boards because they want to spend time being on boards and stuff like that and sitting there having conversations about shit and drafting these policies and what gets put into the DSMR, shit like that. Oh, we're going to reclassify it. It's not a mental illness. Oh, okay. What is it then?
Yeah.
Oh, something we can medicate for. Oh, so you try to turn some dollars off that bitch, huh? Oh, I got you. I got you now. I got you.
It's a really simple calculus, though. If it doesn't support the human imperative, then it's likely a disorder.
Mm-hmm. It is most likely is a disorder.
Charles, 2001.
So, Charles, and this is where we get into it at the facility. My job. Sometimes we get into it with the therapist because they be like having, well, such and such can't be around. I'm like, look, there's only a very limited space where we can put these kids. They need to learn to get the fuck over. They get over that problem, that little bullshit beef they got, and just cooperate in this damn unit. Because ain't nowhere to put them.
That's why I keep advocating, in my sense, advocating for more finding male therapists.
Oh yeah, because we got none in our facility.
None. Because we're a small percentage. That's why when I was going through my study to go into that, that's why I was going there, because there's very few males and there's very few black males because it's needed. It was a growth. I remember looking on the Bureau of Labor and Statistics before I graduated, and I was looking at job increases where the field would grow for how many years. That was supposed to keep growing until I think it was 2035 because it doesn't have people in those areas. As things get more diverse and you need and more of the progressive push to have people that can speak to people of different groups, you need people of that group. You need somebody who can talk to black males about black male issues and how to deal with that and combat it. It ain't gonna be somebody white. It damn sure ain't gonna be no woman. You're gonna need more black males. And the way you keep looking at psychology as it's feminized, it didn't start feminized. You realize that, right? That shit started with a bunch of goddamn men. It was very few women in it. And they didn't like it because they was not dissecting, but they were delving into the problems that are developed from men and women in their childhood from their fucking mamas. That's when they start getting into it, when they got to these hippie generations and shit like that. They start infesting that shit. Now they just keep regurgitating and reinforcing the same bullshit that you already get in the society. That's the problem. That's why you can say some of it is not helping people. You send a chick, or Dead Set would know this, you go for couples therapy and you come out feeling like the fucking bad guy.
Exactly.
For her having an affair or some shit like that. Like, wait a minute, how did this become my fucking fault? It's my issue to deal with.
Well, stand my ass.
Program. Program.
None of the therapists could stand me. The only one who liked me was the male therapist that I had. And this was after my divorce in 2012.
There's two people that can't stand me when they supposed to be listening. Car dealers.
Yep.
Who out there talking some bullshit. They can't stand my ass sitting there talking that shit. Like, this motherfucker don't like you. This ain't your fucking friend. Would you like to step outside, sir? Go fuck yourself. I sit where I want to. And I don't usually have a problem with therapists. I usually end up having a good rapport with therapists, but the person that I'm with will have an issue because they'll hear the same shit coming from the therapist, a good one. Because the shit that I talk is just common sense. They don't like that. They get uncomfortable. Like, oh, I don't like this one. Maybe I'll go find somebody on my own. Oh, you go looking for an echo box, huh? Better go talk to Flow Rider or somebody. So you can get that echo. T-Pain or somebody. I'm not the echo box. And that is not a therapist. If they ain't challenging you and they ain't pushing you to be better, that is not the person you need to be paying money every week. If it does not challenge you, it will not change you. Your therapist should be challenging you to do some introspective work on yourself. And it's better if you go to somebody of the opposite sex. You already know what your girlfriends think. Why are you paying somebody to be your girlfriend? Stupid. So that's just my opinion on the field in and of itself and why I'm not there right now. It's still a goal, but I'm not rushing towards it like I was beforehand because I had enough shit going on with people that, like I said, I didn't think I needed to be sitting in front of people trying to tell them how to work out their shit, and I hadn't worked out mine yet. It didn't seem like the right move. It seemed like the blind leading the blind off a cliff.
Clean your own house first.
Clean your own house first.
And
A lot of these people do not.
Yep.
They do not. They rush headlong in that shit because they look at it as giving them authority, and they are the final check against that shit. Because a male knowing psychology talking to women is considered completely different than a woman knowing psychology and talking to men.
Mm-hmm.
They look at your ass like you was a whole alien and a traitor to the cause. Like, oh, that you got one who can see. Yeah, because you can debunk their bullshit.
That's why I was so happy when Fat Twerker got fired. Man, she was nasty too.
What Fat Twerker are we talking about?
Oh
yeah, the one Dr. T was putting.
Yeah, that one. I can't even remember her name. It was like, man, I was laughing.
I couldn't even remember who the fuck that chick was. I was like, who was that? I must have missed that story. Thank God.
Well, she recently made a post and like the caption said, "What am I doing on OnlyFans?" And she was like, "I'm selling peacefully," and she was singing it. That's crazy.
It's funny. It's funny to me now how intelligent they can claim to be, and that's the first thing they always fall back on.
Mm-hmm. Still in that box.
That's it. Somebody got to see it. Somebody got to want it. Somebody got to pay for it. Like, bruh, you know how much time I spent with my daughter trying to teach her that you are more valuable than just your vagina. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can have children, but that is the last thing you need to be worried about trying to sell. Mm-hmm. She ain't went through college and all the rest of that shit just so she could be selling pussy. I would consider that a failure to me. I would consider that a failure.
Well, that kind of stuff in the daughter dad territory.
Yeah, that's all right. You gotta have more than that, baby girl. You got to. Who wants to marry that?
There's the question right there.
Why would I? What's she good for? What's her main talent? Well, she can shake a box like this. I'm like, nigga, what? Can she teach your kids anything? Is she smart in any other way? Does she even read? Like, she writing a book on shaking a box? No, nothing. She ain't even giving you a scientific report on it. Oh my god, dude! Never mind.
Well, the thing is, when you say stuff like that in a space, that makes you a daughter dad. So that means you're raising your daughter to be a feminist.
No, I mean, look, we've been in this space long enough to know that the men in this space really enjoy smart women.
I enjoy a smart woman.
Yes, we do enjoy smart women. But
aside from Rosie O'Donnell, that'll get me an erection quicker than anything.
Mm-hmm.
It just will.
And the ones that say that shit typically have not been around dumb women. After you've been around a dumb chick, you tend to like, okay, yeah, like it's a chick I know now who, and we linked up again, and she reminded me how I used to have to help her ass in like 3 fucking classes in high school. As pretty as fine as she was dumb as shit. You used to have to help me in math class, and science and English.
Look, I can hear the wariness in his voice when he's paying attention. That's what made me laugh so hard. That you ain't been around dumb women.
Yeah, man.
You can listen to a bunch of dumb chicks' conversations and get tired from that shit. Like, oh my god, somebody
hang around, dude.
Somebody is actually waiting to fuck her.
Exactly. That's the only thing I can think of when I'm especially if she hot and she dumb, like at the strip club. Oh, I think about fucking. So just shut the fuck up and let me just smash this shit so I can get on about my business.
My goodness. Like I said, sex is not equal to love. That is not love. And intelligence goes a long way. For me personally, I believe that men are the only ones who can be sapiosexual. Women say that shit all the time nowadays as a catchphrase. I'm sexual. I'm talking about men with the mind. No, you not. No, the fuck you not. And you can debunk that shit with what they like to watch on television. And what's the last book they read?
Hold on, wait a minute, Artisan. If that were true, how come none of you bras never made Elon Musk your man crush Monday? Or fucking Bill Gates? I don't see you bras lining up to smash Bill Gates. I'm just saying.
Not Elon, not Bill Gates, not Mark Zuckerberg, not
Steve Jobs,
Bezos, not Steve Jobs. Shit,
bro,
even
if that were true,
Stephen Hawking
Einstein should be like, y'all should just wet, moist. Einstein should just get you just all hot and bothered. Ooh, relativity theory. Jesus Christ.
Man,
not even
the Manhattan Project. Oh my God.
They hate Freud ass. Like, oh no. Why? He's smart as fuck. He got some proclivities, but all of y'all do. So what's the problem? Oh, he was saying we have penis envy. We don't have penis envy. Really? Have you seen the Acolyte? See a lot of penis envy.
Yeah.
See a lot of penis envy on display. See how Star Wars is doing right now? I see a lot of penis envy. I really do.
They should have pictures of Cillian Murphy from Oppenheimer up on walls everywhere.
No shit.
It's that smart dude. Yeah. He helped with the atomic bomb. This dude, tip of the spear.
Socrates. Just, oh my God. You see him in that toga?
Socrates, Plato, Marcus Aurelius. Say some of this shit. Oh, you read all that dumb shit.
Yeah.
You think they're too smart. Too smart? What the fuck are you talking about? How can you be too smart? You just sound dumb as fuck. You too dumb is what you sound like.
But let a geek.
It ain't after Neil deGrasse. No, it ain't after Neil deGrasse.
Here's the flip side. Let a smart geek find a fine, smart woman, and dudes just falling over. It's like, yo, man.
Yeah. Yes. Oh goodness. I told y'all about my sapiosexual crush on Aaron McKean, the lexiconographer, the editor of the Oxford English Dictionary. I was having a whole man, I fucked the hell out of her. She's so intelligent. Oh my gosh, she ain't even cute. She's cute, but she ain't super fine or nothing like that. Like she ain't nothing to write home about. Just like that, she was talking some smart shit. That shit was arousing.
Like one of my crushes was Mae Jemison. Mae Jemison was not a 10 or even a 7, but it was just the fact that she was an astronaut and she was fit. I was like, man, this bitch right here, that one right there, I can get that one.
That one right there.
Yes. And then what was she doing? She's like, yeah, I got a little ant farm up here on the space station that I'm doing X, Y, and Z with. I'm like, I don't care what you're doing up there. Your ass is up there. We can get it. You gone where few men have gone. So
a chick I personally knew, she shocked the hell out of me talking Star Wars and breaking down them. I was like,
man,
you single? Oh, we talking, right? I'm like, oh, okay. Well, what's your favorite one? Oh, episode such and such because of this and that. I was like, you watch Star Wars, really? They'll break down the 4. Oh, okay. I'm like, all right. Bet.
All right, I'm gonna show y'all something. This will be funny for y'all. This will be funny for y'all. And Captain Yamasuki, there better be Charles back there.
That's Yamasuki. That's Captain Yami from Black Clover.
That's what I was about to say.
Okay. I didn't watch Black Clover, so I wasn't sure. You know, I don't want no pain up on the screen.
Charles flexing his anime.
It's not on Black Clover if you never watched it.
I mean, if you brought me up here, you already got a dick. So,
I'm already up here doing my dick.
I'm gonna make a T-shirt that says Captain Yamasuki is gonna be my spirit animal. We have too much in common.
You must have watched the series.
All right.
Yeah, like Captain Yami was a good choice for sure.
All right, there y'all go.
Mhm.
That's Aaron McKean.
Looks like Alan McCain.
Yeah.
It's not an overly cute chick.
She looks like she looks like
But she
Ian
was talking that
McCall.
shit about she was talking that shit about language and words and shit like that. It was doing it for me, nigga.
Exactly.
It was doing it for me. She got some nice little
you
calves
got-
and little wedges and shit. I'm like, yeah, fuck the hell out of her.
You know
Hold
what?
up, artisan, that video
I
don't do it
respect it.
justice. You need a video of her.
I respect your opinion, but she looks like Ian McCall from the original Equalizer.
I mean, if you took the glasses off and did something with the hair, changed the outfit, maybe it could be workable.
And look, because I see what art see. I'm looking past the outfit because the thing that's in my head, he's talking about what she was talking about, and I'm looking at the picture and I'm seeing probably how enthusiastic she is talking about it.
That
That
excited.
should make her attractive.
She's excited.
Yep.
And joyful about this shit. She loved this conversation. That was what she was. That's her shit. She's a fucking nerd, dude. She got the
We did
glasses and
say we
everything.
like nerdy girls. I mean, fucking Velma.
Nerdy and nerdy.
Yep.
So hold on a second.
The only problem with nerdy girls is they don't like nerdy guys.
It depends.
Yeah.
A lot of nerdy girls got nerdy fucking dudes. Okay, fair use. Fair use. This is Aaron talking this shit. Some good geek shit. I don't know if I played this before, but this is her having this conversation on the TED Talk. I love TED Talks. That's like a bucket list thing for me to do, a TED Talk on some shit. Psychology and geekdom. It'll be fun.
It's geek culture at the dark.
Ever looked up this word? You know, in the dictionary?
Listen to her voice. She's just talking about shit.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Compiling dictionaries. Notice we're very specific. That word compile. The dictionary is not carved out of a piece of granite, out of a lump of rock.
She looked like she got a little butt back there, right?
Oh yeah.
She took off the Jedi robe.
It's made up of lots of little bits, little discrete. That's spelled discrete. Bits.
Oh.
And those bits are words. No.
Fucking YouTube. They get me on that shit.
Yeah.
Because they keep dragging on the StreamYard side, but it's not dragging over here. I said fair use, motherfucker. Damn.
You know you gotta flip it upside down.
That you get to say real modernism.
See? That's it. You saw what I saw, right? She's smiling.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
She's
Yes.
happy.
Double dactyl. And by saying double dactyl, I've sent the geek needle all the way into the red. But
yeah, that's
she
hot.
has a sense
I like
of humor,
that.
a fucking personality. Like, oh my God, she'd be fun to sit down and bullshit with.
Bro,
lexicographical
I want to
is
get
the same pattern as higgledy-piggledy, right? It's a fun word to say, and I get to say it a lot. Now, one of the non-perks of being a lexicographer,
she got some nice calves. I don't know what the rest of the
Yeah,
leg look like.
Oh my God.
I'm like, so I was watching that
What's
shit.
your favorite
'cause I
superhero?
watched TED Talk. Right? Yeah. That was fun. I was like, damn, I feel myself attracted to this chick.
Captain Yami, that doesn't do it for you.
No, that ain't his type. Charles send me pictures on Instagram all the time. I know what his fucking type is. God damn it, I couldn't handle them. I'm glad you buff, nigga, because you could take it. Like, God damn, that's way too much, dude. I couldn't handle that. Like,
I'm gonna put it to you this way. I'm on the phone with Lewis, and I'm smoking cigars and drinking off the pier of the harbor. And this fine ass chick told me while I'm on the phone with Lewis, and he was like, "One thing you can say about this space, we never had trouble getting women."
No.
And have I been a believer sapiosexual? Not necessarily, no. I think that you should have somebody of comparable intelligence to yourself. You don't want somebody that flies over your head, nor do you want somebody who's damn near subhuman.
Exactly.
I think that I don't do No. I'm a combat athlete. I believe in weight classes. See, I'm not like you.
And that's why I
See,
seen
I'm
back
not
then.
like you.
You never know.
I'm not like you brothers out there in the manosphere who will say that fucking such and such is an 8. You know, like Stefco or some shit. Like, oh, she's an 8. No, she's not.
Who the fuck she ain't.
Not even close. And the ultimate problem with it is that if I had a beauty contest, it would probably not involve black men as judges.
Charles, I gave you props. I'll give you props now. I gave you props because I used some of your lines the other day talking to my friend. And I told her the thing that you have said many a times, that black men have some of the lowest fucking dating standards of anybody.
Yeah.
Of anybody. So how are you fucking this up? You gotta be doing something. You fucking it up with a. I've seen the dude. He ain't a handsome fucking dude. Like, so you doing something to fuck it up. You gotta be.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you, Artisan. I have to tamp down my arrogant, my AAA arrogant ass attitude.
How'd you do that, Kratos?
Very stringently, but it was a Herculean effort.
I believe it.
He said,
and it's even when you work at a place like the police department and the army, and you see chicks' husbands with wives, and they bragging about, "Oh, I'm used to dating this type of dude," and you see this dude, and you're like, "This motherfucker doesn't even hold a fucking battery, let alone a candle to me," and I'm looking like, "This is it." I'm like, "Get the fuck out of here!" And the chick was that. And I look at these chicks and I said, would you want to be put on with this one chick? His new name is Kratos. No, I'd rather take Ares. But it is particular when I look at black men and their dating choices, and I'm like, you just I don't like you, and people be like, why? Because you make niggas like me look thirsty. That's why. Nobody thirst over here.
Up your game standards.
It's like my boys came to visit me the other day. One was physically there, and the other one was on the phone. He'd be like, "You sure fat, Shane?" I said, "Because I date a lot of fat women. That's why." I said, "I just don't find it attractive." I said, "Look, God bless you, but I'd rather hunt for the golden goose than the brown colored smug." I said, "I'm sorry. I'm convinced to a lot of dudes. People be like, well, there's some fat chubby chasers. This one woman told me." I said, yeah, but here's the caveat. The guys that are usually attracted to them, the girls don't like.
No shit. I mean, I look at this when people talk about this fat shame and stuff. What have you heard from big chicks like Monique and everything else for years? How they shame skinny people.
Monique got a whole book.
Got a whole book. That's their whole shtick, is talking shit about people who are thin or not their size. So don't give me that shit about fat shaming just because somebody's telling you that is not the standard. It is not. You don't come out the womb like that. You don't. You get that way some kind of way. Now you can find your comfort in it if you want to, but I don't think there's a person with a functioning brain cell that thinks that's healthy. If that was the case, you wouldn't have these people doing these shows about saving my life with these morbidly obese fucking people and trying to get them thin. You wouldn't have it.
Well, just jump back 200-300 years without modern technology. You had to walk every damn well or ride something and gather your food. Go back to the hunter-gatherer days where you had to walk 30 damn miles to and back and forth to get your damn food. You didn't have a lot of people. You had to hunt your food.
You don't even have to go back that far. There was a video on Instagram that was playing scenes from movies from the 80s.
Yep.
And what do you see in this video? What sticks out to you in this video? What stuck out is everybody wasn't fat.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's what stuck out to me. It was a bunch of women, and not all of them was bloated and shit. So you can be comfortable with whatever you are. You should be, especially if you made yourself that way. You should be. But don't think
And
that that's the natural state of everything.
but
If you
that's the
stop eating, what
point.
would happen? Would you swell up or would you shrink down?
But that's the point about people is that I've trained people for fitness and weightlifting for damn, I can legitimately say this now, decades. And the one thing about it is, I want to keep this, but I want to get my waist down. The body doesn't work that way, sister. And I'm like, you do know you have cellulite on your legs. That's not cute. I said, you wonder why you get lowbrow men? It's because you have a lowbrow sense of standard.
Yeah, you set
It's
a
the
low
fact.
standard for yourself.
It's the fact that, like I told people, when it comes to levels of pure beauty, not too many women are beating out a fit black woman. I haven't. There may be one, but I haven't seen it. But yet, I'm also convinced the more you tell women of our culture what you like, the more hell bent they completely do the opposite, and they wonder why you're not getting these type of men. I'm not going to ask for a fit woman if I'm not in the gym. So,
well, you can get what you are, right? Because it's not surprising to me to see some dude that's really fit and buff, and he's spending his time in the gym and putting the work in, and for him not to have some slim chick on his side who's doing the same thing. It's not surprising to me at all. I don't think it says anything about me or anything like that. I just think it makes fucking sense. If he's spending all the time in the gym, he found some chick that was in the gym as well, working out just like him.
Exactly. Proximity. That's all.
Yeah, exactly. You be what you're looking for. If you're looking for somebody fit, then get your ass to where fit people are, and maybe you'll find somebody that way. But if you don't want to be fit, don't be surprised if everything that's coming at you is roly-poly shaped. Just what it is. That's part of, water seeking its own level, kind of that understanding the shit. You want to be rich? You want to find somebody rich? Maybe being rich would help you. It'd help a lot more. So, I don't know. It's just dumb shit that people in general do, women specifically, because I'm a male, and I just observe that shit and then have to not reflect it back at them, but just turn the mirror around. It's like, this is you. And this is your brain on fucking drugs.
I mean, let's overlap proximity on top of everything, though. Okay, you find a fit woman in the gym because you were over there in the gym working out. But what happens when you want to network? You go to where your goal is. You want to be in proximity with people who have the same business goals or the same interest. The reason why we're all here is because we got the same interest.
Exactly.
So I'm in proximity with Charles and other geeks and artisanmc. It is what it is. This is basic shit. But for some reason, out there in happy internet land, it just goes right over people's heads.
No,
it's not that hard.
It's not that hard, and it's just, for me, it is the willful ignorance of it all that I detest more than anything. It's the willful ignorance of it, because I want to play in this tournament that's coming up in Vegas, right? This pool playing tournament that's coming up in Vegas. I joined that whole league so I can play in that tournament.
Exactly.
Am I just going to be sitting here in the house waiting, or am I going to get out to where the league playing and play with these other players so we can get off to Vegas? Because I'm already registered in the amateur thing for November. I'm already registered in that tournament for November. So my birthday come around, I'm going to be in Vegas because I want to play in that goddamn tournament. I got 2 preliminary matches coming up in Sacramento. Hopefully I'm playing in those because I want to play. I want to get to where people of my ilk are. So I can see where that skill level is, to see where, you rank and all of that shit. And I'm not worried about if I come in last, in between, or whatever the fuck. I'm not worried about that shit. I just want to know where the ranking is.
Right.
At least you know.
Right. Because at least you know. It's better to know than not to. I want to see where I measure up in all of that shit.
It's kind of funny because a lot of people are not competitive. And when I talk about competition, it takes very special men and women to get what I'm talking about. I said, you're forever a loser when you don't try.
Exactly.
Yep.
And
Exactly.
I could have been like, hey, I lost my first match. I tried, quit. But then who knew I was going to win a championship my first year? You never know till you try.
Right.
And
go ahead.
And it's kind of like the part of like the hero's journey. You have to put forth an effort. You have to try. You have to overcome your greatest fears. The greatest fear ever is the unknown.
Mm-hmm.
And the more you battle against it, the less fearful you become. But go ahead, Ars.
Yeah, I was gonna just pull that into. That's what I was telling this friend when she's talking about she gonna be celibate and she gonna sit on the shelf and all that shit. Like bullshit. Women ain't designed like that. You're gonna find somebody else. Once you work on the shit that you need to work on, you will find somebody else. The universe will put somebody in your path that you all spiritual and shit. It'll happen because if you believe in this love shit, love ain't for the cowardice.
No.
It's for the courageous.
Yep.
She said, well, I don't think that. Well, you're going to have to try because that's just what it is. You don't get into that shit unless you have a little bit of courage to willing to try, even though you may have failed many times. It takes courage to try. She tried to come back with some other cliche shit because some of what she knows is just a bunch of fucking cliches. So I just keep hearing that shit and cutting that shit in half like a samurai. Like, oh, no man awakens a woman's passions without understanding to keep her. It's like, that's bullshit because he might not have known that was the key to your passion.
Exactly.
And that's not what he was fucking looking for. And you didn't say that. But that's where you had that conversation. You can't not have a conversation and put all the onus on the man to be responsible for all of this shit in you that he didn't even know was fucking there. That's dump trucking. That's the fuck that is. You trying to unload all this shit on him and make him responsible for the shit that's in you that you're responsible for taking care of. That's why the shit you keep running into the same thing.
And to take it past trying, there's also the aspect of when that shit fails, you got to get your ass back up.
Exactly.
Yep. And so I always equate that to like, people ask me, why'd you get married twice? Because I wanted kids, motherfucker. I got back up and got another woman.
I ain't scared of that shit.
Yeah. And the thing about it is because I finally started watching Hajime no Ippo, which is basically an anime version of Rocky. And so basically,
I want to watch that.
Yeah. And the thing is like, what was Rocky known for? He got his ass knocked down, but he would not stay down. That motherfucker would get back up and just.
That was his superpower. Him and Daniel LaRusso. Get your ass
get back up.
Get back up.
I didn't hear no bell.
Yeah. Why, Mr. Anderson? Why? Why do you persist? God damn.
No, I don't hear no
Ippo is a
bell.
classic.
How many times we got to beat your ass? Because most people would say, look, Clubber Lang put it on him. Leave his ass alone.
Yep.
Right? No, that motherfucker kept getting up. Like, God damn it. All right.
Especially when he was talking to his wife. Come on down here and let me show you a real man.
Man, look like
that was fun.
Hey, woman.
Hey, woman.
Hey, woman.
Hey, woman.
Man, Rocky 3 was my shit.
If you ever want to laugh, look up Superman Retires.
Superman Retires.
Look up Superman Retires.
Mm-hmm.
And they're doing the voiceover of Superman. And they got the Mr. T cartoon mixed up in it.
I'm already laughing. I've never even seen it. Hold on. I'm gonna look that shit up right now.
I'm looking for the shit right now. I'm looking for that shit right now.
Superman Retires. It's on YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay. Superman.
Hey, Lois. Hey, Lois.
It's even funnier than that.
Why don't you bring your ass over here and get with a real man?
Yep. Found it.
Okay.
Hold on. Motherfucker.
Game time.
I'm just gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell everybody in advance. I'm gonna tell everybody in advance. You're welcome.
Fair use, fair motherfucking use.
Hey, you know,
That's just I feel like well, I think maybe it's time that I should step down, maybe, and retire.
You know why you can? Don't get a sucker no statue. Give him guts. I told you I wasn't going away. You got your shot. Now give me mine. Why don't you get the hell out of there? Shut up, old man. I ain't going nowhere. And why don't you tell all these nice folks why you ducking me? Politics, man. This country wants to keep me down. Keep everybody weak. They don't want a man like me to have the title because I'm not a puppet like that fool up there.
You know, you've got a big mouth, you know?
Why don't you come out and close it? Come on. Come on.
Retire. This guy's crazy. Don't listen to him.
The little man don't want to come to me. Then I'll come to you people and lay out the truth. I am rank number one. One! That means I'm the best. But this bomb is taking the easy matches, fighting other bombs. I'm telling you and everybody here, I'll fight him anywhere, anytime, for nothing. But you people ain't never gonna see it happen because he's gonna retire. You see, he don't fight no real man. He fight them setups.
What? You're a disgrace to this sport.
Shut up, old man. You that chump don't know where to come from. Oh, your family doing real nice, ain't it? You call yourself a fighter? Prove it now. Give me that same chance. The way he been ducking is the disgrace. If he ain't no coward, why don't he fight me then?
You don't get no shot, and I mean that.
I'm glad you people are saying this here.
What are you doing? I want to fight this guy.
But you got to work hard.
You fight him without me.
Please don't judge me.
What are you saying? It's finished. Yes, I'm finished. I don't want no more. I don't want no more. You understand?
Judge him by my pride, my determination.
It's over with.
Judge him by my fighting record. Hey, woman. Hey, woman. Listen here. Your man ain't got no heart. Maybe you like to see a real man. I bet you stay up late every night dreaming you had a real man, don't you? I tell you what, bring your pretty little self over to my apartment tonight, and I'll show you a real man. You want you get out!
That's hilarious.
You're welcome.
That's fucked up.
You're welcome.
Look, and the Wonder Woman turning her head was so perfectly on cue.
You're welcome. I like to say you're welcome. If you're feeling down, I just brought you back up. You're welcome.
No. Especially using the old Mr. T cartoon. If y'all don't remember that, Mr. T had a cartoon. Mr. T was a huge fucking deal for a time.
Yeah, he was huge, man.
He was huge, nigga.
I mean, that shit was so perfect with the cartoon, and they had the Super Friends.
Shut up, old man.
And the fucked up part, they had Hawkman as Mickey.
Yeah, Hawkman as Mickey was messed up. Burgess Meredith, dude, that was fucked up. I want to fight this guy. You do it on me.
You do it on me. You get no shot.
I'm done.
When you fight this guy, you're going to eat meteorites and crack kryptonite.
Well, hey, I'll hear no bell. I got to go back down to where I came from. Hey, colored guy, teach me how to box the colored way. Come on, you were thinking.
Well, I got some work to go and do, so I'll catch you brothers on the flip. I got some rigs to deliver.
All right, that's it. Appreciate you coming through.
All right, that's it.
All right.
Dealing with the trauma. Next week, you're just gonna have to sneak them one. Just say it.
Look, I'm just give you a small update. My disposition went well. I got more time with them, but we got things on the record that puts me on the path of solidly getting them back.
Good.
So,
positive vibes in that direction now.
Yeah, definitely positive vibes. So for dudes who, it's not hopeless, basically, is what I'm saying. It's not hopeless, but you got to fight your ass off.
You got to fight. Yeah, you got to fight.
So
you have to fight. That is one thing I do agree with and advocate. You have to do the fight for it. It may not be for you, it's for your kids and for what comes afterwards.
Yep.
It's
You
an
got
uphill battle, but once you get up that hill, it's not a better feeling.
Yeah, because I can see the top of it now. And I'm sitting back like, wait a minute, this didn't happen. This didn't happen. The shit that I needed to get on the record has happened. And when you got the judge who took your kids away now, turn around and saying, wait a minute, this judge, one of my colleagues said that you doing this, and this whole accusation that you made was dubious. All of that shit is now on the record. So now I can go back. It's so bad right now, brothers. And this, no shit, I can actually now go back, reopen my divorce case because the judiciary has already admitted that there was fraud. Thereby leverage that was used to leverage that whole outcome of my divorce case against me. That's where I'm at now.
Yes.
Somebody put insert Thundercats victory song.
No shit. Thundercat. Oh.
So now that bitch being real nice. And I'm like, well, you be real nice up into the next hearing because
won't he do it?
This is when you become real ruthless.
Yeah, this is what he tell her.
Frankly, my dear, I don't give a fuck.
Look, you can be nice as you want to. Don't matter.
She was putting that Kevin Tambo on. Can we talk?
Nope.
Nope.
I am being.
I just want
quiet.
to talk to Dead Set Anime.
Nope. She done already killed your dog and stole your car and beat the hell out of you. That your dead wife gave you. It's over. Ain't no give me your son and we'll call it a day. Just go ahead and hand him over. You hand him to Baba Yaga.
Be like, you know what? How many do you want? Both of them. Not both of them. Both of them.
Both of them. It's like both of them. And if they put your ass in jail, they ain't coming to visit you.
Right.
And I'm gonna leave the state too because I don't care.
Look, it can sound fucked up all it wants to. That's just what it is.
And
remember, nobody ever counts how fucked up it is when it happens to you.
Exactly.
So why feel mercy upon them? I'm gonna tell you one of the cleanest. Here's one of the cleanest lines for you, Dead Set. I ain't gotta kill you, but I ain't gotta save you either.
Yeah, exactly.
But the thing about it is because I know Dr. T kept on asking me, write about this shit. What I will have is a solid roadmap for guys who are in this area because we got a lot of brothers who live in Maryland. And, at least I can document that part.
Yep. The legal process.
Yes.
The hurdles and loopholes.
Yep. So anyway, fellas, I'm out. Y'all have
peace, brother. Be safe.
Peace. That's it. Thanks for coming through. Enjoy your shrimp. Since you ain't sharing, motherfucker. I do my food porn. That motherfucker said, I'm cooking shrimp. I was like, nigga, I'm not eating shrimp. What the fuck? Y'all like making me hungry. I like me some
nigga.
Look, I gotta get DoorDash. Like, now I gotta get me some shrimp plate over here, motherfucker. Let's start tasting shrimp cocktail. Anyway, what y'all got? I see my liker finally got off work. It said, your brother from another mother. Yeah, you funny as fuck. Sent a file from another theater.
Yep.
And they be like, hey, my mama said my daddy's name Black Dynamite. Mine too.
What? And I'll say this to Andre. Andre, you hear about the stuff going on with Dead Set. That's why I told you. You have to court in some of that shit, but you have to put in the fight and put the rest of that shit aside. So I'll be thinking about nice about these motherfuckers. They're not thinking nice about you.
Well, actually thinking about it, I think I heard Dead Set over on another channel about a couple years ago.
Yeah, he's talked about it, and the shit he getting is absolute pure USD bullshit, dude. It's like, my God, dude. The length that this bitch went to is like, dude, that should be criminal. And in another country, they wouldn't have found her ass. And I'm not saying that I advocate it. I'm just understanding that in another country, they would not be settling for that shit. That would not be okay in the least bit. So she lucky she here. But you got to go to the court shit, and that's the fight. They try to discourage you the whole step of the way, but if you stick to it and put in the work for that shit, you can get some shit resolved because that
never interrupt the fool making a mistake.
No, just take notes.
There you go.
Document that shit. Just document it. Like,
The only reason a lot of these women get away with this shit is that I found out a lot of dudes have this innate trust of women. Like they would never go this far.
Yes, they would.
She would never hurt me.
Shit. I used to think that shit too until my son's mother had dragging my ass down the court and everything she was trying to do to my ass. That's when I got out of it.
I told my son's mother, I wish you would.
Yeah. Better than me.
I told her, I wish you would. I said, I will subpoena all his teachers from nursery school. Do you really want to be embarrassed and owe me money? There will be no expense and no dirty tactic I will not use against you.
Yeah, see, my thing was I had to learn that the hard way. And most of the things I had to learn because there was not anybody there teaching me this shit or give me the rules of the road is that I had to run headlong into that wall at full steam, pick my bloody head up off of it to figure out, okay, this is the wall and this is what we don't do. And this is how we go around it. I had to go through it to learn that shit. That's why I always tell brothers, don't do this part, do this, don't do that. Because I've already, like I tell my kids, I bloodied my head on many a fucking wall because I had to learn the shit myself.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I didn't have a parent there. I had a parent there, but she wasn't saying shit. That was motherfucking giving the other chick advice to take me to court.
That's you know what? I'm not gonna even, boy, you gonna make me talk about this. How many times your mother actually played an accomplice to your destruction?
Many a time.
Many a time. I had a friend of mine. I know he loved his mother. He takes care of his mother. He had physical custody of his daughter. Well, you know, Josh, his mother actually gave the daughter back to the mother.
Wow.
I'm gonna tell you, in the black community, they will. I know this is a geek channel, but I'm gonna say this last part.
That's my channel. I do the fuck I want over here. Go ahead.
Say that again, nigga. Say it with your chest out.
No, it's my channel. I do what I want on this shit.
I'll be like, a lot of brothers don't realize your mother is a card-carrying member of the gynocracy before she's your mother.
Yep.
And if you look at it that way, you don't have any hearts. Like, my mother still talks to some of my ex-girlfriends on a regular. I'm like, why the fuck do you talk to these brothers?
My mother do. My son's mother, my daughter's mother. My daughter's mother can come over there and hang out with her all day and go through all old photo albums and all kind of shit. And I'm still looking at my mother like, why is you fucking with this bitch? All the dirty shit she fucking did to me.
She literally tried to destroy me.
Literally tried to destroy me. If I would have self-deleted, that would have been the end of it. You hanging out with this bitch?
That's why. That's why.
You don't give a fuck about me. I know that much. I know that much. I love my mother to death, but that's some truism that she don't want to hear about. And every time she do have to hear about that shit, that's when we stop talking for a while. Every time. Because it's the truth. Because it's the fucking truth. Exactly.
The truth hurts.
Them people that was her family, my in-laws, they don't talk to me. They don't invite me nowhere. I don't get to come over to no family gathering. But you had this bitch all up in your house. I ain't been with her in over a decade. Huh? How'd that work? Women shit.
So for example, I got to see my daughter when I was in the hospital. Got to see her twice. And that was after not seeing her for fucking like almost 3 months. Got to see her twice in the hospital. I got to take her out for Father's Day and shit. And my niece had a birthday party, and my sister fucking invited her to the party. I'm like, why the fuck would you do that?
Because fuck
they don't care.
They don't care.
Because they don't understand suffering. People don't understand suffering until it's forced upon them.
Well, she did understand. That's the fucked up thing, because it's like,
I'm Andre. I'm going to tell you this. If she really cared and gave a fuck, she would not say some really fucked up shit like that, knowing your situation. The first thing you have to do is stop giving people the benefit of the doubt. Because they won't do it for you.
And I've had that proven to me too. I've had that proven to me by my mother. Benefit of the doubt was never in my favor. Never.
Exactly.
You always did it, no matter what the fuck they said.
well, like what I'm saying is most fucked up about my scenario is that basically, you know, when I stopped fucking with my ex, like you know, my family was still fucking with her, like all the females and stuff, including my sister, including my mom, like, you know, like all the females basically were still fucking with her. But until she started alienating them is when they're just like, oh, maybe you were right. I'm like, yeah, this is what I said from the jump.
Because now it's affecting them.
Yeah,
exactly.
That
shout out to D Scott. He said, "Fuck them in-laws." Yeah, they go with who they came with, unless they want to. If they actually make some efforts to keep including you and being around you, then they really fucked with you. If they don't, fuck them. They leave with who they came with. So shout out to D Scott. Appreciate you for supporting the stream. I will give you that 3B salute. And for the man who has not seen this yet, I don't think he watches the replay, for Charles Faulkner, I will give you the power of many.
Power of one, the power of two, the power of many. The power of one, the power of two, the power of many.
Yeah, it's just for Charles, because I know he hadn't seen that shit.
Charles hadn't seen it. I walked away. You got to play that again.
No, you motherfucker!
He lying. He saw that.
I'm actually in the laundry room / weight room, but I walked away checking on the clothes.
Yeah, he was silent. He didn't respond when I said something. I'll believe it for that reason, because I know when Charles on the mic, when he'd be staticky.
All right, here we go.
One more time for the people in the cheap seat.
One more thing.
One more again for the Faulkness. Now that he got his eyes on the damn screen. Power of many.
Power of one, the power of two, the power of many. The power of one, the power of two, the power of many.
That never gets old.
Power of many.
I don't need a replay. I was away from my phone. Shut up, Scott. No, you wasn't, because you was laughing in the other
one. Only artists can take it.
Sizzle.
Don't give artists an idea. He will make it come to life. Jesus Christ.
I'll make it come to life, nigga. I make dreams into reality. That's what the fuck I do.
When it comes to media format, he's like the Beyond or some Franklin Richards shit.
Look, man, I told a chick that before she asked what I did, and I said I make the intangible tangible. I take what's written down and make it into the real world. I make it real. So fucking so like Franklin Richards, man, I'm a reality warper. Call me Forge, nigga. You got an idea for something? Think I can build that? I'm pretty sure I can build that.
The power of one, power of two.
Oh yeah.
The power of scissors.
The power of the scissors.
Artist.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever want me to get back to you on my thoughts on the X-Men 97 show since I watched it finally?
No, you finally watched it?
The whole season in one fucking day.
Finally
Holy
watched
shit.
it?
Finally. Holy shit! Do I? I don't even have it on here right now because I had to put this power of scissoring up there.
I love it.
Oh shit! Hold on. I might extend the show for a little bit for this. Hold on, we gonna get the beastly nerds review of X-Men '97. Hold on. All right, beastly nerd. What you got, Negro? This
Like I said in the super chat, it was a great piece of art that should have been more than fucking 10 episodes. I can tell you right now, because some of them episodes they could have expanded on a little bit, like the Madeline Pryor. They could have gave us at least three episodes of that. You know, I'm trying to remember, was the episode where the big master mold came and destroyed Genosha? That was just one episode, right?
That was Remember Me, episode 5.
Remember Me, and it
okay.
was,
See, that could have been 3 episodes, and that would have made Gambit's death a little bit more impactful. Even though it was already impactful, it would have made it even more because you would have saw the struggle he had to go through to save everybody, as well as, you know, making it even more impactful if you thinking Magneto was dead. Because I really wasn't like shocked. I was like, oh, Magneto's dead? Damn, really? But other than that, I thought it was pretty good. It was a pretty good show. I wanted more. I didn't get more. So when the hell am I getting more? That's the question.
It's called next season.
Another year, season 2. Season 2 is coming.
I gotta wait a year.
It could be as early as this winter.
Yeah, I mean, you wait a year for your birthday.
Did they get old boy back to come? I look, he know, and what he was putting in that show was straight from the comics.
Yeah.
He knew what the hell he was writing and what he was integrating into that show. And
all you got to do is sell OnlyFans.
Look, if the fans is giving him information, fuck that. Stay on there. I don't care. Just
you can't show no brown ping on OnlyFans, but you can show white ping right on the net on the streaming service.
Yeah, you know,
multiple at one time.
It's kind of crazy because it goes back to the narrative because Bo, what's his name? Bo
DeMayo.
Bo DeMayo is LGBT, but why don't they ever talk about him making the best show that Disney Plus ever produced? Because and notice it really wasn't that woke.
It wasn't.
It wasn't.
Subtle jabs here and there, but it was like it was drowned out by story and substance.
Mm-hmm.
He's told a story.
And that's how we like it. You could put little things in there.
Yeah.
You can, you know, I was waiting for Storm when they were trying to talk to Homeboy, Bastion, and it was a clip somebody made, like, you weren't really going to try to reach your hand out to help him. They were like, no, we want to pull him in his force field and beat his ass. And then Storm replied back to Cyclops, my mutie.
Well, Artisan's the one that really opened my eyes to this when he was saying that the same writer for X-Men '97 was the same one for The Witcher.
Yeah, he was the one who had left The Witcher with Henry Cavill because they were taking that show away from what the original source material was.
Oh, really?
He was the one that was speaking out along with Henry Cavill. So when Henry Cavill left, he was gone too.
Because I understood Henry Cavill, but I never knew that, like, until you said it, that he was also the same one that wrote X-Men '97, and I was just like, no wonder why I like the show so much. It's like, even though he was part of that Rainbow Mafia, like, he was like, nah, this ain't going in the show.
See, but that's why I said I think it was last week or the week before about this Acolyte show. Apparently, all LGBTs ain't created equal because they're right here at Disney, two separate arms of Disney, writing a show One is absolute garbage and one is absolutely good. It's not without its flaws, but it is a damn good show.
I agree.
One has a second season that people can't wait to see. The other one has a second season that has been destroyed. You ain't gonna see it.
One has a second episode you don't want to see.
They're trying to say it killed an entire fucking franchise. What are we
It
talking?
did. Acolyte has ruined Star Wars. That was the final nail in a coffin. And I don't like saying shit like that, but no, I agree. It's fucking done. You think anybody gives a fuck about the Skeleton Crew coming up next? Look, only Star Wars I want to see right now is Andor Season 2. And they're trying to fuck that one up. That's the only Star Wars I want to see. And I'm not holding out a lot of hope for it. I have some hope for it. But I'm expecting it to get fucked up because that's what KK does. She will ruin any other show that's not one of the ones that she thinks is supposed to be good for you. She'll ruin it. Look at Mandalorian Season 3. She will kill it. She will either cut the funding on that motherfucker or get into the writing room and put a bunch of goofy shit in there that don't make any sense.
Mm-hmm.
Go back and if you feel like torturing yourself or getting drunk one night, go back and watch Mando Season 3 and watch his ass fall into a lake quicker than shit and have to be saved by Bo-Katan with a rocket jet underwater. Like, how did he sink that fast? That don't even make no goddamn sense.
Like, one of the greatest warriors in Star Wars history gets taken down by a lake. Like,
undertow.
It's what you really think about this, right? This is what happens when people actually give a fuck about the source material. And shout out to Bo DeMaio. I hope they bring you back. Stay off the OnlyFans, or at least create a fucking, or at least wear a mask. God damn. Called himself the Bo of DeMaio. But
and look,
let Charles finish, then you can go, Beast.
But it's like it goes back into, you gotta give a damn about the product for everybody else to give a damn about yours. It's no different than I've written some things, I've drew some things. The more I've put my effort into it, the more people like it because they can tell. And I think that's the difference between these two, the Marvel part and the Star Wars part. Go ahead,
Yeah, and you knew his stuff because the way it also ended, he set it up not just for the Apocalypse stuff, but the Onslaught saga by going in Magneto's brain and wiping it, and you probably gonna get Savage Wolverine because he done already ripped the metal off him. I said, I was sitting there watching this episode. I said, this motherfucker don't miss. He know what he doing.
This motherfucker don't miss, man.
Like, he is setting it up for, like, yo, season 3, we gonna get something with Apocalypse in season 2 and possibly the Onslaught saga in season 3, and then he even incorporated the other fucking Marvel heroes into the damn show. You saw T'Chaka, not T'Challa, T'Chaka trying to debate with the world leaders on firing on Asteroid M. I was like, this is amazing.
Told you. That this is where we were when me and JT was over at Chris' house. Like, he hadn't watched anything but those the first two episodes. Like, nigga, you need to catch up. The fuck, you supposed to be a comic book geek. What the hell is wrong with you? Like, no, that's why we was upset. Like, no, man, this is the best shit going right now, and you need to be here with the rest of us watching this as it's happening. Not trailing behind, man. We don't need nobody to bring up the rear. Get up here with the rest of the contingent. Okay,
exactly.
Be in the now.
You know what? That show was so good. They're talking about bringing the 90s fucking cartoons universe back.
Yeah, I heard
something about Spider-Man because you saw him in the show. Him and Mary Jane. I said, well, goddamn, we got
there. You said there. You saw Cloak and Dagger. I got Cloak and Dagger #1.
Exactly.
Okay. You saw Daredevil. And shout out to Morph because that motherfucker's a walking cameo.
Yep. I said that. Yeah, he's the best character on this damn show because he can get anybody with Morph in the picture.
And by the way, Morph does have the bursting powers.
Not supposed to though.
Not supposed, but he does. They actually admitted that he gets their powers. That's why.
You know how he got it? I think when he got infected by Mr. Sinister, his
Sinister
powers allowed him. The powers allowed him to replicate or at least morph the superpowers of people that he turns into. Not at the higher level. He doesn't have like that class 100 strength of Incredible Hulk, but he's strong enough. But when he could morph into other people, like the original morph,
baseline.
yeah, he could look like them, but he could not duplicate their powers.
Yeah.
Remember, he gets shot by the Sentinel and he's left for dead. Mr. Sinister takes him and Mr. Sinister does his evil stuff to him. So he looks like the morph from the Exiles X-Men. And then when we see him, I was like, wait a minute. This morph can do the powers like the Exiles in the comic. I said, okay, Bo, I see what you did. So you just took the liberties of taking that morph and put him in here that he can do the same thing. But remember the morph in the Exiles, he just couldn't morph into people. He could morph into objects too.
Yeah, but that morph in the Exiles came way after the morph in the cartoon.
Yeah.
Because the morph in the cartoon was where he was created. He wasn't created in comic books first. When they put him into the comic, they made him a little bit more interesting by giving him the ability to copy people's fucking powers. But this ain't that morph. So putting that comic book version into the show where it made the show more entertaining, I don't necessarily agree with him having these other characters' powers. Like most of the characters he used were all people who were physical. They're fighters.
Yeah.
Right. So I can buy that for a little bit. I mean, you got Psylocke's Blaze, cool. You don't see him doing no telekinesis or telepathy or anything like that. Fine. You got Omega Red's coils. Okay, yeah, it's still part of the same substance, which is you. Turn it into the Hulk. Okay, you look like the Hulk. You're not as durable as the Hulk, and you're not. His strength is being augmented by Jean with her telekinetics. Right, so he doesn't have Hulk strength. He can look like him, but he can't have their actual powers. The one that gives people pause and question is Quicksilver.
Exactly.
Moving at super speed. Now, if you have control over your muscles to the point that you can change them into looking like anybody, maybe you can get a version of speed, but you ain't approaching Quicksilver speeds.
I have a question.
That confused me when that happened.
So what happened when I looked it up? Like, for example, he'll have the baseline strength of the Hulk, but he will not have the adrenal gland increase of him getting angrier.
Yeah.
He'll have the baseline powers of people, but not their upper limits is another thing.
Well, that's the thing. Baseline Hulk, like Banner just turned into Hulk, is like, what is it, 100 tons or something like that?
100 tons, yeah.
Bullshit.
And you got to remember when he lands and all that crazy shit when he was the Hulk, because I was paying attention to that. Like, motherfucker, how come y'all lose if you could do all this shit?
Exactly. They made him overly OP. So while it's a good scene, that's why I said the show, it's a great show. It's not a show without flaws. It has flaws, but because it has so much stacked on the good side of it, you disregard those other three things. Like, like the dude shooting the little gun, like ping, ping, like, man, put that shit away. Ain't doing that little pop gun shit right now. We rolling. You overlook it, but it's there. It's there. So that's why I say nothing is perfect. It has its flaws, but those flaws are overridden by all the things it does right.
Excuse me. Sorry about that. Ooh. So
no worries. So yeah, the Hulk was the one that was the most glaring to people, but the first one was that Quicksilver. Like, run like that. I mean, I said it during my watch on it with Patreon. I'm watching that shit. Like, how the fuck is he doing that? Like, wait a minute. He can't have his speed. That's not how Morph's powers work.
I have a question. Didn't he morph into Angel?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Because I was like, hold up. How did that happen? With the metal wings too?
No, he had the feather wings. That's the thing.
No. He was Archangel Artisan. He turned blue.
Archangel, the metal wings.
It was metal wing Archangel. He had the blue face with the blonde hair.
Okay, it's still part of him, right? All of this stuff is coming from his mass. Okay, It's all coming from his mass. So he shaped wings, metal or whatever. He shaped it out of his own flesh. He's not taking on extra shit, right? So it's all still him. Okay, fine. He made himself some fucking wings. Awesome. But having Hulk-like
we gotta
strength,
talk about.
then why don't he have Hulk-like strength all the time?
Exactly.
I mean, he can augment his strength, but going beyond. And we got to talk about the most important character in there. It's called Rizgard Magnus. You know, a guy who's almost 100 years old stealing your bitch.
Bro, that hurt me.
He got that magnetism, Charles. What you gonna say?
You know, that magnetism. What you got to say?
Yeah.
That hurt me. I was feeling sad for Gambit in that episode. Like, God damn, this bitch gonna choose Magneto over the Raging Cajun player?
Certain things, I love how Bodemayo actually put stuff in from X-Men 92 and came all the way back just to make sure you knew who this part was. Like, pay attention to this episode. And by the way, that lets you know when Magneto had his S-curl coming out, it was over, man. He had his S-curl, bitches going him. Man, he had the X-Men to the Molochs like you loving him, boy.
Was praising his purple draws, boy.
Yeah, that's why Val Cooper let him go, right? Because you were seeing him tidy whities, and he was like, "Oh yeah, okay, I feel."
He was the chick when he had the tidy whities. Not bad for a guy who survived the Holocaust. Jesus Christ.
Right. Mm-hmm. That motherfucker looking fit in his Fruit of the Looms. She let him go.
Don't worry, baby. I'm Jewish. I'm circumcised, so it's all good over here.
You know, so yeah. He probably told him, "Don't call me the Hebrew Hammer for nothing."
The Hebrew. Jesus.
I'll have you saying Loch Hayam in 20 seconds, baby.
My man was playing with Rose Cheeks, the Rose Cheeks saying Drado. I can play all day.
So it was a very good show. Now I have a question for y'all now, since now Beastly is caught up with the rest of the world. I'm just giving him shit because Beastly is in his name. I mean, look at his icon, y'all. I cannot not give this man shit that he just now watching X-Men 97.
That's
when
like
his whole fucking icon is Dark Beast. Come on, man. You should have been the first motherfucker watching this shit.
Matter of fact, you should have wrote an episode.
No shit. Like, what the fuck? Dude, that's your whole moniker. Now, that's not me giving him shit. He's getting the appropriate amount of shit for doing some shit like that.
You should have been a nigga to be like To Me by X-Men.
Exactly.
Oh my God!
You
saying that? I feel like I should have been at Disney writing an episode. Like, hey, we need.
You should have been.
I'm telling you, I'm saying some of these episodes could have been expanded on. They could have did that damn Remember Me in 3 parts. That didn't have to be one damn episode.
I think it was more tragic. I think it was more tragic that it was one episode.
Yes.
Because it was a shocker. And I warned everybody because I had to do it. I had to sit out on my porch after watching that episode. I didn't even have a chase. I just drank the shit straight. Full cup. And smoked. It was like, what the fuck did I just see?
Pour one out for Remy, man.
I poured some Remy for Remy.
Remy for Remy, because goddamn, that was an episode.
Damn, he went out like a soda.
I'd say it was more impactful being one episode than it would have been if it was 3. If it was 3, they would have stretched that shit out and there would have been a lot of filler in there that you didn't need.
Yes.
Yeah.
2 at the most, but it wouldn't have had the same resonance that it had in one episode. Because you got one episode, you saw him come in, you knew it was Gambit, you saw what he was going through, you saw what was going on with him and Rogue, and all that shit. He was still out there trying to save that bitch and then end up saving everybody else. And out and done. That was the fuck?
Yeah.
In 30 minutes. In 30, let that sink in. 30 goddamn minutes.
That episode deserves an award. That one episode deserves an award.
That one episode had people who don't even watch Geek animated, nothing talking about it. One episode, 30 minutes of it. We got
I was
people
like
up
that.
here doing 4 episodes of shows that ain't grabbing nobody nowhere.
Except
Not
for
the
the gooch.
Acolyte and not the Boys. Neither one of these 2 shows is grabbing anybody right now.
Mm-mm.
It's not measuring up to an animated show for 30 minutes.
Mm-mm.
Get the fuck out of here. Somebody not doing their job. Somebody don't know what the fuck they doing right now. And it's just obvious. It's fucking blatant. If you want to know why they fired him, that's why the fuck he fired him. He too good. You know how they feel about black dudes who too good and ain't bowing their head. Charles, no. Charles, an arrogant motherfucker. Who fuck with you, Charles? And how did they
Good
fuck
job.
with you?
Why do you think I'm leaving?
And how did they fuck
Why-
with you?
Why do you think hard? Why do you think I'm leaving my job now as a sergeant?
God damn. Already?
Why do you think? Not even a year yet. And the director, me and the director got into it twice. Where I had to tell him about himself for a whole 30 minutes. And told him and I'm basically, he tried to yell at me, talking about all this. I said, first of all, I'm the only motherfucker, the reason why you got these motherfuckers here. They're sick of you. You don't come and tell people you don't spread no life into your employees. Without them, there is no you.
Exactly.
And I had to tell him, I said, when I was at BlurCon, I was in charge of 10,000 people's lives and safety. A fucking college campus at night ain't shit to me. and see, and guess who's the number one people who's your greatest opposition? It's your people. Your fucking people. I don't need Magneto because me and him would actually get along.
You know shit.
I don't need Apocalypse because me and him probably get along. My enemy ends up having the same skin tone so they can get this francophone shit, okay? They're the ones talking this bullshit. And that's the part I agree with you. When you're too good, nobody appreciates you until you're gone.
Look, why am I avoiding having any conversations with my director right now? Because I can fucking smell it on him. I can smell it on him. Like, you too good. This motherfucker gonna have an issue. What's that rule in 48 Laws of Power?
Yeah,
don't outshine the master. And it don't mean that they better than you. It just means these motherfuckers in charge and they get real persnickety about that kind of shit. Feeling some kind of way about themselves. Oh, fuck you. Look, man. Just leave me the fuck alone. I'll do what I do over here. Because they love destroying motherfuckers like me. What was that balloon popping show all about? That motherfucker was arrogant and them bitches wasn't on his level and he told them so. That's why they was popping their balloons and trying to give him shit because they're trying to take his ass down a peg. They don't like confident black men. They don't. They hate that shit. Everybody do, including your own women. They don't want you to have fucking confidence.
Especially your own women.
It's fucked up. I didn't make this world. I'm just living in it.
Which is fucked up because that's 90% of my job now, dealing with juvenile probation, is giving them young, because it's mainly boys. And I point that out. I said, it's mainly us in this bitch.
You look around.
One or two white kids up in there, but it's mainly black kids and some brown kids too. And I got to talk to them. I'm like, I got to give you confidence in yourself and not to follow the wrong stuff, because part of the reason you part of the fucking game, you out here robbing and shooting in motherfuckers, that says because you ain't confident in who you are. So that's 90% of my job, is trying to instill some level of confidence in them, so that they don't, when it's time for them to go home, they don't go back to the same, go back and do the same bullshit. One of the kids just got released today. Taught him how to do a resume before he left, so he can go back home and fill out and get on the ground and get some jobs.
Shit. Two things on that. Shout out to Rainfire Design for supporting the stream. He says, salute geeks, just limped out of Comic-Con. My feet are done. 4 hours in line for Keith David, but why was the longest line SpongeBob? Reason why the longest line was SpongeBob, because SpongeBob is stupid entertainment and Gargoyles made you learn some shit. I'm just saying. I like SpongeBob, I like Gargoyles, but I know what was going on in Gargoyles was a little bit more. You need to know some mythology and some other shit that was going on in there outside of just showing up the Bikini Bottom and seeing some idiot entertainment with Patrick flying around with a flag out his ass.
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Yeah, so shout out to Rainfire. I will give you the power of many.
Power of one. The power of two. The power of many. The power of one. The power of two. The power of many.
And you're absolutely right, Aquateki. Gargoyles made you read up on Shakespeare. Yeah. Puck, Avalon, Arthurian legend. You had to know some of that shit.
I read up on Macbeth because of that shit.
Exactly. You read up on Macbeth because of that shit, right? Yeah. Gargoyles was hitting you in a different spot. Here's the part that'll fuck you up about it. It's made by Disney. Imagine that. How'd that happen? How far the great have fallen. Come on, man.
That's when Disney was making sense.
Yeah. And to the other point, just to Rainfire, which Comic-Con? What place? Because you understand that I hate that everybody uses now that everything is Comic-Con. Everything is not Comic-Con. There's a San Diego Comic-Con. Or there is a Baltimore Comic-Con.
There actually is.
Right? Because it's for your region.
Exactly.
So just calling it just Comic-Con, don't tell me where the fuck it is. Not like we're trying to locate your ass, but I'm just saying. There's Emerald City Con, which is somewhere else. I forgot what the one in Atlanta is called. It's a comic convention.
I think it's Dragon Con.
Dragon Con, thank you. That's
Dragon Con is in Atlanta.
Dragon Con.
Boy.
That's the name to let you know what region it's actually in. Emerald City, I think, is in Seattle or something like that.
Yeah, the one here in Houston is called Comicpalooza, and it's gotten fucking huge because we just had the main person was John Cena.
Mm-hmm.
He was the head. He was the main one, the main act that everybody wanted to come see. It was a couple of WWE acts, but big name stars have been to the place. I fucking missed it. I keep missing them.
But wait a minute. How did you go there when you couldn't see him?
This guy. I knew he was going to say that shit.
How was he there and you can't see him? Well, be funny as fuck. Yeah, but that's my only thing, Rainfire, because you understand when you say Comic-Con, any geek only knows it just means comic convention. It's just a comic convention. That's the short name of it. It's like saying a RecCon. There we go. He said Mississippi Comic-Con.
Retroactive baby.
Yeah.
Did you just do a RecCon on your own show?
Yep. But there was also one in Vegas this weekend too. Yeah, I didn't go to that one, obviously, because I'm here. I'm not in Vegas. I'm saving my Vegas time for August and November. What's Mississippi Con called? Because here in California, there was a couple of them at one time. Right now we have Silicon Valley Con, which used to be Big Wow, and another little South Bay Con mixed together. What's his name from Apple? Wozniak.
Okay.
Got this one with Stan Lee, and so they have Silicon Valley Con now. They merged together. We used to have WonderCon up here, which started small, started local, was in Oakland, San Francisco. Now it's down. They moved that shit down to Anaheim. Fuck you. You got San Diego Comic-Con, which is the big one because they say it's the big one because it's near Hollywood. That's the only reason why. So all the theaters get to go out there and do they pedal their wares and shit like that. And
it's the big one, Elizabeth.
Mm-hmm. Up in Sacramento, what do we have? It is Sac Anime Con, and there's another convention that goes on up there. So they always have a name in front of it to let you know where it is, because I don't know. I'm just looking for specifics just so people in the chat know where these fuck.
Shout out to the Baltimore Comic Con. That's where I met George Perez, rest in peace, and Adam and Neil Adams.
Adam. Yeah.
Yeah, we talk all the time. He always calls me Arms when he sees me.
Yeah. Yep. Baltimore Comic Con. Yeah, it's con season now. It's June. It's con season. It's time for cons and cosplay shit. So all
We're
the
gonna
little
get artists down to BlairCon one day doing a panel.
I want to come down to BlairCon. I have to be a bigger YouTuber to do a panel. I'm not that big of a YouTuber. I don't have enough white people watching me or women.
I mean, all you got to do is you can still get the panel done. You could be like middle age and comics.
I can go down there and go to a con and walk the floor and be normal like I am, and just look for shit that I want to buy, and talk shit to people in their panels.
And a couple of girls I like to, and a couple of girls I might group. Then they
Get out of this shit. Sitting there like Holden McNeil in somebody's fucking panel conversation.
Said Holden. Be the asshole.
Yeah, be that asshole.
No, you be Banky. No, you be Banky. You wouldn't be Holden.
I don't want to be Banky because Banky was closet gay. But Banky was funny. He was right. Holden was a dumbass. I've been a dumbass before. It's okay. I probably will again at some later point in life. But yeah, that's how you learn. I went to Virginia Beach Comic Con this year with my camera. The shit was wild. Yeah, it is wild. Women have got in that place. BlairCon is on 7 something.
Yeah.
BlairCon is the 11th. Is the 12th to the 14th.
I'll get to BlairCon one day. That's on my bucket list.
Don't put it on your bucket list. Don't put it on your bucket list. Put it on the to-do list.
Yeah,
bucket list is,
yeah.
Because Malika, you old like me. You're older than me. You're probably 50 something, right? 50 plus. How many more? I don't want to put this fine of a point on it, but it serves the point. How many more sunrises do you got? Do you know? If you don't know, you need to be doing shit now. Just fuck it. The money don't matter because you'll go back to work and you'll make that shit again. It doesn't fucking matter. And you ain't taking it with you. Passing it down to no children and kids and shit like that. So fuck it. Live your life right now.
This is true.
This is true. What was that movie with Morgan Freeman and Jack Nicholson, right?
The Bucket List.
The Bucket List. What was it about? He had spent all that time helping other people, and he had never really went out and did the shit that he wanted to do in his life.
Mm-hmm.
It took knowing that your time is now going to be up at this point for him to finally start doing it. To me, that means that was a waste of his life. Even though he was doing what he was supposed to be doing, taking care of his kids and shit like that, which is true. But you got to get out there and do your shit now. Your life ain't forever. And me personally, I don't want regrets. I'm not saying I'm doing absolutely everything I ever thought about doing, but I'm doing most of the shit that I can do at the time I can do it because I do not want to be regretting that goddamn thing. Ain't nobody regretting the shit they do to me. I shouldn't be regretting shit else.
Doing the shit that you want to do.
Do the shit that you want to do. I think about that all the time. That's why I watch sunsets. Ever since my divorce, I watch sunsets. So many every year. On New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, that's the first thing I try to do. I watch a sunrise and I watch a sunset. And understand this is another year. What do I want to accomplish in that shit? I may not accomplish everything. It don't matter. But if you set low standards, you will achieve low standards. I set high standards. I achieve medium. But I aimed high to begin with. So I'm hitting that shit in the middle. Getting that shit done and knocked out. These guys said I do the same thing. You got to, because as black men, we get pushed down to people always want to find a use for us other than us serving the purposes of our own designs.
Mm-hmm.
You got to serve your own purpose. And your purpose is to be out in this fucking world seeing what's out there. Because if I can see goofy people who ain't doing shit for nobody complaining about who making money, who not, and going on trips all over the world, why the fuck am I just suffering every day and doing nothing that I want to do? Look, I ain't saying this. I'm not saying all of this to Malika, but Malika, my boy, I got respect for Malika, and I feel bad that I did not go to BlurredCon last year to hang out with fucking Charles. I feel bad. Okay, so I've lived another year. What do I need to do this year? Because I said I wanted to be there. I wanted to go hang out with Charles and go to BlurredCon because that shit look wild. And not just to see some chicks twerking. I know what Charles gonna be looking at. I know, but I just want to see what it's like in Baltimore. I ain't been to Baltimore.
Well, BlurredCon's in Arlington, Virginia. Baltimore Comic Con is in Baltimore. But it's a fun thing because it's like a family reunion with everybody dressed up.
Yeah, cons are fun. I don't dress up, but cons are fun. I like being around that energy. I could tell y'all, after I closed the shop, I was depressed for a while about geek shit. I still am in some ways. That shit hurt my soul. You just don't really know. It hurt my soul a lot. So a lot of that stuff is getting back to what makes me me, what I love about being me, what I love about living life in this world at this point. Because most of this shit can suck. It can. But there are parts of it that I fucking love to death. Going to a con, seeing people happy, conversating about all this geek shit and stuff like that, dressing up in costumes and smile, guys, girls, couples, kids, and shit like that. That is all fun to me. I am a people watcher. I love imbibing life. Enjoy. That is what's most fun to me. That is what gives me my recharge to go back and deal with the dumb fucks that I deal with on a daily basis. Part of life is being able to be around that and enjoy that shit. Not just thinking about it, doing that shit, because it's nobody's responsibility but mine. And I don't want to regret. So, point being, I see that bitch with the thick legs again.
I hear you.
I see your ass for a third time. I've probably fucked up the second time, but if I catch your ass a third time, I am on your ass.
Game time.
I am on your ass. You can shoot me down. I don't give a fuck. I'm like Snoopy in the Red Baron, nigga. I will be up there again. I will be flying them skies again. Don't matter. Shoot the shot. Fuck where it landed. Fuck where it landed. I will shoot the shot. Your shit working for me. You know, I might get the vibe. I think you got the vibe. I ran into a guy that used to own a comic shop here yesterday. Now he's working for the company, helping run cons from city to city. I told him I hate him to his face. Yeah. That's one of the ways to try to pivot that shit. I mean, I met some people this week who have a play group. They just moved here. And they play Magic together. They have a play group. They play group playing today, and I told them I couldn't do it today. I'm going to play in a play group because I miss playing Magic. I do. These all grown-ass folks, but they like something that I like. Why the fuck not? Who gives a shit?
Find your tribe.
Find your tribe. You know, I will do that and enjoy that. So this coming week, I'll go play pool on my league. That's started up so I can get back in practice for these tournaments I got coming up. I will play Magic when that comes up, and I will try to fuck on this chick. And I'll also go to work.
Yeah,
and that will be me doing the things that I actually enjoy, as opposed to just doing the shit that I have to do. No, that ain't fun. I mean, what's tonight? House of the Dragon is tonight. I'm liking that show. I'll be watching that show with the professor. We're going to watch that shit. And I'm going to enjoy it. Why? Because it's what the fuck I want to do at the time I want to do it right goddamn now. And that makes me happy. I don't need to be rich. Rich makes it happen a lot quicker. But I just need to be able to do what I want to. I'm not asking for a lot in this world. Leave me the fuck alone with your bullshit and let me do what I want. Trust me, it don't involve hurting a lot of people. Don't. Just a couple of them. You won't miss them. You won't miss them. Trust me, if they made my list, the world would be better without them. Pray or purge ain't real. But with that, y'all got some final thoughts so I can close this out. I'm already at 5 hours, so I got to do some editing to get this under the YouTube wire.
Smoke weed every day. Not just drink cognac.
I was not expecting that from yo. Smoke weed every day. Holy shit.
Rest in peace, Nate Dogg.
Whoa, hit my music. I'm out. Can't top that shit. Can't top that.
Anti-fat.
Whoa.
Peace, Charles. Peace. Appreciate you coming up. That is one of the recognized Geek Elite to me, the Charles Faulkner Jr., the darkness. And my wrestling, well, maybe not my wrestling, the wrestling cohort. You know wrestling like I know wrestling. Been watching that shit as long as I've been watching the shit. Damn near. So there's love for wrestling there. What you got, Malika? You was saying something. You came on late, so you can hang around a minute. See what Andre, the Maple Leaf, the 420 Maple Leaf.
I feel when I was listening to you about the boys, man.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, really, y'all really pushing the DNA, you know? And I'm like, and the gross out stuff. I'm like, okay, all right.
It's gratuitous at this point, and it's not. Understand, I'm a fan of this show for 3 seasons. Every episode wasn't having no problems with it. This season, 4 episodes, does seem just gratuitous because there is no point to it.
And
it's,
I felt the same with Frenchie. I'm like,
yeah, what the
really? I'm like, and I had
to nowhere.
Yeah, I'm like, why? It seems like okay, we have to put this in now because now we want to put really
put the screws to this shit. That's what it seems like.
And the certain stuff that's getting me like the excessive part, the bestiality stuff is getting to me. I'm like, really? It's not getting funny anymore. It's just like, really? And people say, well, you know, he can speak to animals. So can Dr. Doolittle, but he didn't fuck him. Come on. I mean, and then like the part I understood, like how you said, the reason why Homelander is making the Deep go down on what's his name?
A-Train.
But that part got to me like the black part got to me. I was like, really? Now we got to degrade another black man, really? And people say, no, well, you know, but the degrading part got me. I'm like, really? We got to keep doing this?
Well, here's the funny part to that scene. Deep going down on A-Train, right? You understand that in the comic, the races or the colors of those 2 characters are reversed, right?
Yes, definitely.
That the Deep is a black dude in the comic book, and A-Train is a white
guy.
So it is equally offensive both ways.
Yes.
Knowing the original material, you got a black dude going down on a white boy. Offensive, right? Watching it in this show is equally as offensive because you got a white dude going down on a black dude, but the black dude sitting there, standing up there for it, like looking at him like, oh, you weak. Nigga, you standing up there letting them do it. You stood up.
And I was like, what?
You could have been the fuck out of there. Super speed. But no, you stood there just, oh, you wanted that shit. Shut up.
You mad at the Deep. I'm like,
yeah, you mad at the Deep for what? The Deep has been proven to be a bitch to Homelander. He's scared of him. All of y'all scared of him. What you frowning at him for?
Can I be honest? The Deep is proven to be a bitch, period.
They bitched him up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, at this point, the part that I was going to mention, you got Sister Sage, and you find out how her power work. She got to lobotomize herself so her brain can grow back so it don't do all that overthinking so she can fuck this white boy, the Deep, to get him some, get herself some. I'm like, really? What is that supposed to be like a subliminal message?
Yeah.
You have to debase yourself and lose your brain so you can fuck a white boy?
But also it proves to yourself that you can't get dick from anybody else. Because now, I like how you hit it. I saw it too.
Mm-hmm.
She's not a common regular girl, meaning like this regular woman. No, she's the short, little bit frumpy, not that really
Natural hair.
attractive black woman with the natural hair,
attitude.
You know who she reminds me of? Oprah Winfrey back in college.
Damn.
The chick that always wanted
Thank
to
you,
know
Beasley.
when to be best.
Well, here's the thing. How smart is she where apparently all she can do is read? I mean, what's the difference between her and the chick in Eternals, Makari? What's the difference? Well, one was fucking mute. One was deaf. That's the only difference. But they both supposed to be super smart. How? Why? How does it work? Oh, see, she got books all over the place. So fucking what? I do too. That's the power? Come on, man. This is such contrived bullshit.
Here's the funny thing. You know what I noticed? Mother's Milk, he suffers from OCD, right? But he's always the one that's picking up and he's doing great deductions.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's the one that's keeping the whole group together, right? Next, besides, what's the name? I'm about to say Willie. What's the name? The character's based off of Simon Pegg.
Oh, Huey.
Huey, right? Huey and Mother's Milk are the ones that are at least the brains trying to keep it together. Not saying that Butcher isn't, but what gets me is that the black man, he's working. It's showing that we work at our intelligence. You got the chick that, okay, she has to do this, but she's doing all this other stuff, but she's controlling, destroying, but she's trying to get her place because she knows if I play the intelligent chick to butter up, I can win my space and I could probably lead. Okay, whatever. But Mother's Milk's trying to keep the damn team together.
Yeah, I'm waiting until we get to the end of this season. The way this shit is going is that we're going to be cheering for this black woman getting killed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Because she on the wrong side, right? She's the one manipulating all this social strife. A little bit too on the nose.
Like, honestly, I've been cheering from the second that A-Train was talking about, like, yeah, I used to be on a team with her. Fuck her.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Listen to the black man.
That's gonna be the shit. You're gonna be cheering for that shit. That's what you're supposed to be doing. Look, they'll use your ass for a moment, sister girl. They'll use you for protection till they finish with your ass.
Like,
because remember, that role you playing right now is the same role they had black men playing for a long time in shows. Remember, you can only be the smart guy. Mm-hmm. Shout out to Urkel.
Yep.
They already did that with black dudes. You don't see that shit? The common trope in geekdom for a black dude between the 80s and 90s is you was either the strong guy or you was the smart guy.
Brain or the muscles.
Yep.
That's it.
Can't be both.
Two roles. Can't be both. Why does Blue Marvel stand out? Because he got the brains and the fucking strength. And he can whoop any one of those other superheroes' ass. That's why they sideline that motherfucker a lot of the times.
And he fucked white women too.
Yeah, you talking about Mr. Terrific. You talking about Mr. Terrific, who had the brains and was banging out the big booby white Supergirl shit.
Yep.
Power girl.
Yeah.
He was showing her some power.
And yeah, that's why when they made him live action, they made him a gay dude.
Exactly. The other trope. Light-skinned, cornrows, and gay. Who you think sitting in that writing room? That's why I'm not buying this shit with Frenchie with this boy shit. It's like, nope, that is a trope. Strong black woman looking like Aunt Jemima with brains. And now The light-skinned gay dude. Okay, whatever the fuck.
They don't see it.
Whatever the fuck.
Can't you see?
I don't know
Can't
who
you
writing
see
this shit
the?
this year. I don't know who writing this shit this year, but
Can't you see the code on the screen?
Yeah, Charles, Bionic Sense. Bionic 6.
Yep.
IQ.
Brains and brawn. Can I go back to another one?
Bionic 6 was my shit too. I love that show.
Can I go back to another smart guy? Mantis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But he can smart, but he can be crippled.
Yes. One of Carl Lemley's first superhero roles.
Yep. So this show is throwing me some shit that I'm not really liking, and it's really seeming kind of boring. I'm not really liking it right now, and that's upsetting for me and disappointing. That's why I'm really concerned right now with what the fuck is going on with this show. I'm really concerned with what's going on with this show because I'm not feeling it right now in 4 episodes. And I guess the teller nowadays is the show probably really sucks when they put out multiple episodes at their debut. When they have a debut and they put out multiple episodes of the show, they're probably trying to get it over with quicker, meaning this show really sucks. They put out 3 episodes in the same week. This shit has only been on for 2 weeks. It's 4 episodes out already. And they're not half-hour episodes. What is that saying? This show probably sucks.
And then the season
came out. What did they give you? 1 goddamn episode. Why? Because they know they got fire in the tank, nigga, or in the dragon, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
They gonna piecemeal that shit to you like a good drug dealer. Like, nope, I'll give you this little bump. You come back and see me again soon.
Well, shit, they gave you half of the season because The Boys is usually what 8 fucking episodes.
Yep.
They gave you half of the season in 2
Half
weeks.
of the season is already done in 2 weeks. No shit, Beasley. Great point. Great fucking point. You half the goddamn season already. Shit. Even Acolyte made you wait a couple of weeks for it. They almost done. They almost done already. Getting that shit over with quick, boy. It's like crap through a goose. Like, get it. Sister Sage said it herself. She didn't want to be part of the vault because they wanted her to be a racist trope. Yeah. So what? What's the point of saying it if you're just gonna go ahead and do it anyway? But they had her doing all kind of shit, like instigating a riot at a rally, inciting, killing regular fans. I thought that was from something from KK's book. Like, he killed the actual fans, the biggest fans. We killed them and used them as sacrifices. Like, the fuck? You got a black woman standing in that role playing this shit? This is the reason why a lot of black actors didn't play some roles, so they can get away from being the face of all this depravity and shit. That was the whole point of getting away from playing maids, pimps, hookers, and hoes and shit like that. That was the whole point of that. To elevate yourself past shit like that, so your face ain't always the ones people identify with when they want to think about something fucked up. You in this role playing this character who's responsible for the death of 3 white men for no reason at all. And everybody that was in there beating them outside of the one white boy who was a total pussy, he might as well be an octopus, are black dudes beating the shit out of these white boys with bats and using their bodies to incite a fucking riot against they pretty little white girl. Against Starlight. I'm not feeling this fucking show right now. I'm telling you flat out. This is the levels I'm looking at shit. It may not seem very deep, but I'm looking at all the rest of these actual overtones. Now, who else is talking about the goddamn Boys this week? It's been out. Nobody's talking about this shit. Why? Because they so wrapped up in the Acolyte? Because it's so enthralling and gripping? No. Because it ain't that goddamn good. They ain't paying attention to it right now. And this is one of those shows that has been really good consistently. Why ain't nobody watching this season? I'm concerned. I'm sorry.
Not to mention, Artisan, for promotion of the show, Homelander just got released for Mortal Kombat 1 as additional as a playable character. Just got released.
It makes sense because if you watch the show, they have a Mortal Kombat knockoff video game in it.
Yep.
Where you have Homelander and somebody else doing Lamplighter and what was her name? Crimson, whatever the fuck.
Crimson Sage or some shit like that.
Yeah, he's doing Scorpion fatalities on this bitch. I said, did they make this game for this? Oh my god, dude. What the fuck is going on? This is supposed to be an Amazon vehicle. Did Warner Brothers buy it? There's some different shit happening right now, which is not consistent with what 3 seasons of this shit has been. Yeah, you got blood. Yeah, you got some touchy sexual stuff. The story ain't there. It's all over the place. Me and HVAC Steven was talking about it. He said, man, you saw it? Yeah. Thinking it's all over the place. Yeah, it does feel like it's all over the place. Like it has no goddamn direction right now in 4 episodes. I don't know where the fuck this thing is going. And it doesn't seem like it knows either.
Like, I'm trying to figure out what their plan is for Homelander. Like, okay, so what the fuck is the plan exactly? Y'all just work for the CIA and just follow, like, what are we doing?
Not making much sense right now. And as you pointed out, it's half over. So they really fucking up fast.
And what's going on with this VP? What we dealing with her?
You got the reveal of, yeah, she shot her daughter up with Compound V and what her daughter's Compound V powers are. But that basically makes her daughter a whole fucking killer right now.
Yeah.
So she ain't innocent in no kind of way anymore. How do we get to that? She just got Compound V and decided to become a killer all of a sudden? We had sympathy for this girl last season. I don't give a fuck about this little snake mouth bitch right now. I don't even know how that's happening. Where was that turn?
And why should we be invested in her?
Yeah.
This is where we get the turn. Like, I like the VP to be from last season, and also when she was in what's that, Generation V?
Mm-hmm. When she showed up on Gen V.
And then I like that they're giving it
another black girl lead. Just saying.
But I like her.
The show was
like
good.
her. And I feel bad because I'm old enough to be her father too. But you know, hey. She got Black Lives Matter too.
She got Black Lives Matter. No, I'm sorry. Look. You're grown up.
She got Black Lives Matter. She got Black Booty Matter. She got Black Hamilton Matter too. And I'm like, okay.
She's a grown up.
Yeah.
She's way over, I think, 25. She's a full grown up. I can look at her and say, that is a nice piece of God's creation right there.
She is legal to enter my vehicle. That's all I'm saying.
You're going to have to fall out the bed. So
I want to enter her vehicle.
There we go.
But anyway, I like the VP to be, but I hope they go a little bit more into her background and how to say, you know, how really like thrown she is. I like to see that.
Yeah, it's like I said, there's some different shit happening to the boys, and I'm not really liking it right now. And it's disappointing because of the thoughts that are coming off of this shit and the things I'm seeing, and it's like this is problematic. This is problematic going forward. And yes, Charles, the best season of the boys was with Soldier Boy. That was last season.
Yep.
Where are we at now? I just watched Homelander, this episode that came out this week. I watched Homelander go back to where he was conceived, basically, or kept, this lab, and torture, ridicule, demean every one of them scientists in there and eventually kill them. For what? Oh, I was following orders. Oh yeah, you're following orders. He put somebody in a furnace. White dude, name Homelander, which is there's a play on that name for a reason. Put somebody into an oven and burn them.
Okay, for this season, like what I've been seeing, like in the reviews, they're
Pardon?
talking about they've been saying that basically it's just been gory for the point of being gory.
Yeah,
It's
Like,
gratuitous. It's just gratuitous. That's what that means. It's just gory for the sake of gore. It doesn't have any point in the episode, really.
like I'm only up to episode 2. I'm not fully caught up yet because like I this season I just never had the energy to watch it. It's just like just watching the first episode, I was liking it, and I didn't know what was going on with Frenchie. I was like, what the fuck is this shit? Why did you feel the
Out
need
of
to-
nowhere.
yeah.
Out of nowhere. Look, I pointed out to my boy Steven, pointed out to him, I said, this sexual turn with Frenchie doesn't make any sense because wasn't this the same shit he was just having a problem with last season when he was dealing with the Russian chick that was using him for all this sex stuff? He was having PTSD about this shit, and now he just all into a homosexual relationship with the guy whose family he killed. What? This don't make no sense.
I was literally saying, like, you could have just made them really good friends, and him having the issue with that. Why the fuck did he have to be in a relationship with him? That's what I didn't understand.
See, and that's what gets me. It was like, okay, even when people get into heterosexual relationships, there's a buildup. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, he wakes up. It's not even like, okay, did we ever notice in the other 3 or 4 seasons, and even in the comic, because you said it and I said it to myself, so he never showed that in the comic, but then I'm like, okay, this never was shown in the other seasons, but all of a sudden now it's like, okay, we're going to wake up that, oh, okay. He just happens to be.
He just all of a sudden, out of the blue, thought you knew. I'm all in the women, motherfucker. You spent 3 seasons all in the Kumiko.
Yeah, and here's the funny thing.
Out of here.
She was feral for the first 2 seasons. Now
you had your breakthrough second season, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. You're having a whole dance number in the last season.
And they even wrote it into the script where she was just like, yeah, you know, like I love you and everything, but me and you is not going to happen. Go be with who you want to be with.
Yeah, I told you it wasn't going to happen with me. Since when, bitch?
And the first episode too is like,
you know what that was?
After they had that meeting with Starlight, and then afterwards, you know, they go to the washroom. Just like, yeah, there's no reason for you to be having some long conversation with some dude in a washroom. And I'm like, them hands looked a little bit too close. I'm like, I see where this is going.
Exactly. I was just like, really?
When
I saw him look, I had to forward. I said, here we go with the gay shit. There we go.
Look, and then she's walking around fucking acting like the jealous fucking girlfriend or some shit. Like, oh, you chose. I'm like, I'm confused. Like, cause I thought you didn't want him. He wanted you. Now all of a sudden he's in the dudes. Like, where the fuck did this happen?
And you rejecting him? Like, oh no, it would never happen between the two of us. Why is anybody listening to your ass? Wasn't you in a cage when he found you?
But my thing
like,
is,
you know what the fuck is happening or not happening? Oh my god!
Now you're putting him in the friend zone. What?
Yeah, you friend zoned him all of a sudden. He's been doing all this work with you to communicate and all the rest of this shit. Now you're just a friend.
Yeah.
Okay. Then what was you having your whole dance number where you was all in love with him for last season? Quit it. Anyway, let me go ahead and get out of here. It's 4:30 and I got to get some shit done before this House of the Dragon comes on.
All right, home.
Yeah. I'll
holler at you later.
I'll fall off with this. I still got to catch up to the boys. I'm kind of struggling through it, so I don't know what's going on this season. But I did end up watching.
I don't either.
I did end up watching Bad Boys 4. I enjoyed that. Artisan,
Bad Boys 4 was good.
I don't know if
Yeah.
you had a chance to catch Inside Out 2. I
I
watched
haven't
it.
caught Inside Out 2 yet. I haven't caught that yet, but I do want to see it. I do want to
And
see
I'm
it.
looking forward to the next episode of House of the Dragon.
Yeah, that's tonight. This is tonight at what, 6? So I got to clean up a little bit because I got company for House of the Dragon. So
All right. Well, thanks for
yeah, appreciate it. Appreciate your Maple Leaf. Hope everything going better with your daughter's situation as well, because I hate seeing decent brothers going through this bullshit with behind kids. It's not the kids' fault. I don't blame the kids. I do blame the children on the other side of the kids who don't know how to act like don't know how to be adults, basically. Anyway, what you got, Beastly? Since you finally caught up on X-Men 97, what else we got to get you caught up on now?
Well, other than I've been working, man. I'm sorry. I've been staying over.
You ain't gotta apologize to me. I just give you shit because I can. Not out of malice.
Most
I don't
days,
give you shit. I didn't give you shit. I don't even like you. So don't worry. You in good company, okay?
well,
Yeah, but liking
but,
shit to me too. Like, come on, man. It's just what it is.
but that show really inspired the thing because right now I actually when I get off here I'm actually going to pull up this damn form I need to fill out so I can get a program started at the facility because it's summer right now. You know and so it's like I told the supervisor, I said, man, I want to do like because they asked them because it's up to staff to come up with stuff because otherwise you're gonna be stuck in a unit all damn day with these kids. And remember, they minds is criminal minded, and so if you don't come up with something, they gonna figure out some shit to do, which they will do. They will plot and plan.
Yeah, you figure out something for them to do, or they will figure out something for them to do.
And it's gonna end up with you writing a fucking incident report.
Yeah, we'll end up with an incident report.
And I was like, yo, I said, yo, man, I'm gonna do like because I've had these discussions while I've been in the unit. I'm like, yo, man, I'm gonna do some. I told him, I was like, yo, I'm gonna come up with like a comic book / manga group where we sit down, discuss comics and manga and stuff. And I said, I want to go over like character archetypes and how that relates to them and how they can actually help them change their mindset. So when they get released, they don't go back doing the same stuff. I said, we're gonna probably work on how to write a story and drawing skills. And then I want them to kind of write and draw their own comic if they can, and how it can relate to themselves. And it's like kind of like their journey.
Mm-hmm. That would be good, especially writing, especially for Black boys. Initially, writing. They don't have to write well; they just have to get the thoughts out, and that's what you want to do. Is you want to get the spigot opened on their imagination and get that shit to flowing out of them onto a page where they can see it and look back and share with people. It's like, damn, this is pretty damn good. There's some bones here, some decent shit. You know, this is actually better than the Acolyte. This goofy bitch getting paid hundreds of millions of dollars for the shit she wrote, and we all know it's garbage. So you got something better than this. Look, so that's that for me. If I was going to put a cap on this whole thing to say how do you save geekdom or rebuild geekdom in a sense, you need better writers. They're not going to be they're not here right now. I don't think they're going to have to be grown. They're going to have to be nurtured. They're going to have to be given that creative outlet to expand their minds and write out their ideas and create these stories and these new franchises and IPs for the future, because they burning the rest of this shit down, dude. It is a whole barn fire going on and you watching it. So there ain't going to be shit else left. Just get ready for the rebuilding. Get the people trained up who can rebuild this shit, because the rest of this is burning down. We had Star Wars for 40-something fucking years. It's just over now. So that's just what it's going to be. Just enjoy that you had it. Treat it like a relative. You had them for most of your life and they passed away. And moving on, what do you do now? You carry on. We need more writers. We need better writers. So yeah, I would push for that program. If they can't write, draw, nigga.
I gotta write it up and submit it to administration and see what they got and see what they say. And they and like everybody tell me, it's like you got to be very detailed with it because even some of the supervisors like, shit, I want in on this, man. This is my get my gears burning. Like some of them was suggesting like because the kids that are on decent behavior, they can leave campus and go on field trips. And some of them was suggesting some of the Comic-Cons that's in the area that's supposed to be happening. I was like, well, shit, I can do that. They said, well, it wouldn't hurt to ask. You can probably get it through administration.
Yeah, it never hurts to ask. And if they tell you no, understand that's just the first barrier to find out how to make this shit work. Like I was telling my friend about relationships. You fail at relationships until you learn how to make certain things work, until you fix certain things. Because true enough, every person is different, but you are always you. And if you don't change anything, you're always the fucking same. And that's probably the problem. You're not changing, you're not growing. So throw it out there. If it's not right for them that time, fix it. Get that feedback from, okay, what would have made it stronger? What would have made it a better proposal? Take that feedback, put it into your new proposal, and give them the second one. Bam! Take that shit. Like Shawshank Redemption, nigga. How many? Oh, they responded when I sent them 1 letter a week. Okay, now I'm gonna send their ass 2 letters a week. Until they respond to me. You're gonna get that shit through. Get it done, because that is the future of all of us, is hopefully these kids that they're trying to throw away.
Mm-hmm.
If you can get them right, flying in the right damn direction, you can actually look forward to something in the future. If you cannot, you're just going to be telling them to move over and make room for the next crop that's coming in.
Hopefully some sense of self-discovery, because you never know. You might get your next George Lucas. You might get your next, J.K. Rowling, because they interested in them type of stories. Like, shit, had a whole hour talking about fucking anime and Dragon Ball Z and Naruto. Just that whole hour. The supervisors came in like, "This is what we doing?" I was like,
"Yeah,
man, I got my unit under control." Yeah. Everybody on their bulk are sitting down. We playing cards, talking about this shit.
Yeah, what's the problem? Look, when I'll say this, when I was at a community center, I worked in the community center. I was a recreation leader. One of the things I did was start our art class. The idea for the art class was that they each work on their own individual things and they make a comic book. That they make their own comic book together with all of them. That's what the whole goal of it was. Figuring out who was the writer, so who was the artist, who had good skills with drawing letters and shit like that. Putting all these things together so they could make their own fucking comic book. They would have something tangible in the real world that they can look to and say, I did this, or I was a part of this. It starts with those conversations of those shared interests. I was watching Joe Coy last night doing a comedy skit in Brooklyn, and he's talking about why he came to Brooklyn. Because you're looking out into the audience and you see all these different types of people all together. And one of the unifying things is that they all sitting in the dark together laughing about the same shit. The only thing difference between that moment and the moment when they leave is somebody turned on the lights and you realize you picked up all that baggage of bullshit you're supposed to have against each other the whole time. That's the only thing different. But for a whole hour, you was in here yucking it up and having a good time with each other. None of that shit mattered. Well, keep that fucking mentality. Keep that same fucking energy when you go out to the rest of the world. Try that. You got them on a purpose. You got them unified in your block, in your group. You got them unified in one idea right now. Take that and grow, because that's what you want. You don't want them fighting in there all the time. But you wouldn't mind if they was working together on something. You found something that they all work on together. That's called team building. That's how you do it. Unified purpose, unified interest. And then you build from there. It's easier to get them to respect each other after that, so then you have less fights.
Mm-hmm.
You break your hand on this motherfucking face, who gonna draw the rest of these panels, nigga? Use your brain. And why you want to hit him? Hit him in his eye. He can't write with his eye fucked up. You're right. Because this story was kind of lit. Okay. Look, you doing right. Just propose that shit. I'm telling you, just propose that shit, and don't stop at one no. Don't stop because they told you no. If they tell you no, that means they at least look at it. Maybe get that feedback from them, what could have strengthened it, and then give that shit back to them the second time or the third time. It don't matter. Keep sticking that shit in their face. Actually, they might Jessica Gal your ass and just give it to you to shut you the fuck up. Like, yeah, okay, hey, all right, Beastly, here, we're gonna give you this shit. Stop sending us these fucking proposals, okay? We'll give you it if you stop sending these goddamn proposals. You agree to that, we'll give it to you. If not, you're gonna be sending more fucking proposals. Get them that way. Fuck them. Yeah. What do you say, Beastly? Yeah, Beastly. I'm working the world building power system for the book and the graphic novel now. So you do it. You gotta keep putting in that effort. I've decided to write a graphic novel with the internet caveat for backstories and the universe. That's how I made my comics. And the reason I give people a lot of shit by not stopping is because I stopped. I've had my characters created and written since 91, 92. And you ain't seen a one of them unless you watch Art Nustel's Black Artists on the Spot and see me drawing them. Because I was the writer and the artist and created the whole world. Don't have avenues for black dudes like you should. Sometimes you have to be that avenue. I didn't understand that younger. Know it now, but it might be a little bit too late. So, good luck, Beastly. Put those proposals in. Help them boys. I appreciate what you're doing because I know black boys need it so they can grow up into black men who can turn around and help somebody else. They do. So appreciate you for that. And thank you for finally watching X-Men 97. Well, I know you work, bro. I know you. Goddamn. Keep up. Trust it. I'm telling you the shit was good. And like, I can't believe it. I'm waiting to see the next episode. You should probably check it out pretty quick. You should probably check it out.
Look, you and fucking Angry Man was like saying this shit was good when he was. I said, well, oh, okay, it must be.
We already. If it got up to Angry Man and he was saying it good, you got to automatically and say, what am I fucking missing? What the fuck am I missing? I need to go check this shit out right now. What up, Dr. Anwar? He said, can I join? I was just about to close it out, but there's a link in the chat so I can see what you guys say because I'm not going to shit on Dr. Dunbar, Dr. Goodbar for a hot minute. Let's see what you got to say. I'll give you a couple minutes. Even though I was just trying to get out of here. Can't be rude. I mean, the motherfucker actually gave me a shout out on a short. He wanted to know what I thought of something. So I don't have a problem sharing what I think. I'll share it if you ain't listening. Link is in the chat, Dr. Dunbar, Dr. Anwar, Dr. Goodbar. He mentioned me in the same company as the critical drinker and everybody. I was like, oh, I might have arrived. Well, I was listening to them fucks and listening to people on their panel repeating my shit. I sent that shit to Black Bang. We was having a good laugh on that fucking thing. Having a good goddamn laugh on it. I say, who the fuck is this mook? Let me check out your fucking channel, dude, because your ass is a platerist. Verbally.
Shit, I forgot.
My goddamn joke, you asshole.
And then also I mentioned, I thought about this. I said, because the field trips, I said, damn, we probably go see the fucking Deadpool and Wolverine movie if we time this shit just right. And I was like, but we forgot as we can't do rated R movies. That's the rule. And I was like, fuck, it's rated R.
Okay, that kind of sucks. Like it matters nowadays. Like, look, the boys come on regular television. Well, it comes on a streaming service. What is it rated? Arrest for punching police after a Buckhead nightclub. Whoops, that was Atlanta. That looks like an Atlanta fight for real. Where you at, Dr. Dunbar? Come on, man. Where you at? Looking like Suge Knight, little brother. Doctor beat him up. I thought he was in the building. I don't know. Did he just do a high buy? Put the link in there. Just about at 6 hours too, and it's just about 5 o'clock. I got an hour before showtime, man. I got to get my nuts washed and shit. Okay, going. On. Yeah. All right. I guess he ain't gonna make it. All I'm looking forward to see is House of the Dragon, Minions 4, Deadpool 4, Wolverine, the boys, and yeah. House of the Dragon, yes. Oh, he finally made it. I did give him another minute. What up, Dr. Dunbar?
Sorry about that, Artisan. You know what? I got 2 phones now. One of them, I got a discount on my cable bill. It's not as high quality, and then I went back to my Google Pixel 7, and I froze when I hit the StreamYard link. So I had to reboot. Thank you for waiting.
Oh, no worries. I got 2 phones.
Damn, beat me to it.
The burner phone.
Yeah, you got the burner.
Okay. Well, I'll be quick. Yeah, you went on for 6 hours, and yeah, House of the Dragon's about to come on. What's going on, Beastly Nerd? Hey, I want to come up and say, hey man, I'm part of the 3,000 or whatever who has not watched The Acolyte and is watching it vicariously through you and other individuals.
Saving yourself. Good job.
But I'll tell you what. Let me tell you what happened though. I made a TikTok offer. I've been working at TikTok a little bit, and I got called a bigot because I made a TikTok with the little label up there saying the Force is not female, and what they've been creating is not what Star Wars was meant to be. And I'm gradually learning how to use TikTok. So I have a Obi-Wan action figure, a Qui-Gon Jinn action figure, and a Darth Maul action figure. And so I showed the audience my 3 action figures, and I got the poster of Obi-Wan Kenobi, Darth Maul, and Qui-Gon Jinn fighting in Episode 1. And so I kind of teased everybody. I said, "Ooh, this is what Star Wars was. This is what it was supposed to be." And man, them folks got livid, man. And one guy just called me bigot, and I was like, "Me, a bigot?" You know? And then, why do you hate women? You know, why do you? You know, why? You know? And then some people rejoiced and, oh, look at these Star Wars guys, these Star Wars nerds. Their show's not, you know, their show's not what they want it to be. They're crying and they're having a fit because their show is not, you know, what they think it should be. Look at these Star Wars nerds. You know,
this ain't my show. I didn't make this, and it wasn't made for me. This is not my show.
Yeah,
it wasn't made for us.
It wasn't made for me. This show was not made for me. The showrunner has said it many a time who she made this shit for. The damn show wasn't for me, so I can complain about it all the fuck I want to.
Yeah. So it's interesting that, you know, in this era we're living in, you know, the propaganda, and it's being framed as all the detractors of the Acolyte are bitter, racist white guys. Okay. And that's, but if you look around, if you're on our side, you know, and you see there are brothers like us who were into Star Wars. There are girls, females who were into the old original Star Wars, but it's being framed as it's all, bitter, racist white guys who who don't want to lose their privilege. But I've thought about it. I've thought about this as this was going on, and me and you, Artisan, Beast Leader. And I don't know how old you are, but we saw the original trilogy. We had some of the toys. I had some of the toys. I didn't have all of them, but there was something about that Empire Strikes Back movie where Luke had to learn how to. I mean, this is irrespective of color, but he had to learn how to use that power, and he rushed to battle the antagonist, the big bad, before he was ready. Got his hand chopped off. I mean, there's something about that. There's something about that that's rooted in life, that a lot of us have experienced to some degree. It's a journey. It's a journey. It's a rite of passage. A lot of us have gone through a rite of passage, regardless of what color you are. And it just seems like going back to what you said, Artisan, about we're probably gonna have to watch the whole thing burn down before someone comes and rebuilds it. I don't understand. One of the things that really chaps my hide is how can you hire people to write something who don't even have a background in it? How can that goes for Star Wars, it goes for Marvel, it goes for the Black Panther movies. How can you hire someone to write something who has no background in it? And I think that's just one of the worst things ever.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not 100% opposed to people who don't know the material writing in the material, but that is with the caveat that they learn the material. That's the thing. If you have a really good writer and they want to write a comic book character, well, that could be good given what they write about, but are they willing to learn anything about this character before they pick up this duty to start writing? Or is it just, I got a pen and I got a pad and I can write whatever I fucking want to? Well, it's not going to work for this character because this character has a backstory. This universe has rules. It has a backstory. When you don't want to abide by that and just make up some bullshit in the middle of it, you are going to piss off a lot of people. And understandably, you cannot give a fuck about the people that you piss off. You can. But that's to your detriment because these are the people who actually love this shit. Because make no mistake about it, they wouldn't be speaking up unless they did. If they didn't care for this shit like you don't, they wouldn't give a fuck what you were doing to it. You could butcher it, molester it, scissor it. You could do whatever the hell else you wanted to do to it, and they would never say a word because they don't care. They're not invested. But the one thing you can know about a fan base that's rising up against the shit that you're putting out, you are making a grave affront to them. They love this shit. You don't. And it's evident. The fact that you want to go away from George Lucas's own rules in this shit proves it. It's not the Force, it's a thread. But what the thread is sounds kind of like what the Force is. Okay, fine. You use a different term for it. Fine, whatever the fuck. It can exist. Fine. The canon and rules allow for you to have that kind of, shit in there. But when you start going into just trying to redo everything else that George already did, just in your way, you were just fucking up the franchise. You're fucking up the brand with your level of bullshit. And it's not good. It doesn't add. It takes away. It subtracts. It destroys. And that's all the show is doing. It's just destroying it the rest of the way. Because then the reason why you can comfortably say the rest of the way is putting the final nail in the coffin, because there is nothing on the horizon coming for Star Wars that people have to look forward to. There's not a movie coming up they're looking forward to. No Rey, no Ahsoka, no Dave movie. They ain't even really looking forward to supposedly John's Mando and Grogu movie. Ain't nobody looking forward to that shit because they know what you're going to do to it. The same thing you did to Mandalorian Season 3. Ain't nobody looking for the Skeleton Crew. He didn't give a fuck about that. A bunch of other unrelated new shit that they're not interested in seeing.
None of the merchandise, none of the
None of the
theme park.
merchandise, none of that shit. None of it is selling anything but dog shit.
The
only
only
one
thing that
I could possibly look at, the only thing I could possibly look at is Andor season 2. And like I said, I'm just holding out a little bit of hope for that. Because Tony Gilroy is actually a good fucking director and writer. And you can complain all day. It don't look like Star Wars. Does this look like Star Wars? Does the Acolyte look like Star Wars? Just because they popped a glow stick? Get the fuck out of here. People don't even die from these things. Unless you get slashed off screen.
And I will actually say the only thing that is selling is the older shit, the original George Lucas stuff. That's why it doesn't surprise me that in this episode they added one of George's characters in it and retconned him. One of the original Jedi. What's the Jedi's name? I forget his name. He was in the clone. Yes, because they just did a Hot Toys release of him, Dark Revan, Mace Windu. I forget the other guy's name who can swim. He got killed when they tried to fight Palpatine. They just released a bunch of Hot Toy stuff. All that shit sold out. All of those shit.
Because those are characters that sell. Those are characters that sell. Kit Fisto, yeah, Aquateki.
Yes,
those are characters that sell. And the reason why that character Kaya Moody is in there, that's Dave putting that character in there. That's why that character was in there. Because Leslie Headland don't know shit about that goddamn character. That's a Dave insert. Just to further kind of fuck up George's shit. Because he's the only one who's a devotee of the prequels.
Wow.
So don't look at this shit as this is all just this one bitch. Yeah, she done her own egregious shit. But for over a year or two, Dave has been helping her with this shit. I remember when Dave and John got called in when they were supposed to be working on The Mandalorian, got called in to help her on this shit. Told you, this script for this show has been possibly rewritten 6 times.
Wow.
It has never been good. Never. From inception to what you're seeing on the screen right now, it has never been good. John has helped with it. Dave has helped with it. George has helped with it. Every one of them, except for Dave Filoni, has got kicked off of this shit and barred from it.
Wow.
The most damaging thing I can think of is this. And it was said, and I repeated it last week, I'll tell you this shit again. When you hear Leslie Headland and them talking about George Lucas is not the only person that can speak for Star Wars, he doesn't know everything about Star Wars. It sounds like an absolutely asinine statement to begin with. Why could she comfortably say some dumb shit like that? Because as soon as George Lucas dies, Dave Filoni is the person you're going to be going to for your Star Wars. He's going to be the mouthpiece. Well, George always told me, bullshit. He gonna stand up there like the man next to the man, pantomiming some shit that George told me before, and you ain't gonna have no way to dispute it. No way at all. That's all he's done is work himself into a position to become George. He is the acolyte. That's why he keep trying to speak for George. Put his name in front of credits ahead of George now. That's why these goofy bitches keep propping him up. Oh, Dave. Fuck him. Again. If I wasn't clear on that before.
I got 2 questions, and I'm gonna be short because I know you're trying to wrap up.
Mm-hmm.
Were there witches in? Because I didn't read all the books, post the original trilogy. I didn't read all the books. I'm going to be honest. So were there witches somewhere in there?
I didn't read all the books. I have not read all the books because there's hundreds of these books. Okay, so
but there was in the Clone Wars, right?
I didn't read all the Clone Wars books. I never really liked the Clone Wars. I was never really that tied to it. I didn't know why they stretched this shit out so fucking far. I don't give that much of a fuck about the Clone Wars era. Some of these people is like dead set, not to use a pun, stuck in this era. They don't want to know anything else outside of it. Now, from the Clone Wars cartoon, they introduced the Night Sisters. Okay, fine and good. That's where Maul comes from. That's where his people come from. Okay, it has a little bit more story fleshed out. But that's George and Dave working together on some shit. It's probably a lot of Dave. Because everything that Dave do, he throw witches in it. If you've seen his Broomhilda looking bitch, you know why. That's his insert. That's why I say the Clone Wars cartoon, I've never got all the way through it, but some of the stuff I heard from it, I didn't like because he was doing a lot of cannon busting. All that shit about how the stones have to bleed and shit like that, how the Mandalorians went down, the mother, father, and the sister shit. That's a lot of his shit that I don't like. That rewrites the original canon of Star Wars. Because after a point, yeah, George's name is on the show, but he out of there. Dave is putting that shit in there.
Mm-hmm.
So he's looking more and more like what I tell you guys about what's his name that's doing the Foundation series right now. The director, we gave you them shitty Crow movies too. That he is better with somebody. He does a lot of geek stuff, a lot of comic book movies. He's Warner Brothers' go-to. But he's better when he works with somebody else. He is not good by himself. Because by himself, you get this abomination that is the Foundation show. Good for regular sci-fi.
David S. Goyer.
David S. Goyer, thank you. I'm tired. My brain is drawing a blank. But the Foundation show by itself as just some sci-fi is good. You can watch it and be entertained by it. It is not, in whatever way you look at it, that fucking book that Isaac Asimov wrote. None. Not any way. Yeah, it took names and shit out of there. It ain't that book. So they might as well take Isaac Asimov's name off of that shit and stop calling it the Foundation, because that's not what it is at all.
Okay.
But it got a lot of sex stuff in it because that's what Goyer's into. The original Foundation books don't mention fucking sex. Ain't even about that shit.
No. Okay. Well, last
Dave
question.
Filoni looking the same way. Dave Filoni is looking the same way. He will introduce chicks, he will introduce witches, and he will introduce canon breaking shit that he thinks might be kind of cool and make some sense. And then nowadays he will always say, George always told me. One of the things I learned from George, you're a fucking liar. I'm calling you a liar. Like Samuel L. Jackson in The Hateful Eight. Now I am calling you a liar.
Okay. Well, one more question, Artisan. And I never saw The Rise of Skywalker at the theater, so I caught the end of it last week on TV because I had never an interest in going to see it.
Whoa.
Okay. So did they ever explain? I did see the second one. Did they ever explain where Luke's lightsaber came from?
No.
No. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I was thinking about the storytelling, and I was thinking
I didn't hear the question. What was the question?
Did they ever explain where Luke's lightsaber came from? After it got chopped from his hand, and then it reappears.
Maz Kanata had it. She had the lightsaber, but she got it some other kind of way that you have to read in some books and comics that they created outside of the movies. That's what I call backfilling. They keep backfilling this shit because they throw stuff in there that doesn't make any sense, and then they try to explain it away later on through a comic or something like that. Like, see, it happened. Like, bullshit. It should have been in the movie. If you didn't have it in the fucking movie, I can't trust this because you're just doing this to fix the mistake you already made. That's all it is. It's backfilling. You're trying to show with something.
Because when the Force Awakens, it ends with her going to the island, showing it to him, and he's probably looking like, oh my God, last time I had that, my hand got chopped off. And then when I saw The Last Jedi, that was the payoff I was looking for. I was like, okay, we get to hear Did somebody stumble upon it in space? Was it floating around on its frozen hand in space? Was it something, but they never told us that.
Well, here's the thing to remember: the floating city on, what was it, Vespin or whatever it was?
Yeah.
Cloud City. Cloud City is Cloud City because it's above, it's in a planet, right?
Okay.
That's why it has clouds. So if the shit fell and it fell out the same trap Luke's ass fell out of, the shit landed somewhere on the ground down below. There's ground down there somewhere, I would assume, right? Because it's a planetoid that this Cloud City is floating above.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody found it. Now, in Force Awakens, Maz Kanata had the damn lightsaber. How she got it, they never say. But it did call out, and because Rey was getting tuned to the Force, she was turning her radio dial to FORC, and it actually drew her to it. Then she found the lightsaber in this box that Maz had. That's it. That's where it came from in that movie. You don't know where it came from before then, why it ain't damaged and why it still works. But there it is.
Remember, that lightsaber is not Luke's, it's Anakin's.
It's true.
Exactly. It has a plus 20 against younglings.
That's true. But it has a tremendous significance.
It has
to not close that loop.
That was one of many loops that they did not close. One of many. The fact that you went back and watched Rise of Skywalker, I feel bad for you because the rest of us trying to forget that shit. I've watched that shit once. I've watched Last Jedi once. I watched Force Awakens maybe twice. I watched Solo probably 3 or 4 times, and I've watched Rogue One probably 5 times. Rest of that shit, no. I'm not going back to watch that shit again. I refuse. Me and AB joked about that shit before. So I thought about watching it again just to give it another chance, and I was like, nah, fuck that. I'd rather go take a shit.
You cannot physically bring myself to watch that damn movie.
Nope, cannot do it. Refuse. It doesn't. Enough time hasn't passed for me to forget how badly I felt about that, watching that damn movie, to actually be willing to sit there and have amnesia for a second to watch it again. No.
Mm-hmm. No. Okay. Well, last question, Artisan Beastly Nerd. Who is Smilo Ren? Who's it going to be?
No, I told you I had 2
choices. The gift mask.
Yeah.
Shaking my head right now.
I like Smilo Ren. Shout out to Star Wars Theory for that shit, because they ain't giving him credit on making that name up. But that Smilo Ren shit is funny as fuck to me. I still think it's either gonna be Master what is it, Venestra. I think it's either gonna be Master Venestra or Kyrim, whatever. That's the only 2 choices it can be. It could be one of the mothers from that thing, which would make more sense. But if it's one of the mother, it's Mother Anastasia and not Mother Coral. Mother Coral. From the Coven. Yeah.
Oh, from the Acolyte show.
Yeah, in the Acolyte show. It's one of those 3 people to me. Right? If they pull a swerve, like some people were saying, and they think it's Carrie Ann Moss, well, let me see how they write that shit. I don't think it'll be good because the rest of the show ain't written well. So I don't know, but I'm going for what would be the most shocking, right? What would be the most shocking given the disposition of the people writing the shit? I'm just using psychology on it. Well, since Leslie Headland put her fucking wife in this shit, why wouldn't she give her a more prominent role? Right? And if she didn't, since she is in a prominent role, and apparently we're supposed to see a light whip at some point, and this chick has a light whip, well, maybe she's fighting the master. That would mean it's somebody of the other 2. Has to be somebody from the Coven who would want to give a fuck about training May up any further. Or it has to be somebody else completely who understands what May is supposed to be. A dyad in the Force. Fuck you. And that means it would be Kiram. Whatever. How the fuck we saying this dude's name? That means it would have to be him. So that's what I'm saying. It's one of those 3 people. But this ain't much of a murder mystery because we already know who was doing the murdering and why they was doing it. So we just trying to find out who's the person in a mask. Well, it's only one other dude left on the show. who you ain't firm about he's supposed to be a good guy and he's close enough to looking white. I mean, the villain would have to be another dude. It's a female show. You want to kill somebody, usually somebody with the twig and berries. So those are my three choices. It could be none of those three. It could be one of those three. I don't know. I'm not writing this shit, thankfully, because I'd be embarrassed. I would be embarrassed, and you wouldn't see my face. But who it turns out to be, I guess we'll find out. I'm not hyped up for it. I can tell you that much. I'm not hyped. I'm interested in having a good laugh, but I ain't hyped about seeing it. We'll fucking see. To Two Black, Two Strong's point, he said, is Artisan Will Smith's cousin? They kind of look alike. Yeah, I've gotten that before. My son thinks that. So me and my song is Just the Two of Us by Will Smith. And I don't have no hate for Will Smith. I don't. I think he being stupid about his wife, but that's your wife, nigga. It ain't mine. You do what you want to with it. Mm-hmm. But I'm sorry that she'd have to go somewhere. Cut her a check and send her on her way. Facts are, there are a lot of people who turned away from Christianity, waddled around in atheism. Now witchcraft is more believable to them, especially the women. That's why it's popping up. Exactly. I live in California. Wiccan shit is a thing here. It is. It is.
Really? Oh, yeah.
Yes, it is.
You're in
Why
Texas too.
do you think Dave married to a Wiccan?
Wow.
It's common here. When they get into the crystals and the interpretive dance and incense and shit like that, if they don't get into reggae, they get into witchcraft.
Yeah, look how many chicks that are like into like natural healing, like massages and shit, and they all have a background in playing around with Wiccan and witchcraft and shit.
My daughter in her studies has studied a little bit of that shit. Just to try to figure out what it is. And I cautioned her against getting too deeply into that shit. Like, understand that you're doing this for study. This is not a way of life. It's interesting because it's the way people live, but you have to approach it that way. Or have your head so far open that somebody can take control of it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't play around with supernatural shit, because the more you open yourself to it, the more it can influence you. You need to know what the fuck you're doing. If you don't even start. Don't even start fucking around.
Yeah, I had books back in the day, and I looked at, studied that stuff, and so be careful.
And Ray, what's good, Ray Hama? I didn't say it was some. I don't ever remember saying it was some witchcraft shit. I know they had some witchcraft shit going on in it because they're supposed to be witches. But I thought that was stupid. I did. The same way the mother witches in Ahsoka was stupid.
The Night Sisters.
Well, they ain't really supposed to be Night Sisters, are they? They're supposed to be the precursors to Night Sisters. That Night Sisters came from them. See how they worked that magic in there to draw it all back to him?
What, backfilling? What you say?
Mm-hmm. Backfilling it back to him. Because the Night Sisters could have been a reason where you can explain where Darth Maul comes from. That would have been a George thing, because George created Darth Maul. But having the Night Sisters tie back to these chicks in the Ahsoka show, and that they may have been the precursors for the Night Sisters, that the Night Sisters come from them, that's Dave trying to take what George created and route it back to his characters. These bitches on this other planet in another universe, further away.
Trying to usurp the throne.
Exactly. He's just trying to take and replace George in his own shit. Kathleen Kennedy is on one side trying to destroy it or feminize it. Dave is on the other side trying to take it because he wants the acknowledgement and the glam for it.
Yeah.
And then Leslie Hedling, good goofy asses in here just trying to, we just want to remake it.
So this is some Rule of Two Dark Bane shit right now that's happening.
It is.
Well, I was going to say, as former President Trump would say, so sad. So sad.
Yeah, so sad.
So very, very sad. Well, Artisan, I'm going to hop down. Now I'm really, really late with this, but I just realized that I have access to The Boys on Amazon Prime. So I started at the beginning. Hey, Critical Drinker said it's gotten steadily stupid with the as seasons have gone on. Would you recommend watching it all the way through to where it is now?
Yes, if you want to understand why season 4 is sucking so bad and why my face is so flat when I'm talking about season 4.
Okay.
Because it has got dumb. Season 4 is not making any goddamn sense. And for context, if you watch the other seasons or read the comic and you get the context of these characters, you'll understand when you watch season 4 in 4 episodes why it looks like a completely different fucking show.
Okay.
It doesn't make any sense at all. They are off book as far as I can tell, and they have no direction of where they're going. So we just wandering around a map, giving you what I think the director believes the audience just likes. Oh, they just like the blood, they just like the sex stuff. So we'll give them just some of that shit.
No, we don't.
I was going back to see who directed this episode and who directed this season and who directed them other seasons, because this has got to be a different person.
Okay, because just starting out, I mean, I know I'm late. The story of my life, but it hooks you because you're in this. You have these dystopian superheroes because you're like, damn, he just let a whole an airplane of people die, and they're the deep. He just made Starlight go down on him, and you're like, wow. It just hooks you in that way. But if it's not going anywhere, then yeah. So okay. Well, I'll keep watching.
All right, thank you guys. I'm sorry I missed the text from the professor. She fucking sitting outside. God damn.
All right, Artisan. Have a good night.
All right.
You too. Peace.
I'll head out to
Tiger. You're using the right one. As Charles used Panther, you got Tiger. I always like Tiger. That motherfucker got out of here too. What you got, Beasley? I gotta wrap this up now.
Nothing much. I said all I need to say. I'm gonna go ahead and let you leave.
Okay. Thank you for coming up. I'm just texting. What did Ray say? Oh no, you didn't. Are you serious, Artisan? Now I'm pissed off. Okay, so they waited till season 4 to be on some bullshit. Yes, they did, Ray. Watch it. Watch those 4 episodes. Mind you, make 2 notes of this. First one coming from Beastly Nerd is that they've done 4 episodes, and that's half the season already. Now understand that they've done 4 episodes and half the season already in 2 weeks. What does that tell you? The rest of the show might not be getting much better. They trying to rush this shit out. Like they trying to shit it out as fast as they can and move on to the next meal. On the road listening. All right, D Sky, appreciate you. You said great stream. Thank you for that. I like the feedback. Rainfire said I straight up had a convo with Alan Tudyk about hiding Pocket Universe in a donkey's butt and the pros and cons of having a hairy cave woman for a baby mama. I love Comic Cons. You got to meet Alan Tudyk. That would have been fun for me because he's funny as shit. He is funny as shit. I talked to him about his character he played on the show Powerless, where he was playing a different member of the Wayne family, not Bruce. That shit was hilarious. I'm sorry, I was liking that show and they fucking killed it. Sure. Oh, she want to eat. Good. I like getting fed. All right. Final words. So Beastly's out of here. Thank you everybody who came up today on the stream. Shout out to Beastly, Dr. Dunbar, Charles Faulkner Jr., Malika Meebane, Andre 420, the Maple Leaf, AB Media 83. And did I miss anybody? No, I didn't. I got everybody. Appreciate you guys in the chat. We did make the goal today, which I am actually happy about. So shout out to Aquateki, No One, 3 times for the No One. Shout out to Sportaholic, Aria, UYP Studio, The Grinch God, Beastly Nerd, D. Scott, and Rainfire. Thank you all for supporting the stream. That is, in effect, the power of many.
Power of one. The power of two. The power of many. The power of one. The power of two. The power of many.
So thank you guys for supporting the stream. I've been artisanmc. This has been the hero's journey, where I will talk about geekdom, life, and everything in between. Pay attention to the media that you watch and ask yourself questions while you're watching it. Why is it good? What's good about it? What do you like about it? Because people can tell you everything that some other reviewer, commentator, or whatever has told you. But what do you think about it? Know that for yourself. That is your journey. That's your own, because you ain't living anybody else's life but your own. So, Dead Set Anime. How did I forget Dead Set Anime? Good Lord. Shout out to Dead Set Anime. The trials of a upright black male father. Peace to Dead Set. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. Appreciate you all for coming through. Shout out again to RIP to Donald Sutherland, one of my favorite actors who has shuffled off this piece and is off to the big stage in the sky. So condolences to his family. And thank you for leaving behind a large body of work that I can go back and watch over and over again, which I will get to now with one of his most famous scenes. So with that, I appreciate you guys coming through. And I do this every Sunday at 11 a.m. until it ends. And went a little long this time, but it was a good conversation, so I do appreciate that. So with that, I will see you guys next time. Peace.